Okay, so we should be live now. I'm just checking that the microphone works. Yeah, it's looking like it works. So I don't know if Elina is in the chat or not, so Egguna. Yeah, I'm running a bit late. I was hoping hello bird song and sunshine. Can you hear the birds? Because they are quite loud. But I have the microphone now, not the camera one, so that's why I'm curious if it picks up or not. Also hello Citronelli. Yeah, I'm running a bit late. I was hoping that I could have taken the Avant for a spin. We are live and everything seems to be working very nice. So yeah, I was hoping that I could test out the settings for it. I did attach this bucket, I guess, maybe is what it's called. But I don't know what controls the hydraulics. And to be honest, I don't really remember which way it goes up and down and all that stuff. So it will be an amateur stream for once. My father will join us, I think, during afternoon, so then you will see some professional driving as well. But yeah, I stuck with the amateur one for the start. But yeah, I guess I'll just have to get inside and attempt driving this. Let's see how well we fit in here with all this gear I have. So far quite nicely. But I'm actually curious what's the angle like, because you are in my chest, so I'm curious what you'll see when I'm driving like this. So I'll just check the feed myself before we go there. I'm hoping I put in the electricity. I was thinking about posting about your stream on the Vahtioks Discord. Do you mind if I do, or would you rather I didn't? I don't mind, you can do that. I think there would be like a speedrun type of thing at when we will do that. Is it like I guess like a shed? Because we have already the shed on the plot, so the materials for it are here. But I don't know when we have time for that. I'm also curious, are you guys tilted, or does it just look like it? Because there is like a tilt on this chest mount I have. Because I remember that in some streams you guys were like slightly tilted. I think I might have just tilted you the other way. So I don't know if there's a setting to have it straight. Because I know it could be that how I'm wearing it, but I think previously it was like tilted by the like the mount it's on. But yeah, feel free to post it, I don't mind, that would be actually pretty nice. Because we are aiming for the 50 followers and we're not that far from it, so any and all promotion is very welcome. Is it better now or are you still tilted? Because it looks to me that it's like better now, but I think it's still slightly tilted. But there's like it could be slightly because of me, only slightly now. Yeah, so I think it was because I can show you guys, I can like twist you guys in like this. I think it's something like maybe 10 degrees or like 15 degrees or something. So I just went in like two notches, only like 2 steps, and then I went backwards the 2 steps, so you could see that. Because I remember I was watching like one of those VODs when we were back at my parents' place, and I think the whole horizon was tilted, and I remember that I was like trying to tug my, like this mount I'm wearing, I was like trying to tug it that okay, maybe it's not evenly in my chest, but it was like close enough. It's just that the mount had that tilt on, so that was the reason for it. But yeah, I don't know how well you can see the controls, maybe if I tilt you a bit forwards. So this is what we'll be working with. I can tilt you guys a bit more. So unfortunately can't really remember what does what, so I guess it's experimenting time. I'm also curious because I don't think I've ever used it with the hydraulics, so I'm curious what knob or joystick or whatever goes for that. So again, amateur hour incoming. But yeah, I guess we'll make it work, and we have plenty of time, so it's only that we hopefully make more progress than we make like mistakes and stuff, so hopefully we won't slow down the construction with whatever we're working on. also it's gonna be quite loud to close the door. Maybe now. Okay, I think it's closed now. Sorry about that. But yeah, I think the microphone has better, I think, like noise cancellation than just having it on the camera. But you can, of course, give your input on it, whether that's true or not. But yeah, I guess we'll just have to bite the bullet and start driving. So you need to ignite it slightly slow because it's a diesel engine. Yeah, I have to show you Paukku at some point. Yeah, that's true. Because Paukku is now on the plot. Okay, now I keep looking at, like, is there a seat belt? But actually there might even be a seat belt, or I guess that's a seat belt, but I don't know if we need it. For safety maybe we could have it, but then again, having a something, I have already so many straps on me. But yeah, so another question is, how do I guess that's one way to lift it maybe. Okay, so that's the way to tilt it. So it's left is to like lift it, and then right is to like lower it, like the angle. So not like up and down, but in like the tilt. So that's left and right, and then backwards is actually lifting like the whole thing, and then I guess forwards is, yeah, decreasing it or like lowering it. But another question is, how do I use that bucket in the front? Because there are some, I guess this could be, yeah, this is extending and like taking it forwards, backwards. Then there's one more, but I think that might be for locking the tires. Actually, I don't know, we'll see. I'm trying to see if there are any others I have missed. There's the horn, I guess. I don't think this one does anything for that. I don't think these do anything for that. I'm running out of knobs to try. Because it would be nice to know. Because there are like a few buttons on this joystick as well, but I don't know if that does anything. There's also like, okay, so there's a button on the joystick that when I press that one, it doesn't do this tilt. Oh, wait, it does. Am I talking rubbish? Because I think there's a way to control the hydraulics as well. I'm trying to see if there's some symbols here to help us. I think my father is in a meeting, so I don't think I can even call him for help. Call him like, help me. Help me. So yeah, that's definitely for locking the tires. Those are, I think, for lights and stuff. Yeah, now I'm curious because I don't think there's any levers I haven't tried. This is like watching My Summer Car, but with consequences. Yeah, this is exactly that. Oh dear. Operating an actual machine with the same controls, like press this, press that. I don't know what that does. But yeah, no, because I think that one there is like the floating, because when you're like pushing snow and stuff, there's like this setting that you can have it so that it floats on it, so it doesn't like smack on it. But when there's like road you're on, you don't want to go along the road, not like you don't want to take the ground with you. So there's a setting for that, and it seems to be on. I don't know if that makes a difference here or not, but still, like, I'm assuming there's some lever that I'm just not like seeing at the moment. Trying to fondle here. Because this one, like I mentioned, yeah, this is back and forth. So this is not what I'm looking for. This is for how much gas it has, or like, yeah, so increasing performance. The only one I haven't tried is this one. Okay, so it is this one. Interesting. Okay, well, that makes sense. So there was one more lever. I assumed it's for locking the tires, but it could be that there's like one setting that does it. Because I maybe could show you. There's like this here. So that one here is what does the tilting on the bucket, but it here says lock. So I was assuming that this is for locking the tires, but maybe it is that when you pull it to the left and upwards it locks it somehow. But if that's the case, then it's like multi-purpose. But yeah, I try to put you guys back. I cannot see what you're seeing, so let me know if the angle is awkward. But yeah, now we have, I guess we have all the controls for it. So that is still like far from actually using this like efficiently. But I guess that's up to us then, how well we'll start using it. There's also like less space now here, since my father has already been digging a bit. So that's again an interesting thing. But yeah, I guess we'll first try to reverse this out of here without breaking anything, because we are quite long at the moment with the bucket in front of us. So this is quite a long combination at the moment. But yeah, let's try not to smack anything. But yeah, this is definitely my summer car with actual consequences now. And I have to admit, I am worried. This is my father's machine, so I would not want to break it. You can see it's quite a bumpy ride. So here we are. But yeah, I guess the progress we would need to do today is mostly my father doing the digging when he arrives. So for me, I don't think there's much pressure of doing like, as long as like I mentioned, that I don't break anything. Because actually I didn't bring with me the paper to show what we're supposed to do, but I can maybe show you guys a bit. So here you can see, maybe, I hope, there's like two sticks, and in between there, that's where there's like a corridor between the two buildings, and we need to dig in like a rainwater pipe between those. So that's what I'm hoping to start today. But we'll see. We'll see how far we get with that, and if we even get the machine anywhere near where we need it. But yeah, I'll take it slowly, since there's like ample opportunities to make mistakes here. So, because you know, there's already like these sewer pipes and stuff poking out of the ground, so if we touch or hit them too much, that would make issues for us. There's also like these water pipes for like cold water. They are not connected yet, so they aren't like an issue if we touch them, since you know there's not gonna be water spewing out, but still, rather not, if possible. So we're now arriving around where the two buildings, the corridor is between those two buildings, and there's the stick on my right as well as on my left. I'm trying to see if I drive on it or not. Let's hope I don't. But yeah, now I'm also curious, because I know for this Avant machine that the only like bigger downside of this machine is that it cannot move sideways. So the bucket, you can see here, you can't really move it so that you would like dig something and then just, you know, put it somewhere like close by, like to the sides, because it doesn't have anything that goes like sideways in that sense. So the only thing you can do basically is that you like turn the tires and stuff, so you just need to like drive the earth or the ground somewhere else. So that's why this will be a lot slower than using an excavator, like a proper one. But then again, like the excavator driver we had last week here, he did that, okay, yeah, it's gonna be a lot slower, and you know, but it will be like less expensive if you don't consider the time you're using, and that is what that's how we are calculating it here. So we are not calculating any salary for ourselves. The graphics on this look suspiciously realistic. Hello, Drause. Yeah, this is my summer car, but with with the ray tracing on. But yeah, so now I think I know in like theory what it would look like to dig with these, but let's see if I can actually do it in practice. I'm also curious, how much can you see, because you are a lot like slightly lower than what I'm seeing it. But it could be that you're seeing somewhere through here, so it might be that you're seeing what I'm seeing. Okay, so now I'm again trying to decide what controls to use. So we are moving towards the ground here. So now we're on the ground. Let's see if we try to push in it. Okay, so it is working. But now I guess the question is whether or not we can actually dig with this. So it's not an enormous bucket we're doing right now. But maybe we're doing something. Okay, so that's, maybe I can show you guys a bit. That's I guess a bit pathetic, but it is for my first time, so cannot see the ground much. Yeah, because I was thinking that maybe I would need to get a setup, something like I could put the camera here on the screen somewhere here. But maybe if I can scoop it up, I can show you what we got. So what's the, although I have to say it's the amount we scooped out is getting less and less by the more I disturb it. So yeah guys, we didn't get much, as you can see there. So we barely touched the ground there. But yeah, that's I guess the goal for today is to try and practice this. This is the fantasy we all have when we dig in the playground. Yeah, this is exactly that. But I'm also now curious, where should I leave this ground? I know it's not like much so that we could still continue, but just for practice I guess we could drive around too. Again, trying to see that I don't crash into anything. So yeah, here as you can see on the side, this is what we just did. So absolutely nothing. It's also, to me it looked like it was directly in the middle of between these two sticks we have as corners for the building, but they are nowhere near. It's nowhere near the middle of it. So I was hoping it would be smack middle, but it seems that it's not. Because you can see that if I aim myself in the middle of it, it doesn't have to be tilted a lot, because it's so far away from myself that it makes it so that, you know, even a small angle here makes it it's a meter away from where you were thinking it would be in the end. But yeah, I don't know where we should put this ground. I don't think it matters that much. There shouldn't be that much of it, and then I don't think we will be using this bucket for delivering the ground anywhere. But they were quite in a, let's put this in less of an angle, I guess. So maybe like this. Because I'm still curious what's the best angle to do this with. Because I think you will hopefully get to see some less amateur attempts at this when my father arrives. Because I was already impressed how he dug up. Because there on the side, I don't know if you can see it. I don't think you can. Maybe I can show you guys a bit. That there on the side, he did a already quite deep like a pathway there. But he did it with not with this bucket thing, but just, you know, like a larger one. And he just, you know, put it in an angle and put the whole weight of this machine on it. And I could never, not in a million years, maybe in a million years, but not for a long time I could do that. So he has been driving this for, I can actually maybe check, because it says that this one has, I'm assuming 8,000 hours on it. So I think 90% of those hours are driven by my father, so he's been driving with this for a long time already. But yeah, let's try again, and maybe this time to the right a bit so that we would be closer to the center. Make another hill for the pheasant king. Actually, I just saw was it the last time I was here on the plot, that there were 2 pheasants, and 3 pheasants in total. 2 of them were male and 1 of them was female on top of that spruce fence. So they again went for the tallest tallest structure on the plot. It was funny to see that they were there's no more piles, we'll have to make do with these. But yeah, I'm again I'll try to show you guys maybe the process a bit better. It is the view from here is not too good for me either. And I remember the excavator driver, he was trying with this a bit, and he was the view from here is diabolical compared to an actual excavator. And I can believe that, obviously compared to an excavator you can't see much from out of here, because, you know, the stuff gets in the way. I actually reverse it now? Can we take some of the ground with us? To me, I'm afraid that I'm like using too much force, but I guess the machine is quite strong, so I don't know if I should worry about that. But we got more than we got previously, I guess. Maybe you can see it. So we're making progress, slow and steady. I'm trying to tilt you guys so that you can see it, because we are not in a hurry right now, so I don't mind like fixing the camera and stuff, because there's no way we'll be getting this done by ourselves. But I'm just waiting to see show you what my father uses this machine for and how well. Yeah, let's put it on the same pile as before, because we need to have the pipes, because it's like rainwater pipes, so on the front of the plot it needs to be higher than on the back of the plot. So I don't think I will be going for like too long, because the problem with this Avant machine is that you cannot really dig where you have already dug if you do it like a straight line, because your tires will be like on the edges of what you're digging, so you can't really go back for what you've done. So I don't know if we want to go for like too long of these, since then my father can't go in and like fix what we've done. But it could also be that I'm too close to what I'm using, because you can see that it can be quite long. Maybe you can see. Yeah, Twitch plays Avant. We definitely need to ask for sponsorship, since we are basically advertising Avant at every turn we get. And they are also like Finnish made, so I would definitely want to have a sponsorship from them. That would be very nice. But yeah, I guess the goal is to get as straight as possible towards what you're digging. So not like we are doing right now, so I guess we'll try again. It's again like moving faster than maybe I'm comfortable with. Let's try to... Oh snap, I apparently unearthed the corner stick. I can't believe I've done this. So now we don't know where the edge of the building is. But yeah, the one thing I'm actually worried about is if I hit that electrical post, because that's not something we want to smack. But yeah, I'm struggling to get it straight. Maybe now. I think we're better now at least. Look, even this idiot can use our machine, you can too. Yeah, exactly. They need to embrace this amateur stream. I'm just checking if I'm driving over the stick, so I know not at the moment at least. Yeah, there's some other stuff we can do today as well, so especially since when my father arrives I won't be driving this if he will be, so there's stuff we can still do. Okay, that didn't work. I was trying to reverse while, so I was thinking I was pulling it, but either this one doesn't have enough weight or then the earth is just too compact for that to happen. We'll try again. Because like I think my father knows like from like experience already like how much can you take at once, but for me like I have no knowledge of this, so like I'm just guessing. I can already feel the tires are in the air. They could also be that there's like rocks in there, that those are keeping me in. Yeah, I think I can already see there are some rocks. I was never prepared for rocks. Does that help? So yeah, I'm just basically moving everything I can. Yeah, the rock didn't come with me. I cried. I'm again trying to see where the corner post of the stick is, so that I don't go too close to it. But yeah, we mostly got roots this time. Maybe you can see it. But yeah, I guess like in most cases you would like to filter what you get. So like ground you can reuse would be in one pile, and then stuff that you discard in another. So I guess we could take this somewhere else, but I'm actually thinking what would be the place to take it to. Maybe we go take it back to where we came from. Maybe lift it up a bit, so that we don't smack the hill we have to drive over. There's also a sign up that will dox me, so I'm hoping we won't get that on camera. I'm thinking of if we need to move the sign to make it easier to stream with it, but we'll see. But yeah, we'll just take it easy. This is my summer car, but this is permadeath, so we don't want to take any unnecessary risks. You know, this whole run could die with me, so we're aiming for that to not happen. So that's the shed I mentioned earlier, so that's something that we could work on at some point, and we could do like a speed run type of thing about it. So how long does it take to build one of those? I'm actually slightly curious how far towards here can we go without the ground letting like go underneath us. So maybe I won't risk it and go too close towards the edge, because I don't want to leave on the edge. So maybe we can then extend this a bit. We could actually even increase the gas a bit. So actually I think it purrs better with this amount of, because I think it depends like how much rounds per minute, I guess, RPM, I guess that's what it is. How much of those you have makes the hydraulics stronger as well, so for that purpose it would make sense to have more gas. But yeah, let's put it somewhere there at the edge of this, so that this won't be like ground we reuse. It's basically what was the point of that, since it was mostly like roots and stuff, so we don't want that to be used in the building. But yeah, now I'm curious if I should reverse my way the same way I came, or if there's enough space for me to turn around. It does turn around in quite a small area, so the turning radius is quite small. Let's see if I can get on top of this hill here. So now I'm the pheasant. I'm the peasant here. Again, trying to avoid smacking that bucket anywhere important, because it is quite long. It's actually quite hard to like see the diameters of it, like how far is it there. But I guess like with experience you can easily see where you're going with it. And there's like ample of like glass around me, so it's not like for that reason it's easy to see around you, but just not having much experience with this means that I am mostly guessing how far am I in each direction. Guess we could drive from around this to maybe align it better. Will we use glitches in the guide to make the building of the shed fast. We'll see. We could do a glitchless run without looking at the instructions, and then, well, we have nothing to compare it to, so there's only one run. So we actually have to decide whether or not because we could do it so that we don't look at the instructions while we're working on it, but we would like read them beforehand. So that's one way we could do it. But I guess for speed it would be the best way to not like read the instructions too much while working on it. So I guess that would still be the best approach. I'm still curious, how did I pull out that stick? Because I don't remember that happening, or like I don't know. I didn't notice that, so I'm curious. How did that happen? Like, what part of this machine was it? I keep doing it the wrong way first, so I always pull it forwards before I like realize. I guess that's again something that you get with the experience. That's just taking it further, and then we would need to take it lower. I'm just shaking the machine at this point. We need to go a bit forwards because we have ample space to go forwards, so no reason not to. Oh yeah, sorry, I had the wrong one. But yeah, there's significantly less like breaks for thinking when my father drives this. Like for me, it's always like, okay, it's this one, then it's this one, then it's this one, as opposed to my father just, you know, knowing what happens from which control. So there's a massive rock. Trying to see if I can go underneath it, but it is a massive one. Let's see if I can scoop it. Don't need to go like underneath it, but no, not like that. Can't believe this. The whole machine is like lifting. Maybe that is a good thing. Because I'm hoping that there would be like weight on it, but I'm not seeing any. So maybe that's not how it works. This rock will be the end of me. I can see the rock is now moving, but I'm still not underneath it. Okay, now I think we got it. Maybe got the rock. We'll see. Depends on if it lands in the bucket or not. I'm just, you know, giving you guys info. Okay, now we have the massive rock with us. Guys, we done did it. Here you can maybe see it. That big boy. We got that in there. So I'm hoping there's not like many ones that are larger than this one. If there's anything larger than this one, because this was already a challenge for me, so anything bigger than this will definitely be too much of a challenge for my skills. I'm also again curious, where should we put this? Because I don't think we want to really use like rocks, like especially this size, in any of the like filling. Because when you have like pipes and stuff, you don't want like rocks underneath, on top, or like nearby them, because they can scrape the pipes, and like on top of them they can like squash the pipes and stuff, because there will be always like pressure from the ground. But with stones it's like worse, because there's like sharp edges and stuff, so we wouldn't want that. So I guess we can again go in and yeet it on the edge of the plot. But yeah, you can actually see there, that hole, like that whole pit there, that was dug by my father with this Avant machine. So with skill you can actually use this for quite a lot of things, and you can like get a lot of things done with it. So So unless you're an amateur, these machines are really good. And maybe even as an amateur, these are better than, you know, trying to shovel. Although the depth we are going for, I think we're something like 40 centimeters of the like, so you could, I guess, shovel that. And like seeing how slow I'm doing this, it might even be faster for me to just pull out a shovel. But you know, there's no fun in that. There is plenty of fun here with this Avant machine, so we'll definitely be using this. So again, I'll go in and yeet the stone somewhere here. There it goes. Now we got rid of the stone. And then we have to get back. But yeah, I would be interested to see if there's like, because I think there's some speedrun stuff for like baking. I think I've seen like, is it even like Cutie Cinderella or someone that has done those like baking streams, and there's been like a speedrun aspect to it, like making a certain amount of cookies. But I don't think like speedrun like .com and those sites are too like happy with stuff that's just no IRL, especially when it's like, if it would be like building a certain type of shed, it wouldn't make like sense for people to try the same one in the future. So like not an actual speed run, but it would be nice to see, because we will like anyway, I think we will have it timed since we'll be doing it on stream. So there will be a, because right now there should be a like a clock, the local time on the top left corner, so you can easily see how long things take just from that. So you can, when we're building the shed, you can easily see how long it takes. So it would be nice to see how fast one can do it. Amateur can use Avant for brr noises. Yeah, that's mostly what I'm doing. So making noises for the neighbors. But yeah, I can't wait to show my, well actually we can now, I can show you guys the things my father dug. It was like in a few minutes he did this. Maybe we go a bit closer. Let's turn this machine a bit. But yeah, so the things you're seeing on my right now, so those he did without this bucket, but like a larger, like one that you can move around with, and he just went in an angle and used the weight of this machine to push it. And because we don't need it to be like too deep, because like I mentioned, we need to have it at an angle so the water runs away from the house, so it will be higher elevation on this front yard and then lower on this backyard side. Again, we go from far away here so that we get it aligned better. But yeah, I'm curious, I guess the depth is, if not already good, it's I think close enough, because we need to have it so that the depth increases when we go towards that side there. So we don't want this corner to be too deep, because then we would need to like deepen everything around it, or then we would just have to fill it. There will be we need to put in some gravel like underneath it, but not too much, and then we'll need to compress it. So those that have seen the previous streams know that there's like this compressor thing I've been using, so we'll use that. So one of those machines that goes and makes a lot of sound again. There's again some rocks in there, but I think they are quite a lot smaller than the previous ones. There's also some sticks in there. But yeah, we got pretty much nothing inside the bucket, so I think we'll try again. No, there's basically no point in driving back and forth, so we are here to do some digging, so that's what I'll be trying to do. Yes, it's a bit better this time. Not by much, but we got some with us. But yeah, I'm curious, guys, if you would prefer the camera to be on like a tripod to like show my perspective, or then like is it like third person perspective, I guess. So if you prefer to have it like in the previous streams, I've had it in like as in a tripod, the camera, and then you've seen like from the far away. I think it was last stream that when I had it like that, Citronelli was saying that it would be better to get it like from my perspective. But I guess here the limitation is that you're on my chest, and from my chest you can't really see the things I'm seeing. Not that well, at least. So there's a small bucket of ground again. Again, trying to align it so that I would be going mostly straight towards what I'm trying to dig. But yeah, I guess like you will get a sort of like a third person view when my father continues with this, so I guess we can have it like this until then. I think we would need to get it a bit deeper, because if we don't, we won't be having it like deep enough at the end of like the front side of the plot, so I think we need to dig a bit deeper. Your perspective is better. Even better would be to get it somehow attached to Avant so that we could see outside better. Yeah, I think I will need to research, because I know there's like suction cup thingies that you could use. I think I need to order some of those. The only downside of that is that if I then go around like show you other stuff, then you know you wouldn't come along unless I like had to move stuff around, and so for that it would not be as good, but we'll see. I think there is like room to improve for sure here. Guess I could actually maybe drop it here and show you guys Paukku, because I did promise to show you Paukku, so we could do that here. So we'll take a drinking break maybe. I think I have a soda here, but it's been going up and down. Maybe I'll get a new one, since I didn't drink any at all when I was inside the Avant machine. But yeah, so this is the machine we're working with. Let's hope the door isn't locked. Don't help, yeah it is. Gave me a scare there. But yeah, so we didn't get much done yet, but there's plenty of hours still. We've only been at it for like 40 minutes or so. Do you know, for 40 minutes you could definitely do that by shovel. so yeah, but yeah, I wanted to show you guys because it's not a bucket, it's like I could actually translate that, because I know there is like a proper word for it. Let's see for translator. Can I get because it's kauha in Finnish. So I'm just curious what's yeah, it's scoop apparently. I don't know if that's like a proper term for it. But you know, with the scoop, my father did this in like 5 minutes or so. So like already dug up somewhat a nice trench or ditch or whatever you'd call it. But just, you know, having this scoop. So that was a lot faster than what I'm doing right now, but I think for me it's mostly practice. So it's it's not that bad. But yeah, I will show you guys Paukku. For those that have been here, you've seen Paukku at my parents' place, because that's where I made it. So it's a caravan, but it's now made to be like a base of operation for the construction. So it has electricity. You can see an amateur made the wirings, they are all wonky. A professional then did the coupling. So the stuff that you need to have permissions for. So we have a working fridge here. So we get like cold soda. It's like ice cream scoop compared to the excavator. Yeah, actually it is. Yeah, the bucket size is a lot different, like the volume of it. But yeah, here's also the plan. So what we're supposed to be working towards. I don't know how well you can see it. Maybe if I tilt you guys a bit, I could show you like this. To me it looks like you can see it, but I don't know how like accurate is it to you guys. But yeah, so these SV110, these are sadevesi, so rainwater pipes. So they go alongside the main building, and then like I mentioned here in the between the buildings, the corridor here, it also has this rainwater pipe. So that's what I was basically here on this corner here. I was doing the whatever little digging I was doing it there. So there's still plenty to do, but there's already plenty done, so it is progress. But yeah, there's hardly anything valuable here because we don't want anyone to break into it, so we don't plan to have anything of value inside this. So no like power tools and stuff. So if you're planning on theft, no point, don't bother. You shouldn't. But yeah, so anything valuable comes along with us, but anything less valuable we can store there. But yeah, I will show you guys the pit again. So this is what my father dug with the Avant machine. And it's actually like really impressive how deep you can go with it. Of course you have to have like a ramp like this here, because you can't like go with the bucket. You can't really go that deep, but you can then, when you make a ramp like this, you can go quite deep. So the bottom here, it should be the right level at the moment. So we'll then go with the compressing machine. You've seen those before, so I have rented one of those, so I can then go around the bottom of it and like smack it with that. And then there's like this filter cloth that needs to be put there, and then we put in gravel, so basically that pile of gravel you're seeing there, so that's put in there then. So that's for like the rainwater and stuff. So when this rainwater hits the roof, it goes on these like rainwater collectors, and they end up in this gravel pit. So that's for like getting the water dispersed around the earth. So that's the point of this one. But yeah, so my parents commented that when they were building, because they built like a house when I was younger, that they commented that when they were building, there were none of these like complex structures and stuff needed. But I guess like some of it is like extreme, like somewhat unnecessary. But I guess in like certain areas they are necessary, and if you like don't make them mandatory everywhere, it's like hard to make them mandatory in one place, because people will then say that okay, they didn't have to do it, why do we have to do it? And you know, it's because of like ground being different kinds. Because if you have like a lot of clay on the ground you're building on, because you can see here we are mostly sand, so the plot we have here is mostly sand based, which is really good. There's some clay here and there, but for like water going through, it's mostly sand, so this place should be dry. But for like, if you don't make it mandatory for every place, then people living in like building on clay will be like, yeah, they didn't have to do it, why would we have to do it? And it's just, you know, to have the because like the purpose of a house is mostly keeping warm in and water out. so, so, so for the keeping water out part, you'd really like to have the underneath and around the house be dry, so that it doesn't like the moisture doesn't go inside your walls and stuff. So the biggest change compared to like our neighbors, because they were built in like 70s, they are a lot lower than what we'll be having our floor level on. So from the road you see there, we'll be going like I think it's like solid 80 centimeters or so, like higher. So it will be a lot higher than the neighboring houses. But that's just how we build like in 2020s compared to how we built in 70s. So a lot of the things have changed, like of course the building regulations and stuff have gotten more complex, but there are some reasons for it. So it's not all bureaucracy. But yeah, you can always argue that like it's the best practice we know now, and you know maybe in 20 years we'll be going and like repairing everything that's been built today because there's some underlying issues we didn't know. But that's, I guess, building in a nutshell. So you're only building for the best practices at the moment. There's no way to avoid it. But for me, I think all of these like what you saw, the pit in there, that's for collecting the rainwater and making it go into the ground like in a like organized way. I guess all of those to me make a lot of sense. So I don't even try to argue that we don't need these, even though we are in like sand ground. But yeah, one of the, like you saw in the previous stream, Tapio, the friend of my father's, he said that because we will be having here, they are called salaja. I think it was something like, was it under drain, I guess was the English term for it. So it's basically around the foundation of the house. Underneath the foundation there will be like pipe with holes on top. So the pipe has holes on top of it, so that when water goes from like above, it goes inside the pipe, but it cannot go like from like it doesn't leak from it. But then it takes it away from the foundation. And Tapio commented that there will never be a drop of water in any of those under drains around the house because of how like dry the ground around us is. And of course that's the goal. Like if that is true, then like all the better. But still, like it's better to be safe than sorry with these kind of things. So I'd rather put in the under drains and not have a drop of water in them than not put the under drains and have the foundation be moist or even wet. But yeah, it's a sunny day. It's also warm here. I think it's actually like a check, because I think it was like 9 degrees when I arrived here. It was like 8 a.m. or something around there when I came. But it's definitely warmer now already. I think it's forecast said that it will be like 14 or something. With the sun it's like 25 maybe. It feels like 20 at least. It's not too hot because of the wind, so I think it's like perfect weather for getting something done. Because there's like if it goes below, like above 25 or so, then it's like really hard to get anything done, since you're only like sweating just from standing up. But yeah, it's 12 degrees at the moment and feels like 10 with the wind, I guess. I'm trying to see if the forecast is saying that it will be topping at 15 degrees around 2 o'clock, so in 4 hours. In 4 hours or so. But yeah, I'm still curious where my ear protectors are. I guess I could maybe send my father a message that if my ear protectors are in there, he could bring them with me. I'll just type this message. It's hard to speak in English and type in Finnish at the same time. Now I'm second guessing what's the ear protector in Finnish. Kuulosuojaan, I guess. Oliko ne mun kuulosuojaimet siellä? Which translates to, are my ear protectors in there? Jos on, niin voisit tuoda. If they are, you could bring maybe, I guess is there. But yeah, I tried to call my father earlier because I was having trouble connecting the hydraulics. But he didn't answer, so I'm assuming he's already in the meeting. But yeah, I was just having the hydraulic stuff the wrong way around, so luckily I didn't do any damage because I wasn't like trying with force, because I've seen him do it, so I was like, it doesn't need any force, so I just, you know, tried it one way, and like with the USB you always do it the wrong way first. So then I twisted it the other way around, and then it went inside. French drain, trench drain, blind drain, rubble drain, and rock drain. Okay, so those are all the... Is that Salaoja, I'm assuming? I think I found like an under drain as well, but maybe I made that up. But yeah, I guess I'm not sure which one of those I would be like, I would want to save in my vocabulary, because French drain somehow sounds weird. Like, why would it be French? Have they invented it or something? Trench drain also, well, maybe that would work. Blind drain, I guess, again, is a weird one, but I guess I could see why, because you don't really see in it. Rubble drain sounds like you have it filled with rubble, and that's not the goal. And then rock drain to me sounds like something completely different. But yeah, I guess as long as... Yeah, Saloy, according to Wikipedia, French drain was the main one on the article. Okay, so maybe it could be that the French have invented it or something. That could maybe explain it. But yeah, I guess I'll have to start using that one then. But yeah, I guess my pronunciation of anything is like up to debate, like if it's French or French, like how different is it when I say it. But I guess since both of them work, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, there's one issue we have. So you can see here on the left, that's for the central heating, and then there's the cold water, and it goes on the right, so to the main building. And on the right there, it's off by like a meter. So we need to dig that up a bit to get it closer to where it needs to be. So unfortunately, when we did with the excavator, I think I pointed the place where it needs to be, and then the excavator dug around there. But because it's like always like in a circle, like the diggings, and then we just put the pipes on the outer edge of it instead of like where it was the point. So that's why it's like went too much to the right from this, if you're looking from here. So we need to take it back a meter. But yeah, I guess luckily there's plenty of like height we can still use, so you can move those pipes inside like any of the gravel and sand that we'll be having. So for that it doesn't need to move that much, but we still need to dig it up a bit. I think I'll hope my father can do the digging, because I wouldn't want to do it myself, since there's a risk of smacking the pipes. We won't want that. But yeah, this is my breakfast. I have not eaten anything yet today. I'm actually curious, like how will I do with the lunch and stuff, because I'm alone here. So one option would be to order something, but then like another option would be that when my father comes, he could bring in something as well. We'll see. We'll see what I end up with, because I don't know what time my father will arrive. So that's again more like one aspect to it. But there's like delivery stuff that can bring in. I think both Foodora and Volt. So those are like Finnish. I think it's like DoorDash basic, but here in Finland there's only 2 companies doing it. I think Volt is something that maybe rings a bell to like foreigners as well, because I think that's in other countries too. I don't know about Foodora, if that's it could be that it's in like Sweden and Norway or something, but those are the 2 delivery options we have in Finland. And of course, like the restaurants depend on what you have hereby and which ones have contracts with them, but there's plenty to choose from, like hamburgers and pizzas and stuff, and Chinese food and whatnot. Because you know, the other option would be to put the stream on BRB and to go for dinner, like for lunch. But still, I would need to like pack everything up, and that's like the part I don't know. I'm not like anticipating, like looking forwards to. So that's why it would be easier to just order something here. I think at some point I will get a microwave here, because I do a lot of food prepping. So even now I would have had like boxes of food in the fridge, in like glass jars, like pasta and stuff. The pasta I made last time for food prepping didn't really work out that great. There was too much pasta and too little sauce, so it came a bit dry. But still, I would be like, in the future when I was working here alone, I would have the option to get some like heatable food and just have a microwave in the paukku in the van and heat the food in there to not have like to go anywhere here. Anyway, from here you will become increasingly more hungry as the stream goes on. Yeah, that's the I guess that's an actual valid problem we will be having, because I am known to get hungry, like really hungry. So not even not as a joke, that's a possibility we'll have. So I will fight you guys. Let's put in some like debates and I will just fight everyone. Just on like a principle I will start fighting because of being hungry. But yeah, so the next, like the actual work phase will be after we dig these things up. We'll have to put some gravel underneath, a bit of gravel, and then we'll use the compressor. So again, one of those shaky things that are like heavy, sort of heavy. This one I think it was 96 kilograms, so it's not as heavy as the previous one I had, but it's pretty much the same weight as the one I had first. So if you were here watching the streams when we put in the sewage pipes, there I had like this, it's called a barrel one because it's like shaped like a barrel, so it's a round one. So I had one of those and that was I think 96 kilograms or 98 or something, so just below 100 kilograms. So I used that to compress the earth. And now I have the same weight, but this one is not a barrel shape, so it's like a square one. My father said that take a square one if possible, and they luckily did have a square one there. I don't know if it would have made a much difference if it was like a barrel shaped for like the trenches we're making here. The problem I think we might have with it is if it's too wide, because I think it's like 40 centimeters or so wide, so we might have to widen the trenches we're making. But we'll see. But yeah, at some point I might put you guys on a tripod for the simple reason that then I will have my arms basically free. Because right now I have this Bella box, so if you go on like the stream description, there I have listed all the gear I'm using. So the Bella box is for passing the stream live image to a computer that then streams it forwards, but this is in like a small machine. So if you like Raspberry Pi or something like those things ring a bell for you, it's like a similar setup. So it's a Radxa 5A was the computer name, but that thing is in like a small bag and there's a cable going for the camera. But this bag is in like underneath my armpit on my left side at the moment. So when I'm driving with the Avant machine, it's not in the way. But if I need to do like shoveling and stuff, I then guess it would be a bit hard with the bag slinging. So then we might not have this first person view when we'll do shoveling. But yeah, there's some stuff we could also, well, I guess we could wait for my father to start working on those. There's like a table we bought, like a small one, but it's a heavy one, and that's the point. Because then I bought is it a rebar, I guess? So one of those irons you put in like to strengthen concrete. So I guess that's rebar, I think that's the word for it. So for twisting that rebar. So there will be like a heavier table, and then there's like this metal thingy that has like this handle that you can then twist them. Because you need to have them in like 90-degree angle and stuff. So I could work on that because I do have the table now, and then I bought in like bolts that I can bolt the twisting device on the table. So that's something that we could work on if my father then drives the Avant machine. Depending of course if there's like the earth compressing stuff and those kind of things that I could still do. So depending on those. So there's plenty of work to do. So I'm assuming there will be stream tomorrow. I will have to ask my father because it depends a bit on him as well, like at what time and if he's still available tomorrow, if he has any meetings and stuff. So those kind of things. I see we have a follower. Thank you very much. We have lurker friendly follows here, so I won't be calling you out, but thank you very much. This is for the. This is now I think this will be a mix-up of like my summer car and then is it the house? Wait, what was it? Landlord special or because they're like amateur construction, which we'll be having in the future. So it'll be a mix-up of those two. But yeah, we're happy to have you here. Also, Bogus is here. Hello. It's a lovely day. I did put on sunscreen. You might be wondering why I have like long sleeved shirt, and the reason is that I don't like to put on sunscreen, so I don't have to put it on my arms if I have a long sleeved shirt. I rarely use long sleeved shirts, even in like winter times. I don't think I own that many long sleeved shirts, but this one is the Type King shirt, so it's a branded one. But unfortunately, if you're on my chest, you can't really see if it's a Type King one or not. And even like without, I have this like harness on that has the chat phone on, so I think it blocks most of the logo. So even in like a tripod setting, I don't think you can see much of it, unfortunately. I would need to get my father and everyone else helping here some Type King merch as well, so you could see them better. But yeah, for Bogus, we did some practicing with the Avant machine. I think we'll continue with it soon. And then after my father arrives, I'm free from trying with driving the Avant machine, and hopefully he'll continue with it, because there's still a lot to dig. But like I mentioned, from the front of the yard, it doesn't need to be as deep as from the back of the yard, so towards where we are right now. So from the front of it, it doesn't need to be that deep, because there will be a lot of like ground on top of what you're seeing right now. So on top of what the level you're seeing here, there will be a filter cloth, so like a cloth fiber, whatever you'd call it, and that is to prevent the gravel that then will be put on it to mix with the sand, because the gravel we put on top of it will be washed. So it will be washed so that there's only gravel between the sizes of 6 millimeters to 16 millimeters, and the point of that is to prevent water going upwards, because like you might be familiar with this like capillaric, I don't know if that's a phenomenon or whatever you call it, but you know, the way that water can like go upwards in like certain types of materials like straws and stuff. You can have like a multiple of smaller straws, and when you put it on water, the water level rises above what the surface level is otherwise. So to prevent that, so you don't want that moisture to reach the bottom of the building, so you don't want that on the foundation. So that's why there will be like a, I think the minimum is 20 centimeters. I think it was drawn on the plans that it will be 30 centimeters thick, so there will be 30 centimeters of gravel. I think we'll play it safe and get around 40 centimeters of that gravel. So there will be, like I said, the cloth, the fiber cloth, that will be a filtering one between the sand and then the washed gravel. And then on that gravel we'll have the foundation. And then again, I think we discussed with my father that, you know, doing the filling, so because there's like the foundation, and after the foundation you will have a bit of the wall, and after that wall you have like the floor level. So between the floor level and the foundation you have to fill it with something. And it's more expensive to fill it with the gravel, because the washed gravel is, since it's been washed, it's a lot more expensive than basically having something like sand. And again, with sand there is this benefit of when you're doing the piping work inside the building, in sand it's easier to dig around, because in gravel, even if it's like smaller gravel, it's still a lot harder than you know, sand. Anyone that has ever shoveled anything knows that, you know, gravel is a lot harder than like shoveling sand. So we were discussing that we would do the filling with sand. So again, we need to have a filter cloth then to prevent the sand from going inside the washed gravel. So there will be like a padding of 40 centimeters of washed gravel to prevent any moisture going like from below upwards. And then there will be more sand to fill the rest of the building. So that's I think in somewhat far future. At the moment feels like in the far future, but we'll see. It depends, I guess, a lot on like how fast we'll get along today and tomorrow, and I guess like around the weekend, because I think we'll be here during the weekend. I at least can be, like, I don't know, I don't think my father has anything, unless he has something he needs to work on back home, but we'll see. But that's why in the Discord I can actually put the command here, so there is a Discord you guys can join if you like, because that's basically the only place to get up-to-date information on the schedule, because I've not done the Twitch schedules yet. The reason being that the Twitch schedules need to be, how do you say it, reoccurring, I guess is the word. So if I put in that, okay, there's a stream on Monday, it assumes that there will be a stream on Monday every Monday going forwards. And for now, I cannot, like, I have no idea when I'll be here next and like when we'll have time to work on it. Because like obviously I want to be here as much as possible, but then being here alone with this Avant machine compared to having my father drive the Avant machine, the difference in performance, in efficiency is like massive. So for that reason it would, at this time at least, makes more sense to have my father here alongside me. So that's why I can't really say when we'll be here, since I can't know for my father's schedules. But I'm hoping there will be more streams tomorrow and then Saturday, maybe even Sunday. But then again, I would assume that maybe Friday and Saturday and not on Sunday, but we'll see. I'll let you guys know when I know myself. But there's like a whole separate channel in the Discord for the schedule, which I think at the moment only has this Thursday stream and then question marks for the rest of the week, but I'll edit the message. I'll edit it when I know for the days to come. But yeah, any updates on any of the stuff you've been doing? I know Bogus has had an interview at some point, but have you had any others or any updates on those fronts? But yeah, I have to say I'm a bit like anxious about the pipes and stuff being on the plot. Like I would like to have them underground, since it's harder to steal them when they're underground. They are not that valuable, so I don't think for people to like the risk of getting caught, I think outweighs the benefit of like stealing one of those, because they are not that valuable, but still like they're next to the road here, so I don't want to say it, but I think it would be somewhat easy to load them up. Although there are like people passing along this like quite often, because it's quite well, it's not like a busy street in that sense that like it would be disturbing people living here, but there's like a lot of people living here and cars going this way and that. So again, I think the risk outweighs the benefit, since they are not that valuable, but I would still prefer to have them underground where they belong. But yeah, I guess I'll take the soda inside the fridge, because I didn't drink a drop while I was inside the Avant machine, so I don't know if I will do that again. So I might as well keep it cold. So again, I will show you paukku. For me, the ceiling height is just a bit like short or low. Hello Nat, how's the Avanting going? How do you pronounce that? Avanting? But yeah, I will show you first this is paukku. You have seen, I think Nat has seen it many a times, but I will show you first from the outside. So we're here on the plot. We have finally got it here. But the Avanting is going slowly. I have to say I'm more of an amateur than I had assumed. But you will see some professional driving when my father arrives during the afternoon, I hope. But yeah, so this is the caravan project I built at my parents, so we finally brought it here on the plot. So it's a base of operations. There's nothing valuable inside it, but there's a fridge, so we have like cold drinks. And I was already discussing earlier that I could have like a microwave here too, so I could then heat food and stuff. So I could food prep here. What's the weather like today? Today is actually really pretty. It will be the warmest. It will be like 14 degrees. And right now it was 12 and it said that it feels like 10. But the sun is quite warm, so I would say it feels like almost 20 or so. But it depends on the wind, because there will be like gusts of wind here and there that, they are a bit colder. But all in all, like I have this long sleeved shirt and I'm thriving with it. So I don't have a jacket on or stuff. I would go on like a t-shirt on this weather already, but I don't want to put sunscreen on my arms, so that's why. That's why I use this long sleeved shirt when I'm outside, like here. But I was actually thinking I might have to get some gloves, because I don't want to burn my hands either. So I think we'll go for gloves next. Very magnificent, and with cold drinks. Yeah, because we had like is it a cooler, like one of those bags that you have just like frozen water in there to keep it cool. So We had those earlier, but you don't have to bring them with when you have electricity and working fridge. But yeah, now I'm slightly worried because there's the sign. You can see that white sign there. That's doxing me. So, so I'm gonna go and get some gloves. Hopefully the car is open. I don't remember if I locked it or not. But I'm trying not to video the sign. You can see the gloves are there. I will turn you guys so that you're not seeing, hopefully. Wait. Ah yeah, we got trolled. I found there were 4 gloves, but they are all of the same hand. So there were 4 gloves of like left hand. So finally found a working pair. But yeah, hopefully I didn't show you the sign. I was thinking of relocating it, but we'll see where we put it. Because in Finland, when you start construction, you have to have a sign of like what's the building permit and stuff. So that's why you have to have a sign. But it has my name and the address of this place. So it is doxing worthy showing it. Yeah, our beautiful paukku looking absolutely magnificent. Yeah, I also like the color. It's the same color as my parents' house. So that's the reason we ended up with the color, because they had extra of that same paint. So there was like no contest on what the color should be. But I think like if I had to like choose, I would either go with something like this or maybe a bit darker even. Because like blue is my favorite color, so it's not far from it. But there was also, I can show you, there was an accident when we pulled the paukku in here. I can show you pictures, just a second. So when we came from here where my van is right now, so on that hill that comes like downwards a bit, this is what, can you see it? Maybe you can. But can you actually? Maybe you can now, yeah. So two of the planks on the back of it just ripped out, because it was so steep, and because of like how Avant pulls it, it was in like quite an angle, because it's like the tip here that you attach it to is quite high compared to like a car. So that's why Avant, when it pulled that one, it broke it. So you can see maybe you can see the paukku missing 2 of his, or days. I don't know if paukku has any pronouns. In Finnish you don't even have pronouns, so for me those are really difficult. But yeah, so the bottom 2 planks here ripped away, so I had to attach them again. But you can see this list here, or whatever you call it, this thing here on the corner, that also split in half, so I will have to replace that whole thing. But yeah, that's the first accident we had. It also broke from there, so I guess I will also replace this one. I don't know if this one split all the way. I don't think it did. Only split from like that corner there, so we'll see if that can be fixed with paint and stuff. But this one definitely needs to be replaced because it split all the way. Yeah, we have pronouns, but not gender. But yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry. Yeah, what Eguna said. So there's only like once for everyone. No gendered ones. But yeah, so that's the story of how paukku arrived here. So we were also like laughing with my father that if someone tries to steal it, like good luck with that, seeing how hard it was to get it here. So hopefully, of course, no one will even attempt, but it was funny. But we also, during like transportation, that upper part here also folded a bit, so we had to reattach that as well. So there were some complications when we were getting paukku on the plot, but it is here, so we have a base of operation. There was also some trouble during, I think it was weekend maybe, when we got it here, that the fridge didn't fit through this doorway. Yeah, it was a very treacherous journey, but yeah, it only gets better, because when we got the fridge here, because it's my brother's like old fridge, and he was like, yeah, you can have it. It doesn't, like, you can have it, like, I don't know if it's ours now, but at least you can have it like to use. So it's here now for I don't know how long, hopefully very long, since you have to remove the door to get it out. So we had to remove the door, and the hinges here started wobbling afterwards, because I still don't know how they have been attached, because when I bought this Paukku, like the project starting, it was only like thin foam, so basically insulation, and the door frame was already in it. So only thing like for the door that I have done is this paneling in front of it, and then like this one board in the inside as well. So those are the only things I've done. So I have no idea how the hinges have been made, but I don't still know. I still don't know how they've been made, because the screws on the hinge here are like loose. So I had to put in another one, but now it works. But like beforehand, the door was sacking quite a lot. It was really hard to open it because of like the weight. So when it was like this, the whole weight went underneath it. So you had to like try to lift it while you pulled it. So it was quite a journey to get it work again. But yeah, so that's the story of how Paukku is here now, and we have a base of operations for this building project. But it's really nice since we have electricity here as well, so that will help a lot. The only thing we would really need right now, or like, well, not right now, but in the future, is the water. So getting that connected, but we'll see. I don't actually know what the process for that is, so I have to ask around. Your brother is quite generous. First the sauce, then the fridge. Yeah, he has a lot of extra stuff. So when he bought the house, so he lives nearby here, and all of the buildings here are from the 70s. Like I mentioned, the neighbors are from the 70s. And the building here was also from the 70s, but there was mold in the front side of it, so they had to demolish it, and then they sold us the plot. But my brother's place is also from the 70s, and the original owners then went to like retirement home, and they left quite a lot of furniture and tools. So all the saws you have seen, like I've borrowed and stuff, they are all from like the previous owners of the house my brother lives in. So he like hasn't really gone through all the tools he has and stuff. And the fridge he wanted the one with like a freezer as well. So that's why he bought a new one, and that was just waiting in the garage for someone to use it. So I just asked if that's, because I already knew that we will be starting building at some point. That's why I quite a long time, like already in advance, asked if we can get that fridge when we start construction. So he has basically been saving the fridge in his garage for us. But there's lots of stuff in the garage, so I don't think it has been that much of a like bothering having it there waiting for us. But yeah, I then again, of course, all the tools I have, he has been borrowing here and there stuff, so it goes both ways, of course. But yeah, so I managed to pull out the corner stick here. I don't know how. What did I do with the Avant to do that? It's beyond me. So that's the biggest achievement from our Avanting today. So we got that corn stick out. But yeah, this is what I've been doing mostly today. I will tilt you guys a bit when I tilted myself actually. But yeah, I can actually show you again the pit my father dug, because it's an impressive one. So here you can see what my father dug up. I think it was last Thursday or so. I was supposed to stream then also, but it was me mostly driving around getting this and that. So, because me streaming and me driving don't really match. Like for two reasons. One, if I'm alone, I can't read chat, because you're not allowed to read chat while driving, and obviously wouldn't do that even if you were allowed. And then another thing would be how would you hide the video when you don't want to be shown? So you don't want to like dox yourself for the location and stuff. So driving on stream is quite hard. And then again, like if I'm going from one hardware store to the next, it would be like a lot of BRB screen, because I don't want to be filming inside hardware stores. I don't think they like even allow it. Maybe if you would ask in advance, maybe they would, but a lot of hassle for if I just, I would be like, okay, you need to get this one, okay, I'll go, and then like start calling, can I come in with the stream? so yeah. It's also different now. Great to see the progress. Yeah, there has been quite a lot of, because for me it's like hard to see, because for me I've always see like what's ahead of us. For me, I think that's a skill I need to learn, is to like appreciate what's been done already, because there was already quite a lot of work with the sewage pipes you can see on the plot. So that was what what was here when the excavator was digging. Those streams were probably content-wise quite shallow, seeing that it was just like a tripod on one edge of the plot, because I didn't want to film the excavator driver, the operator, too close. But yeah, that was like a major milestone already to have these here. So these are, the grey one is cold water pipe, and then the black one, the larger pipe, is for the central heating. And then the ones you can see, the grey pipes with the red caps, those are sewage. So there's like one sewage here for the main building, and that will of course be going towards wherever it's needed, but that's like inside the building then. And these two are for the garage. The first one here is underneath the garage part where there's like the cars, and then this one here is for towards the toilet and stuff, because there's like a bathroom in the side building. So that's for that. And there again you can see here's the central heating, and then there's two grey pipes. So both of these are cold water. One of them is from where we actually get the cold water in, and then the other one is to link for the main building, so that we have cold water both in the side building and then the main building. So that's why there are two here, two of those here. But yeah, I guess we could continue with the Avant machine. Although I have to say, unfortunately, I can't put the camera any better than, so it's again on my chest, so the visibility is not great. So I need to look up some ways to make it so that you can be attached to somewhere, like on the window here. Again, I will bang quite loud. Actually, I could maybe mute you guys, because the door is really loud. Okay, we should be back. Okay, I guess we are. So yeah, I tried to look out for your ears. But yeah, it's again warmer here inside the machine, because there is no AC, so air conditioning inside this car, or like this machine. That's one thing my father said that he regrets not getting, because you cannot get it like afterwards. So it would have to have been like installed during like the manufacturing of this machine. So it's too late for that. I'm curious, what should I have the rounds per minute at? I think previously I had it at 15, so like 1500 rounds per minute. I guess that will have it there. And I feel like I've again forgotten all of the controls for it. But here you can see on the side, that's what we're working with. So there's like a joystick, and then there's two different like knobs. But yeah, so I guess the question now is like, what are we trying to aim? What is the aim here? But I'm curious if we should make it a bit deeper. I guess we could, just to be safe, because there is, like I mentioned, some gravel will be put on the bottom of these. So for that reason, I guess we could go slightly deeper. Let's see if we got anything. Okay, I got something in it, not too much, but there's again some stones in it, so I'm debating whether or not I go towards the end of the back of the plot to put them out, or if I just empty it here on the pile, which I have been emptying it earlier. I guess these are not too large, so we could put them here. We should have a stream from Avant store. Yeah, we'll have all the salespeople tell about the different models and stuff. So yeah, now I'm just dumping the ground here. I don't know if you can see it that well. Maybe if I put it upwards a bit. Now it's empty. Oh, there, it's empty now. But yeah, how are you guys? Again, trying to drive it slowly so that I don't hit anything. Because you know, hitting any of those pipes with a machine, even though it's not like extremely heavy, but still like, I think it's something like was it 1,800 kilos or something. So compared to like what the pipes weigh, these are like heavy machinery. Nothing compared to the excavator, because I think that weighed like 24,800 kilos, so like 15 times more than this one here. I'm again trying to align the Avant machine so that I'm around where I should be digging. It has been quite gloomy weather here, but the sun came out this afternoon, so I went on a nice walk. That sounds great. What's the temperature like? Because gloomy weather to me sounds like it would be like cold as well, but knowing Australia, I don't think you guys have it cold there pretty much ever. From what I understood, cold is not really a thing in there. But yeah, here it has been like the weather has been like has improved dramatically from last week. Because last week was still like spring weather, but now I would say that this is like summer weather already. Or like really close at least to summer weathers. Because it's not like 20 degrees yet, but not like too far from it either with the sun. Trying to see what I have scooped up, because I think there's again like branches and stuff. You guys know we don't want those. Oh, there's a massive rock again. Can't believe this. I will show you guys. Maybe, if you can see it. There's a... Maybe you can see it now. There's a massive rock in it. That was actually caving quite easily, because the last rock I tried to get in was like a trouble and a half to get in inside the bucket. So I think we'll go and eat this outside of the plot, so to the back of it. Cold and rainy, yet still it ends up being 23. That's mad. That's crazy. That to me sounds like Amazon or some like rainforest type of thing. But I guess they are like 30 degrees and over, so I guess it's still like mild compared to those. But yeah, still sounds crazy to me to have like 23 degrees in like springtime. Because I guess it's like spring for you guys. Oh wait, no, fall I mean. Like towards winter. Yeah, let's go and eat this towards the back of the plot, because we don't want to reuse this kind of ground with like branches and larger stones. I practiced driving to the shops and found a store with fake Labubus. What do you mean fake Labubus? How do you know they were fake? Are they like branded as Labubus, or are they like copycats? So like similar but not the same, or are they actually trying to pass them along as Labubus? Because that sounds like piracy stuff. Can't believe this. But yeah, now I will need to decide, how do I empty this? How far do we go? Guess we can extend the beam. Tends to be very cold in the morning, then heats up. Yeah, we have the same. Like during the night time, it's really like a lot colder than it is during the daytime, of course. But then again, with like the nightless night and stuff, I don't think it's as dramatic as it would be in where you are. I saw the packaging was off, Detective Nat on the case. I see, yeah, that's interesting. Oh yeah, I need to probably lift this thing back so that I don't smack the ground on accident. And I can actually pull it forwards as well. No reason to drive with it extended. But yeah, this is the amateur driving the Avant machine. As you can see, the ground is getting quite bumpy here already, because I think we've been driving too many times here without like adding any dirt on the soft spots. So I think my father will drive through those soft spots once and be like, okay, I need to do something about it, whereas I'm just going going with the bumps. But yeah, I guess I'll again take the long way to there so that I can get it aligned better. Because like I mentioned previously, the weak point or like the downside of this Avant machine is that you can't move the beam on like sideways. Because if you could move it sideways, you could then just dig up and move it somewhere. But now you have to like drive around when you dig something up, so that makes it a bit slower. But for like holes this deep, it doesn't make it that much slower, I guess. Extended boom. Yeah. This is some fascinating work. Yeah, I guess like seeing what my father does with this will be, I would consider that fascinating. I think my amateur attempts are not that fascinating, but it then could be just me saying it. For me, at least. What the fuck is a labubu? Yeah, that's a plushie. It's a plushie you can gamble with. So they have these loot boxes. You don't know which one you get. Is that? I hope I'm correct. I think it was Labubu that has these loot boxes. Is it not? Nat knows, of course. Those pop-mart bunny-looking stuffed animals, they are trending right now, I guess. Yeah, okay, so Shemham Furaki is knows exactly what we're talking about. Yeah, so that's my understanding as well from Nat streams. I've seen a lot of Labubus. To me, they are creepy. But it's to their own, I guess. Yeah, gambling bunnies. Labubus are my children, yeah, so that's one way to say it. So yeah, they are basically loot boxes for children. And gnats, of course. Children and gnats. Can't forget gnats. I'm a bit worried, since I know now that Shemham Furaki is here, because he operates heavy machinery on the daily basis, like as his job, so him watching me fail around with this was not on my list of things that would happen today. There's again a massive rock here somewhere. Can't believe this. Guess we'll try from further away. I can actually see there's like plenty of, well, not that large, well there's one larger one. I think we could maybe try to get it from a different angle. So I'll pull up the beam and reverse a bit to get it from the different side. I maybe can show you then what I'm talking about. But yeah, again, it's really weird like turning this machine, because it turns from the mill, as opposed to like when you're driving a car, with a car it turns the front wheels and not like the axle when you're sitting on. So it's a different experience to driving a normal car. So it takes getting some used to how easily it turns. So maybe now I can show you guys. There's a stone there, maybe you can see it. So I'm hoping to scoop that up. Children and Nat. My mom calls them big teeth when I send her photos. Yeah, that's actually on point. Gotcha stuffies, yeah, exactly. We got some fake ones on our trip to Canaries as well. Okay, so they are like, well, of course I would assume, since they are like apparently quite popular, because I think Nat explained on her stream that there's like scalpers and stuff, and there's like limits on how many you can buy and those kind of things. So there's like more demand than there is supply, so that would of course get all the piracy people out and about. So I guess it was only a matter of time how long until the pirated products come in. Trying to scoop the rock in. Skibbity scoobity. There's another rock, it seems, but I think I got the first one. I'm debating whether or not we drive it to the edge of the plot. I'm not judging. I think you're saying that. I get I'll get a comment at some point after the stream that you're like, can't believe you've done this. But yeah, we have the stone with us now, but there's another one we unearthed at the same time, so there's a lot of stones too. A lot of stones ahead of us. Yeah, it's useful, but I bumped some things with rear end of a loader at work. Gotta remember that the rear is also moving. Yeah, I guess that's like, it goes sideways so easily, so if you're in like a tighter spot, you need to be mindful of that. Because unlike a car, you can't really move sideways, but with this one you kinda do move sideways a bit. So, that's one thing to note. I'm trying to see where the larger holes were, like the bumps were on this. So there's one, I think there's another one there. I think we are just going over it at the moment, no avoiding it. Maybe it's like underneath us so that it didn't bump us too much. But yeah, I'll again drop the stone here at the back of the plot, because we don't want to use anything this large when filling. What happens to the stones once you get them out? So they're basically here on the back of the plot, so there's plenty of them here. But the reason why I'm dropping the larger ones is we don't want larger stones on top of our on top of the pipes and stuff. So this is mainly just filled, because there's quite a lot of elevation towards the back of the plot. So the more we fill it, the more level the ground will be. But of course, the more of the ground we put in here, the more we need to get from somewhere else. So there's some piles around us with hopefully less stones in them. So there pretty much nothing happens to them except that they will be there for filling the backyard. But the reason is that when we have pipes, we don't want to have stones on them or like directly underneath them, because they can pierce the pipes and like put uneven pressure on them. So you never want to have stones like sharp or not sharp nearby your pipes, pretty much of any type of pipe, so whether it's a rainwater pipe or sewage pipe or any kind of pipe. But yeah, I guess you have plenty of space at the plot, so not much of an issue compared to workshop conditions. Yeah, we have a lot of space to like move around here, so that's not, we are not like working in tight spaces. So if we were, I don't think I would be like practicing here at all. So then I would just wait for my father to come in, do the driving, because he has like more experience driving in narrow spaces. Because as you could see at my parents' place, there's like one way of like an asphalt road, but there's not this much space around anywhere. And of course, after we have the house here, we don't have that much space like around the house either. But right now there's like ample space everywhere here. Only things you need to avoid are the pipes sticking out the ground. My future garden will be full of stones. Yeah, the backside of the plot, so where the gardens will be, there will be a lot more stones. But I don't think plants really mind. Like I guess for like plants and stuff, they could even be beneficial, because they somewhat keep the ground where it is. So for that reason, it could be. At least I don't think it is an issue for plants. If anything, it could be like a good thing. Again, I'm not sure what should we have as the depth here. Whether we are deep enough or too deep, or if we should go deeper still. I keep rolling that one stone. Yeah, we got actually quite a good bucket full of stuff, so this might have been my best one yet. So don't know if you can see how well it's filled, but it has more stuff than my previous ones. But yeah, I guess there wasn't any larger stones in here, I don't think. So I think I will just flop it to the side here. So there's some stones on this pile already, but they're not that big, so I guess if you are just mindful of them, you can have them around the pipes. As long as you know that they are not just, pipes are not laying on them and stuff, so. Otherwise I think the ground looks good. There's one stone in there, can't believe this, can you see it? Can you actually see it? Maybe now. Can't believe this. But yeah, it's a smaller one, it doesn't matter. And again we need to... I guess for me the hardest part is reversing it so that I like align it straight. So I feel like I have to go like so far back to get it. So if it was like a tighter space I would be in trouble. I'm also thinking of like going and moving that larger stone by hand, because it's like awkwardly to the side now. Guess we could do that. Because I do have my gloves on and stuff, so might as well. Although that means we'll have to close the door again. But yeah, it's a lot cooler here outside than it is inside there. Oh, wait, is this too heavy for me to lift? It is somewhat heavy, I have to admit. Maybe we'll have to put it in the hole and hopefully Avant will pick it up. Because now it's in there, so maybe I can now scoop it up. Because I think this one's again the size that we will take away. So we don't want any larger ones in here. I feel like I've gotten better at getting inside the machine. Sorry about the smack. Because I was hoping that there would be like a handle at the back of the cabin so that I could pull myself from there, but I've gotten used to the one handle that there is. Okay, so now we need to aim it so that we get the stone with us. We'll see how this happens. We'll see if we get to work. I think we scooped it. I done scooped it. Very nice. There we have it. The smack is not that loud. Okay, very nice. Camper is looking good. Yeah, actually I can show it to you in a bit when we'll have another break for drinking. I could actually maybe open the, because I know you can open the window a bit. Let me see if I get some cool air from there, because you can see the side here, this one opens, so you can close it and open it, so I think we'll leave it open. The sound is a bit worse though, I have to say. When you open it you can hear the engine sounds, but I don't know if you can hear it, if it comes through, if it's like loud for you guys, but for me it did get a bit louder. But yeah, the smack from the door is not that loud. That sounds good. Very swiftly done. Yeah, actually I might be improving in this. Who knows, maybe I will be a not so amateur Avant driver in some time. But yeah, again, like I was already thinking like earlier when I was discussing starting this like construction project, that whether or not one can do this by themselves, and like how can you do this without like education and stuff, and for like driving these machines and stuff. But there's like hardly any schools for driving these. So you really basically just have to start driving them and you learn as you do it, so it's not that... These aren't supposed to be that complex that you need like a degree for them. So it's mainly just experience. So we can extend the beam again. Oh wait, we're quite high on the beam, so I guess we can pull it downwards a bit. There we have it, neatly on the pile again. Not really much of a difference in voice level even if window is open. So you guys, okay, that sounds good. Guess we can open it then. Because I think we have the noise cancellation on the that I have on the microphone, I think is like good enough for these kind of sounds. The sounds that this makes. Yeah, I'm guessing I should maybe go make a spin with next to the Pauku machine there. The window closed on itself. Turn was so, the angle of my turn was so deep that it opened the window. But yeah, now I'm slightly worried that I smack Pug with the bucket, so I'll try to be careful. Because I know, like, even a slight smack will make a huge dent in the panels. So I definitely want to avoid that. Here we go. But yeah, I'm actually curious when my father will arrive, because I think it's 11, I guess. I can see it's 11 now. It's almost 11. Because I know it will take him like something like almost 2 hours to drive here, so whenever his meeting ends, it will be like an hour and a half to 2 hours before he arrives then. Actually, I have to check if I can I lock this window somehow. So I feel like it shouldn't be waving like it does now. I think this one here is for completely losing it. We don't want that. Oh dang. Oh dear. But yeah, I guess what I'm assuming is that you would get it further than what it is right now, but maybe not. There's like steps to this. Can it go further than this step here? I don't want to break it. But we will leave that as is. It's just that it waves a bit, so I'm curious if there's a way to lock it. But yeah, we have this earth compressor at the back of the van, so that's what I went and rented. That knows, because I had to leave her stream early yesterday because of that. So I'm just waiting for someone to arrive so that I can lift it, because there's no way I can lift it alone. It weighs 96 kilograms. So there's no safe way to lift that kind of weight. Even if you're like, yeah, you have to lift it with your legs, not your back, I don't think a thing of that size can be lifted safely alone. So I'll have to wait for my father to arrive. You could lift it with this Avant machine, I think, if you change the bucket we have to something different, but there's no way I have the confidence to do that with this amount of experience I've had. I'm still curious if I should go deeper on the, because like I mentioned earlier, if you go too far with it, you can't really go back to where you were before, so for that reason you would need to know the depth before you go too far. So it might be that I just go dig somewhere else so that my father can then fix my mistakes, because you know the daily goal is to learn to use this machine but to not make any mistakes, so for that goal it would be beneficial to just go practice somewhere else. There's again some stones, I guess, somewhere here. Okay, we got somewhat a small scoop this time, but it could be better on the elevation this time, so not complaining. But yeah, I guess time-wise it would have been pretty much the same doing this with a shovel than I'm doing it with the machine. But that's only because of my efficiency, not because of the Avant machine. So no fault of Avant's, but only mine. So there's quite a lot of ground already in there. It just looked like it wasn't full. It wasn't too bad. Not too bad. But yeah, Semhan Puraki, are you going to work or are you already at the work site? Because I think, or was it next week that you'll go? Actually, I think it might have been next week you mentioned. Again, trying to align it. I don't know how straight my ditch will be. I feel like it goes from left to right, but we'll see. Again, I don't think I want to go too far because I would like to rather have the correct elevation. I'm just checking that I'm not on the marker stick. Yeah, I don't think we want to go too much deeper from here. So I'll just scrape the surface if I can. There we go. We have another bucket. I think this one is again quite full. Currently at home planning to make some siskonmakkarakeitto. If only police brutality was here, because that's another sausage type, another sausage word in Finnish. If Nat is still here, you can learn another food in Finnish. So siskonmakkara is one type of sausage. The direct translation is sister's sausage, which might sound wrong, but that's the direct translation. I don't know how we say that words to study. Yeah, it's a soup of kind. It's like a sausage soup, but it's I don't even know what kind of sausage. I don't think I've had it too often. If there's someone, maybe Semhan Puraki even knows what sort of sausage is a sister's sausage. But yeah, Finnish fresh sausage soup. Google told me that. Okay, because I know fresh sausage could mean like a lot of things. So but yeah, it's a certain type of sausage. It's always the same kind. So it's like I assume it's made like in a certain way. So like certain spices and all that stuff. So that's to make a sister sausage. Smooth pork sausage. Okay, maybe that could be used to find what it's about. I don't think I've had it too often. Maybe at school at some point, but I've never done it myself. I don't even actually know why. I don't think well, again, I guess like soups are not my like biggest favorite. So how would you say it? Like my preference. Like any kind of soup. I think pea soup for me, and then like salmon soup are the best. But yeah, I don't really do other kind of soups that much. And pretty much the only soup I make myself is salmon soup. So not a big fan of like minced meat soup and stuff like that, since I know those are like popular here and like commonly made. But yeah, we're again trying to smoothen out the elevation of this thing I've dug up so that it would be somewhat of a trench. But yeah, we can also have like a break so that I can show Semhan Puraki what the caravan paukku is looking like while you're still here. Lift it a bit, then I guess I'll just drop it here. There we go. Yes, I guess I could move it to the spot where we'll continue then. Could also then check my messages if my father has answered anything, because I don't have any. Even like an estimate, I don't have any from when he'll be arriving. Because I mentioned earlier that I could like order food here, so that's something I could do then. because it's already 11, so I guess it would be good to eat. So I'll just drop the bucket here, turn off the machine. So I will go and show the polku for you guys. So we've gotten, I think it has improved quite a lot from what it was like starting out, because now there's like a, I think it elevates the correct way, so it should like go upwards towards the front of the plot. And when you see like the depth of these guys here, so if we want to align it with this, I feel like it's getting there at least. If it's not already there, it's getting there. But yeah, the reason I wouldn't want to go like too far with it, because if you want to go then deeper, it's hard to have the tires on each side, because you can only go so far with the bucket. So you can't really like go again to places you've been to if they are too far away. So you need to be careful with overextending with these. But yeah, so for Semhan Foraki here we have the Paukku, and for others that have joined we have this caravan. So this is something I built at my parents' place, but we finally got it here. And we have a fridge, so we have cold drinks. When you will join us here, Semhan Foraki, we have some cold beer in there for you. And then from the front side, so that's where the electricity goes inside. So we have electricity in there, and it's coming from the central electrical box there. So that's like a big improvement, because we were bringing in like cold drinks with like those like frozen packages and stuff, so that they would keep cool. But having a working fridge is a major improvement. They are easy to make, so as a father that gives me more time to play RuneScape. I see. So yeah, that's why you do soups a lot. Yeah, I'm no father, so I don't know about that. But maybe if I ever will become a father, I will also start making soups to have more time to play RuneScape. Otherwise, I would just order food if it was just me. 5/5 would have a beer break in there. It's actually also cool here, because there's so thick insulation. I think it was like was it even more than 4 centimeters of the thin foam, so insulation board, like between the walls and the outer panels. So it's a lot cooler here than it is outside. We'll see in the summertime if it keeps it or not. I guess like having the door open will like be counterproductive for keeping it cool, but we'll see in like the harder heats that if we then close the door when we're not in here. But at least at the moment it's a lot cooler here than it is outside, which is nice for like having a break. Yeah, then you will start making soups. Yeah, I guess that could happen. Yeah, I can see there's a logic behind it. But yeah, I'm still thinking of getting a microwave here so that I could heat food. But I guess for now I could order food here, so I will have something to eat. I will just have to decide what I'd like to eat, like what would be easy to eat here. Because there's only these like deep kind of plates. There are no utensils, so there are no forks or knives or stuff. So either the food I order has to have them with them, or I don't know. I guess that's pretty much the only way. So let's hope it's something that can be eaten by hand. So then there's some plastic utensils with it. But yeah, as I mentioned previously, there's nothing valuable stored here, so that's to avoid people having the motivation to break into it. The only thing right now valuable is my streamer bag, so this is the bag that you guys go into when the stream ends. So all the gear, but that's something I carry with me, so that won't be here in the caravan when I'm not here. But yeah, it's a warm day outside, quite pleasant weather. So we can again sit down. I'm curious on if there's like a lot of people ordering at this time, because it is like lunch hour at the moment. So there could be some, I don't know, queues for the food, so we'll see. But yeah, I guess I should open the apps and see what are the options. Because like yesterday I checked up on the apps a bit, but naturally since it was like late, all of the places were closed, so there was only like you can order in advance and stuff. but maybe if I check now, I should have all the options that are actually here. So let's see. I'm also trying not to dox my location, so that's why I'm trying to keep the screen so that you're not seeing it. Actually, I could close my soda bottle first. But yeah, I'm planning to do some food preps. I already have like glass jars at home with like food in them, but there's no microwave yet here, so I can't heat the food, and I'm no barbarian that eats them cold. I know some are, so can't believe some people are like that. But yeah, there's some pizza places are being advertised to me, two different kinds actually two different places. Then there's like a, I guess that's another pizza place, but it's advertised as a fast delivery. Then there's at least I think 4 kinds of hamburgers. Wait, no, 3 different kinds of hamburgers, and then Subway. Then there's Chinese food, another Chinese food, and then there's donuts. let's go for donuts for lunch. No, just kidding. That would be crazy. But yeah, I'm still thinking, what would it be? What would make sense? Like, what would be easy to eat here? Because if I go for hamburgers, I think it would be Burger King. Because that's from the options I have, I think that's the best one here. Sorry for not talking so much. I'm trying to see the options of from the Burger King, because there's like, it's so confusing with the application, because there's like, this is an offer, this is not, and then there's like how long it takes, how much it costs, and then there's like these coupons and stuff. It's been ages since I've used this app last, so to me all of these prices seem like a lot, but I guess it's because the delivery company takes quite a cut from the price, so they need to take their share. So I guess that's why. I could also maybe go for a pizza. That would be easier to eat, maybe. There's a good pizza place quite close by, but they don't have like any of the delivery places. Minced meat from the store and eat it raw, easy and cheap. The thing we're trying to avoid here is going to a store, because if I were to go to a store, I could go as like through a drive-through or whatever. Like, that would not be the issue. But the problem is me going driving, because that's the easiest way to dox yourself, is to start driving. Because like I mentioned, I could easily go like through a drive-through somewhere, like that would not be an issue. It's just that how would I hide the camera, like hide your view of like when we start driving, and at what point would I like then show it again and all that stuff. That would also actually be a nice adventure as well, like if I would just tilt the camera, but I think it would need to be tilted like towards my crotch and stuff, so like here. So I don't think that would be like a nice, guys, we're driving. Look at my crotch. so maybe not. But yeah, unfortunately the best pizza place around here, they don't do delivery, so they are not on like Foodora and stuff. So unfortunately that's not an option. But I guess pizza would still be easier, because in Finland you have like 2 different kinds of pizzas basically. So you have like these artisan pizzas, which you like closer to the Italian stuff, and maybe like to a proper pizza, and then we have like mayo stuff, which is like farthest from an actual, like a place that you would actually consider a pizza. I think like Italian people would get a stroke seeing our mayonnaise pizza stuff, so I could maybe go for one of those to shock you guys. Those are like, yeah, känkky is exactly the word for it. So it's not really called a pizza around here, at least. It's like there's like a separate term for that, since it's not like an actual pizza, but more like an abomination. But yeah, there's like one called Mörkö, which is like a boogeyman. Pizza is called one that is called boogeyman, basically in Finnish. and it has kebab meat, minced meat, reindeer, pineapple, and then house mayonnaise. So I guess I could go with that since it has reindeer, and I think that's a exotic thing for you guys. Well, at least some of you guys. I'm trying to see if there's anything I should. There's like a normal one which is 16 euros, and then there's the family size which is 32 euros. But I don't feel like a family right now, so I think we'll go with the normal size. I never do the family sizes anyway, so. But yeah, these are quite expensive now that I'm seeing it. It's like 16 euros for the pizza, and then the total is like 22.59. So I really need to start doing the food preppings if I'm to have any budget for. Any budget for building. There's like instructions. What should I do? Empty plot. At the back of the plot. I think you can type these in English because the couriers are sometimes not fluent in Finnish. I don't know what to type here. Empty plot, I'm here. Waiting. I'm here waiting. Maybe I put it like this. There's an option to leave it at the door. Do we do that? If I order my favorite pizza through Volt, it's plus 50 euros. That's madness. 32 euros, no, 22.59, so like just under 23 euros. But yeah, it's still a mad amount. But yeah, now it's just asking how do I pay for it. Maybe I have to add some kind of way for it, because I don't think they do it as a charity. Anna lähetille tippiä. I didn't know you have to tip them as well. Oh damn, I didn't know that tipping culture is coming for Finland. We haven't had it before, I don't think. Guess we'll go for it. I will name this as my house, which I think is quite far-fetched. Sak will eat our house budget, yeah. That is exactly what's happening here. But yeah, I guess the tricky part here will be me going to get it, since there's again the sign that will dox me. So we don't want to show that one. And then of course the guy delivering it will be also there, so we'll see what happens. There's so many steps to this payment process. I'll check the messages if I missed any soonish. Okay, so maybe that should be done now, I guess. Let's see. Proceed. Okay, so now I've ordered. We'll see what it's like. We'll do a food review then. One less room per pizza, yeah. Yeah, Kenke Best, 32 euros. Yeah, I fixed that, I guess. So 23. But still, for one pizza, that's like outrageous. But of course, it's like the delivery and stuff, so that's what not cost it. The pizza itself was like 16, which again is quite expensive. If I were to go there and buy the same pizza, I would assume it's something like 12, 13. But because of the platform, takes a cut like 20% or something. They have to increase the prices. Let me check it real quick so I'm not lying. Yes, I was thinking that sounds a lot, but yeah, 36 euros. Yeah, because I think I know what you mean. I think I've heard it like what you do the order, but that's like I would never do 36 euros for one pizza. Like never, because then like you can start calculating how much time does it take to go and get it yourself and stuff. So it might like if you start calculating your like pay to yourself for like going in and getting that pizza, like 36 euros is a lot. The most I'd pay for a big gourmet pizza is around 30-35 or so. That's fair. Is that like AUD? So 30 to 35 Australian dollar dues. Yeah, Super Milano with garlic. Yeah, that's I knew the one you were talking about from San Milano. Yeah, one less room per pizza. Yeah, unfortunately we are done one room already, and with seeing that we have not done a room yet, I think we might be losing too many rooms to get anywhere from the foundation. We'll see. Yeah, 35 odd is heaps for a pizza, but I do prefer the fancy ones and get at least 2 meals out of it. Yeah, the sizes are here like the same. The sizes are like massive, especially with the Kankky ones. So like I mentioned, there are like two types of pizzas. It not like all around Finland, but here in like the northern parts, there's like these mayonnaise pizzas are more common. I don't think they're that common in like in the southern parts of Finland. But here we like split them, and so that we like most people call both of them pizzas, but like if you want to be specific, you can call the mayo one Kankky. So for those are usually like larger in size, since they are mostly like the cheapest ingredients and just the size and quantity, not so much the quality. So for those you can easily eat more than once. But for like artisan pizzas, it would depend, I guess, on the size, because there's not that many places that do like proper Neapolitan stuff and those kind of pizzas. So there are differences to it. There's like this huge franchise, like a Finnish franchise that pretty much everyone in Finland knows, which is Kotipizza, which is like home pizza. So that's like a franchise restaurant that has pizzerias in like all of the cities around Finland. And they are, I think, on the borderline of like having like an artisan pizza. So they are like better in quality than like the cheapest kind, but also like not really anything to write home about. But yeah, 36 euros still is like a mad amount for one pizza. Like, because I think again, like if you order two, it would not be like 72. Like it doesn't double the amount, because it's mostly like the delivery and the like the distance and stuff that goes in it. Because I think the pizza itself, was it like 18 or something, or was it 20 around? Like, because there's again they have to increase the price because of the delivery increasing it. They are usually at least stable quality, not like Kankky places. Sometimes you get shit, sometimes good from those. Yeah, that's exactly, I think, that's why I think Kotipizza, which is again the franchise in Finland, making pizzas around everywhere in Finland. I think that's the reason they survive, is that you know the quality of them, because they use the same ingredients throughout. They have the same suppliers for those, and they are basically all done in the same template. So no matter what city you're in, you know what you're getting when you go to one of those. So that's, I think, the reason they survive. So they are always of the, I would say, like in an upper quality level. So they are quite good, but it's just, like I said, nothing to write home about. But there's no risk involved when you go to those. So especially people that are like traveling a lot and stuff, I think they frequent those places. But I don't think I think it was just recently that they announced that they are no longer using Finnish meat. So for like expense reasons, they are buying the meat from outside Finland. So that's, again, for me at least, it's like a reason not to use them, since there are places that do use Finnish products. It's always better to support the locals. 35 AUD is heaps for a pizza. Yeah, I think I read that already, but yeah. But that would be like, wait, if it's like 1 to 2, is it? I don't actually know what's the current conversion for AUD to euro. I will check it up. let's put in, maybe I will put in 35 AUD too, if I can type, that is. Because I'm curious if like food in there is cheaper than in here. It's 20 euros. So yeah, it is like expensive. Pizza here would be 35 AUD. Because I don't think like many places, many restaurants have list like on the menu the prices would be like up to 20 euros for a pizza. But it's like, because of, like I said, the pizza I ordered was 18, and the reason for that is because the place I like, the food or app, takes a cut. So that's why that's 18. I guess when I go to the restaurant and order the same one, it's like 14 or something. So that's because of the place taking a cut. So it's not about the restaurant, but the platform that they are making the orders or the deliveries done through. But yeah, if it was like on the menu 20 euros, that would be like a extremely expensive one, I would say. I'm just curious if I get the message or something when it's nearby, so that I would know to go wait for it. I guess I will maybe put a glove on, you guys, to block the camera for the duration of me getting the pizza box, so that I don't have to film the delivery guy. But yeah, it's saying that it's being made at the moment. So in the restaurant they are making my food. So yeah, I guess here we would have like maybe 20 minutes of time to work on the Avant machine, but I don't know. The problem is that if I'm in the Avant machine and the guy comes in, there's no way I will like see or hear him. So I guess it will be better to just wait him out. But yeah, it's warm. It's warmer than I'm used to. I also put in sunscreen, so I'm hoping that will protect my face. Maybe I should wear the gloves to protect my hands as well. What's the UV levels like in Australia? Because do you have it like in like weather forecast and stuff, that it shows like how intense it is? Because I think ours it said like UV3. I don't know what that means, but I think Elina knows. She follows those things. So I'm just curious if you have like the same sort of, I don't know, standards, or what would you call it? But just so you do like, did you put sunscreen on your neck also? Yeah, I did. People here should definitely pay more attention to UV and sun safety. Okay, yeah, so yeah, I would assume like you guys have it like harder than we have it here, but I'm just curious if you have it like, if it's shown in like forecasts, because I think here it does. So you can see, I think it was 3 was the level. Maybe Egguna, as she's here, maybe she can tell what. From. Wait, did we disconnect? I don't know why we disconnected. We are already back, so I guess it was something interesting. So yeah, I was just asking if UV index 3 means, is it bad or not? Like what's the index like? Is it from 1 to 10 or? Yeah, okay, very good. Very good. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think we've had a few of these like abrupt disconnects. 3 is low. Okay, so what's high? Is it like 9, or what's the scale like? Because I'm again curious, like if Nat goes in and checks like Australia side, if they have the same index, what would it be like there? Because I know like the angle of the sun differs quite heavily, I guess, from being in Australia and being in here. Of course, depends on the time of the year as well. But right now the sun is not above us, but not too far from it. And during summertime, it's mostly like circulating above us, so not moving that much. Well, not going too low, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Which is nice when you're, for example, driving, because during like springtime and fall time, both of those I hate, because like when you're driving and the sun is like on your eye level, that's the worst. Nat is saying it's not really something we pay attention to, but I got an app recently for it actually. It says this week the max is 5 every day, but not sure how accurate that is. Okay, I see, yeah. Yeah, so it would be I'm assuming it's still the same like index. I would hope that they would not like invent new ones for every country. Most websites say moderate. Yeah, but if 3 is low, I guess 5 would be moderate, assuming it goes to something like 10 and not being like 1 to 5. but yeah, because I think in Finland it gets like worse during June, I guess, and like July. Ikkuna, I think, can confirm. It's when possible, but I have to have it on my neck and face and on my ears, especially on my ears, because my ears do burn easily if I don't have anything on it. Let me check, we are disconnecting. What's this? Guys, what are you doing? Can't believe this. I'm gonna check the computer what it says about the Bella box. It seems that it like recovers quite easy, like quite nicely from when it does disconnect, but still. I don't see any. Low is 1 to 2, moderate is 3 to 5, high is 6 to 7, very high 8 to 10, and extreme is 11 and above. Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. Yeah, that's good to know. Because I've seen the UV index, but like now knowing what it means it makes sense. Well, you can't really do much with the information of what it is if you don't know where are we moving with it. During winter time the index stays quite much zero and I still use sunscreen on my face. Yeah, you can get like reflections from the snow and stuff. So from the snow I meant, I don't know if I said sun or snow. Hello. Oh, actually I'm seeing the temperature is quite high now for the Bella box. That's actually interesting because we've not had it like heat up before. I don't know if it's like I would need to check up like what's the temperatures that it can get to, because I don't think I've seen it that high yet, but then again I have not like checked on it too much. But it's like next to me, like on my body, so it's not. So it could be like it getting hotter than it would need to. Maybe I'll open it a bit so it gets some wind in there. But yeah, we had some brief disconnects there. It should be live now. I think I saw it was. Yeah, the last message is live, so it should be live. Yeah, I'm still happy with the setup because having I will turn like this so that the wind gets inside there. Hello. But yeah, I'm happy with the setup because like I can see immediately when it disconnects, and of course I still like you guys putting in the F in the chat so that I definitely notice it. But I also like the way that it can then like reconnect, because if I had to do that manually every time it would be such a burden, especially like if it breaks out like this in like a few seconds. It would be a pain to reconnect every time. But yeah, I can't believe this happened. But yeah, I will see if I can get some logs out of it, because it would be interesting to see if it says something like, okay, it's too hot or something. If it gives a reason for it, that would be interesting to see. Because I have already like thought of putting in like a cold pack next to this Bella box bag I have, so I could put it inside one of those cold packs to make it cooler during like the summertime. Because I think previously when we have streamed it has been like around 0 degrees, so there's never been an issue with getting it too hot. But yeah, I can't believe we've already been streaming for 2.5 hours. Time flies. Yeah, I was thinking I could either put you guys into BRB for the time I get the pizza from the delivery guy. That could maybe be easier than putting the glove on you, because I don't know about the glove. Putting the glove on you guys, if that's a good idea or not. But we'll see. Because I do have time when the delivery guy comes in. I only have to type in !BRB. That should switch you guys to the be right back screen, and I will only be there for like a minute or two, how long it takes me to get the pizza in my hand and back here. So it gets to 10 to 12 UV in Australian summer apparently. Okay, that sounds mad. So if like 11 and above is extreme. I wonder what we get in here. Maybe I should Google it. UV-indeksi Suomessa. Mitähän mä tuohon? What should I put in there? Täällä on, it says that the UV index highest value in Finland is 6 to 7. And it can be achieved in the southern coast midsummer midday. So yeah, we have like half of what you guys get, so you guys definitely need the sunscreen more than we do. But yeah, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't use them. It's just that you guys need it. Yeah, I just found the same article. Yeah, I did some fast Googling. But yeah, I guess we can sit down. It said that it's still being made, so the pizza is being manufactured. Prepared, I guess, is a better word. Manufactured sounds like it's in a factory somewhere. Who knows, maybe it is. But yeah, I put my gloves on again so I don't get that UV on my hands. I'm also the kind of person that doesn't like my hands getting dirty, so I don't mind wearing gloves when working on pretty much anything. But I guess I will have to get my hands dirty at some point during this construction. I think I already have had to do it with the pipes and stuff, so when we were digging those pipes and stuff, so I don't think I had the gloves on at all times. But yeah, I know there's some people will come in like, yeah, soft hands with the gloves on and stuff, but yeah, I don't care. I would rather have my soft hands than dirty hands. Manufactured sheet metal pizza, yeah, they would just roll it out of the factory line. They will put the reindeer on it and then the end of it will just squirt some mayo on it and put it through the blast furnace. Yeah, internet says there is barely any UV radiation in Finland during winter time. Yeah, that's what I would assume. Like the angle of the sun is so like steep, I would assume that it would be harder to get. Because I don't know, but I would assume the UV rays, they go like pretty much in a like straight line. So if you get like a tint of sun, I don't think you get all of the rays from there. But right now you can like basically see the sun, so I assume that's why we have the UV right now. But yeah, what's the last pizza you guys have eaten? What are the toppings? We don't have any daily questions or any redeems or stuff, unfortunately, not without the. I think it opens with the affiliate, so everything opens at that time if we ever reach it. I'm hoping we do. I'm confident. But yeah, we could have like daily questions of like what have you eaten and stuff. We also we have talked about the redeems, and Nat, you have always the option to redeem whatever you feel like, but I guess like the talk Finnish and stuff. Opera Special Classic. Okay, so for those that don't know, I think Opera Special Classic has tuna and is it pineapple and then ham? Does it have like salami or like pepperoni? I think there's, because I know there's like Opera and then there's Opera Special, but I'm not sure what's the difference. I'm just basically guessing here. It's also interesting to see like Special Classic, like both of those. How can it be both? Oh, you mean that's a classic? Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, I noticed there's this. It's not a dot. It's a. Well, yeah, I ate pizza margherita. I see. Yeah, special has mushrooms in it. Oh yeah, true. Depends where you get it, but mine was the Atria frozen pizza. I see. Yeah. I guess there's some like small differences to how Opera is made, like Opera Special. Yeah, Special has mushroom in it. I don't think I've ever had. I'm not a big fan of mushrooms, to be honest. Like I don't mind them in some places, but I rarely put. Well, I could say I never put it in any of the foods I make, so it doesn't really add anything to mine. So I don't think I would order one with mushrooms if there were options without. In Sweden, Opera Special has bananas in it. You can't be serious. I know they have banana pizzas, but surely not Opera Special. That can't be true. I last had a chicken and garlic aioli pizza with peri peri base. I've heard of peri peri, but I can't like I don't know what that is. Because I think I have like searched it up at some point, but I have to say I'm blanking on what that is. That still sounds like an extremely exotic one. Although like chicken and garlic aioli is like basic stuff, but like the peri peri basis sounds interesting. Never seen opera special with mushrooms personally. Yeah, that's what I'm also thinking whether Shemha Foraki is trying to pull a quicker one on us. Opera special from Lidl has mushrooms. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess the opera special is not so much a standard as I thought it was. With you guys, some saying that. Okay, so it's also another thing in Australia, opera special. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. I guess it's like one of those things that you can like everyone has in their menu, but there's like no direct rules on what it has. But yeah, that's like I think maybe all of the pizzerias here have an opera special for one reason or another. I don't know why. Like, what's the history behind calling a pizza that? But I think the most famous one is again from the Koti Pizza, which is like the franchise, and I think they have like tuna and salami and ham in it. I don't even know about pineapple. I think it does, but I have to say I'm not 100% on it. But yeah, again, I guess everyone can make their own and call it opera special. So the strat for this pizza stream is now to sit and talk about pizza so as to not break anything. Yeah, I think the daily goal was to practice Avant and not break anything. And you know, we have done a little bit of practice, and as long as we sit still, we're not breaking anything. With the pizza, we might be breaking our arteries, but, and also our weight losing goal. I think we're breaking quite heavily with the pizza. But other than that, I don't think we're breaking much with this. so yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, that is true. So for the daily goal, we are doing a lot just sitting here. But yeah, I will show you guys. Then you will see a kankky pizza, which is a abomination of a pizza for I think anyone outside of Finland, and maybe even inside Finland. But soon we will be breaking bad in that camper. Yeah, we need to pay for the food deliveries somehow. So the stream will be me in like underwear making crystal meth. Because you know the place here is similar to what they had, you know, in the middle of desert. Because we have a sand, we have a pile of sand here somewhere. So it's the neighbors are quite close, but maybe they mind their own business. We're in Finland after all, so it might be that they just mind their own business. They don't mind me making crystal meth here or whatever it was they were making. I think it was that they were making in Breaking Bad. My brother has studied chemistry, so I will just have to. I will have to ask him for some help getting started. And I have also like played a lot of Schedule 1, so I know I have to buy some Coca-Cola, and I don't want to say of the other stuff because there's some shady stuff in that game you mix in with the. You looked really good last week, forgot to tell you. What do you mean? Oh yeah, we did see in person. I think that's what you're referring to. I was thinking like on stream or what, because yeah, but you mean in person, I am assuming. But yeah, my neighbor was also saying that like a lovely, because we live in like a block house right now, so in like a apartment. So I was coming from office. I was in office on Monday, and I was coming from there to continue working on at home or remotely. So I was walking towards my flat, and the neighbor, like a grandma from the, I think some floors above us, was walking their dog, and they like talked. We always talk when we see each other, so just some like small talk we Finns normally don't do. And she was like, have you started working on the plot already? And I'm like, yeah, we have like small stuff, and we have like gotten some stuff done. And then she was like, yeah, you've lost a lot of weight. So, and she was like, yeah, just make sure you eat. So I was like, yeah, I still need to lose a lot of weight. Like I'm like halfway where I'm hoping to be. But yeah, apparently you can see it then. For me, I cannot see it. But then again, I'm hoping you would see it, because I like start of the year I was like 115 kilos or something, and I'm around 107. So like 8 kilos I'm hoping would show somewhere. For me, I cannot see it, of course, because I like see myself on the mirror daily. So I would need to have like pictures to compare to. But of course, people that see you rarely, then they easily see it. Cops pulling up 15 minutes after you buy precursors. Yeah, I think there might be some snitches, snitches around here. The the pheasants will be the ones snitching. They will be screaming that he is the guy. Yes, the guy. Grandmas speak the truth. Yeah, I think they have an eye for that kind of thing. Especially, grandmas are the ones that usually make sure that you're not losing weight. So they are making sure you're well fed. So they could be that too in there as well. I was looking at pictures from Vauhtijuoksu last year and noticed the difference, especially then. Yeah, I would assume that, like, because then I was also like, I think I might have been even heavier back then. Because like a year from now, I was maybe approaching 120 kilos. So I think from those pictures, it will be like visible. I'm hoping at least. Well, you did say that it is, so I believe you. I believe. Also, I cannot see if Citronelli has the sword, if you're a moderator or not. I think you should be, but it could be that this chat program I'm using is not showing. It could be that. This wild as I know, Saku has lost weight but cannot see it as I see Saku so much. Yeah, that's the same issue I have. That I'm seeing myself daily on the mirror doesn't really help with it. But that's also like for people thinking of like losing weight, that's one of the biggest like challenges with it is that you can hardly see the progress yourself, and not seeing the progress is like demotivating. So you have to just trust the numbers, and of course if you take like before and after pictures that helps as well, but even with like the pictures there's like angles and stuff that you can like easily fool yourself with. So yeah, it's not easy to notice when it's gradual. I also see how much older my parents are getting now that I only see them like 2 to 3 times a year. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, I've also noticed the same. I've lost some weight recently too, and aside from my parents telling me at the scale I can't see it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. And I've also heard like people that, for example, like me, that have been like, well, I would say overweight, because I have been overweight for most of my life, but like a bit, it depends on how harsh you want to say it, like whether it's like chubby or not, whatever the word you'd use for it. But from what I've understood and what I've heard from many sources is that you will feel like it even like when you're in like healthy weight and like lose a lot of weight, you still see yourself that way. So that's a mental thing that you need to work on. So when you have the scale and you see the numbers are there, you have to like realign your mind to it, since like you're saying it's really hard to see with your own eyes. You have like the mentality that you're still thick even if you're not. So that's something that, well, we first have to get to the weight, and then we have to convince ourselves that this is it. Chad Saku incoming. I hope not. I don't think we go that far, but we'll see. But one thing, I guess, one issue I might have with the weight is that if I'm only looking at the scale, and if I'm working here, well, if I'm working with Avant machine, I don't think that does much. But if I'm working with my muscles, it could be that like not all of the weight like loss will be like, it could be the amount I lose weight could decrease because of muscle increasing, and we all know that muscle weighs more than fat does. So if you get like some muscle and lose some fat, it could be that even your weight could increase. So those are some pitfalls of just like looking at the scale. And there's of course like people that shouldn't look at scales, so those have that like eating disorders and stuff. So those are another thing. I have noticed my clothes fit better though. Yeah, that's one thing I'm hoping, because I bought a lot of t-shirts. They were supposed to be the same size as what I usually wear, so double XL, and they were really tight. Like to be that size, they were extremely tight. So I'm hoping at some point, because I have not been wearing them that much, so I'm hoping at some point that when I do like wear them again, that they don't feel like that tight. So that would be like a win for me. I'm sure you will notice the change in breathing and moving and stuff too. At some point, focusing on weight won't be helpful. Yeah. At some point, I will have to like just forget about the scale, or like maybe if I do go to the scale, I will just make sure that it doesn't like start ramping up again, because it is a slippery slope for me at least. Like the issue is not so much what I eat. Like of course, if I now order the pizza, that's like a unhealthy stuff. But like most of the stuff I eat is like low calorie stuff, like not so much by design, but mostly because like it's like low fat cheese and stuff. So the stuff I eat is mostly not the calorie heavy, but it's the snacking that I do. So mostly like candy and stuff. So lollies for Nat. So that's the thing that keeps me on the heavy side. So that's the thing. As long as I mostly keep out of candies, I think it will not be too hard to maintain the weight I'm in. But yeah, that's the real struggle. Yeah, I think people do waist measurements, etc., to see what's not on the scale. Yeah, I think those would like benefit me as well, because then I would not be limited to only the scale. Because like I mentioned, with the scale, there's some pitfalls like muscle increase and stuff like that. So I would probably need to do that as well. Like after, before and after pictures would also be good, and again the measures. But I guess with the measures, you would need to make sure that it's always from the same spot. And again, like all of the, like you might be bloated and stuff, so you would need to do it like at the same time of the day, even if you do it like weekly and stuff. So same as with measuring, you should do it as consistent as possible during the same time, so that as your weight fluctuates during the day, so you don't want to have that in the measures. But yeah, we just went into a whole weight losing discussion. Hopefully that wasn't triggering to anyone, because I know there are people that suffer and struggle with it more than I do. I'm also checking if there's some updates on the delivery, but I noticed I have an email here. I'm checking what's this about. So it's about the foundations, because I did ask for an offer on because there's like pre-made molds, I guess mold is a word for it, that you can use to make the foundations, and it will like save a lot of work. So for me, I think for the price of them, it makes sense to use them. So that's why I'm checking if we have orders from them, because yesterday I was actually mentioned to my brother and his girlfriend that I got an offer, because I asked from the manufacturer directly. So I sent an email to the manufacturer of those foundation molds, that how much would they cost delivered here. So directly to the manufacturer who makes them. And then I sent the same sort of offer, like asking for an offer. So I guess like a quotation requirement or whatever you call it. I sent the same kind to 2 different hardware stores. So somewhat that are nearby here. So because I was thinking, because I got like some offers from manufacturers already, and the delivery was like 700 euros. And that's like mad. Like I do understand why, because if the truck drives from like southern Finland, of course there's like hundreds and hundreds of kilometers and stuff. But I was thinking like maybe if I get it through a hardware store, they have like deliveries to the hardware store, so they would like get the stuff along with their normal deliveries, so that they it wouldn't be $700 from there to here, but only like whatever the delivery would be from their side to this plot of land. And the funny thing is that one of the hardware stores already answered like maybe an hour later than the manufacturer did, and the offer was exactly the same. It was not even the same. It was the same like offer, the same email and all. So they just had the same. They just forwarded the offer from the manufacturer. But yeah, my father is calling me. I will answer him. Moro. Täällä tontilla mä oon striimaamassa. Niin, pyörii. Joo, kyllä se toimii. Niin, mä tilasin pizzaa, niin mä ajattelin, että mä otan, että se tulee ja sitten jatkuu taas vantteluun. Onko sä mihin aikaan tulossa? Joo. Joo. Jeps, nähdäänpä sitten. Noniin, moi. So yeah, there was some unredeemed finish time. I was thinking of muting myself, but I don't think there was anything. Because I know that there wasn't anything dogs related. There's a cat. There's a cat roaming on the plot now. I think it saw me and it's like, oh dear, I'm not supposed to be here. But this is a different cat than I've seen before. Because there has been like an orange cat here somewhere as well. But I think I might have seen this one earlier here as well. It's a pity that people keep them out. Because you're not supposed to have a cat free roam, because it eats all the small birds, basically. That's the downside of having cats in the wild. But there are some, I think it's like, it splits many of the cat owners here in Finland whether or not you should keep them. Show cat. I have to walk towards it. Did I not already show it? Where did it go? Might have already went. Wait, I almost walked into the pit. Let's see if I can find the cat. It went to the road and I don't think it stayed around. Did you see it? I tried to stand up to show it. I'm not sure if you saw it on the stream. It was a black and white cat. I don't think it's anywhere here anymore. I think it went to wherever it came from. Can't believe you missed it. I'm quite sure that it's on the stream. If you take the clip, I think there is a, because it was right there next to the pipe with the blue stuff. So it was on the grass on the edge of the road here. And then it walked towards the center of the road and then went somewhere, wherever it came from, I think. Oh, I will kidnap someone's Mew Mew when I finally move in. Will take in every free roaming cat. Cat looking at the biggest litter box in the neighborhood, like. Yeah. Of course, if you have like a cat in a leash, that's a different thing. But yeah, these two guys I've seen here are free roaming, and they do a lot of damage to the, because they are like killing for joy, not for need. So that's like another reason. There's like, since they are not like natural predators around here, the birds and stuff, they have nothing to defend against cats, so they just get murdered basically. So that's that. But yeah, you got some free finish time from me calling my father calling me. But yeah, I was explaining that there was like the foundation molds I ordered, or well, I asked for a quote, so an offer for those. And I asked for 2 different like hardware stores and then from the manufacturers directly, and they just forwarded the same offer from the manufacturer. But then again, even the manufacturer said that the billing would be done through a hardware store. So I guess that's a good thing. So we now have a hardware store to do the billing for it. But it was funny to see that it's the exact same documents. So they didn't even try to hide it that it's the same one. But yeah, we'll see where we ordered them from. But yeah, let's see if I missed any messages. The freight is nasty for heavy stuff. Yeah, I think it was like 520 kilos or something total, so it is heavy. So that's, I guess, the main reason for the price. There was a small difference between, because there's like 2 different manufacturers that have answered me. The other one was like 440 and the other one was like 700. But it could be just because of like them being like located in like different places in Finland. I would assume they're in like different cities, so well, of course I know. So yeah, that's probably the reason for the differences in freight prices. I was too slow. You need to check the VOD. I think there's already like a VOD going on. I think you could maybe check it from there. We have to take a clip from the cat, because I know there's another one. There's like an orange colored cat here as well. Cats do a lot of damage here, but I'm full of joy to see them. I've seen one recently on a leash. Yeah, I actually read that. But yeah, I think, for example, Citronelli, I think you take your cats out in a leash. Or do you still do that? I think you've at least done it, but I think your cats are traumatized from the outdoors to some extent, I guess. We let our Sphinx go outside on a leash, and now he's always trying to run out when we open doors, etc. Yeah, I guess that's the downside of like showing them the outdoors, is that they are like, yeah, I want to go there without the leash. Because I can see like for the cat, it's like seeing that there's hardly any dangers. There are some, I think, in Finland. There's like some wolves have eaten, I guess. I've even heard of like fox eating a cat. I think it needs to be like a smaller, maybe a weaker one. And then there's like the wolverine, so ahma in Finnish. So I think those eat cats as well. So there's some animals here that can like mangle and or kill a cat. So like a house cat. Depends of course on like how much of a house cat is it and how much of like a feral cat. So how experienced it is in the wild. But like I mentioned, the small birds are the ones suffering from people keeping the cats out, letting them free roam. So I guess like most of the like animal sanctuary type of things here, they also like provide people with like traps that you can put in. Like they are not like traps that harm the cat, but they're just, to get them inside boxes, and then you can just, take them to the sanctuary places, and then the owners have to go in and pay for that. So that usually after some time, after enough iterations, that makes the owner think twice of letting their cats free roam. So if they are trapped enough times. I forgot you had the skin bag. What do you mean skin bag? this Oh yeah, the cat. I was like, what is this? But yeah, testicle cat. Yeah, that's the Sphinx cats. That's like the if labubus are creepy, I think that's another thing that's creepy is those Sphinx cats, especially the one that Semhanporeki has. But yeah, another thing we would need to do today is move that pile of sand there. I think we would either need to move it back here to the back of the plot or towards the other side of the plot. I think back of the plot would make more sense because I'm planning on putting in like protective fiber cloth again, different kind of this time. So this one would be like for protecting and having a place for the gravel to go on because we will have a gravel delivery tomorrow. So we'll have to make room for that for the trucks to then bring in the gravel somewhere. So that's why we need to lay in some cloth or stuff on there for the delivery guys to unload the gravel. The number of birds they kill are insane. Yeah, that's the unfortunate side. And there's still some like people that are heavily defending like letting cats out, which to me is crazy. But I guess it's to their own, and you have different reasons. But just from like the biodiversity and all that stuff, it's insane to let your cats out. Because of exactly because of the number of birds they kill. There's no way they can defend against it because if you imagine there's like the only way they can defend is to go into a tree and there's no tree that stops a cat from climbing it, so there's hardly any place they can go that's safe from a cat. I guess maybe like those bird houses. I don't know if cats can go inside them, but even then they can like just pounce you when you go in or out of those, so even then you're not safe because you can't stay inside a bird house for too long. So yeah, unfortunately that's the truth in here in Finland, that many people still let their cats out. But I guess it's like decreasing every year. I would assume that people are like getting educated on it, and it's mostly like people that are like in the countryside and like older people that are still like saying that yeah, of course cat needs to get outside, that's where they like to be and stuff like that. So I think people like that are mostly dying out, and I'm hoping no new ones are coming with that mentality. But yeah, I guess when we have the house finished, Elena will kidnap the cats. That will be the end of end of the free roam. There will be house cats for us then. But yeah, my mother is like deadly afraid of cats. Like she's like really afraid of them. Like my aunt does she have like 4 cats now? And my mother barely visits her because of them. Like they meet in like every other place than their home because of that. And I don't know, I think my mother has explained it that when she was a baby, there was like an incident that when she was in like a stroller, there was a cat that laid on her face, and like people were like someone noticed and okay, you will suffocate the baby, you have to be taken out. But whether that's a true scenario, we don't know. Whether that could actually cause a trauma, because considering you're like a baby, would that, I don't know, maybe you would have like a trauma from that even in like adult life. But we've never had any pets. When I was growing up, we've never had any, like neither dogs nor cats. So that's why I'm awkward with animals, because we've never had any. So I don't really know what to do around them. So that's my excuse. What is yours? Wait, hello. I cry. I need to start studying now. I will mute the stream. So if I'm needed, send me a direct message. I guess WhatsApp, I assume, is a direct message. Yeah. But yeah, you study. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Can't believe you've been here. Oh yeah, the 07, is that an emote or is that, because I think I've seen someone have an emote for that. I'm curious if there's an emote for that, if that's just, hand gesture basically. But yeah, the pizza was supposed to be here like 10 minutes ago, so or was it supposed to be maybe done by then? Let's see when is the pizza mess coming? I was just gonna go check myself. We have the same brain. There's no updates. It's still saying that your order is being prepared. And it's saying that from 1 minute past 12 to 11 past 12 is the timeline for that. So it should be done by 12:11, so in 5 minutes. We'll see when the delivery guy picks it up then. I'm hoping it won't take that too long after it. Yeah, it is an emote. I forgot to request. Yeah, we'll have to edit. Because I've noticed that there's someone have had an emote for it. We'll edit later then. But yeah, pizza mies is I guess somewhat of a meme in Finnish, because there was like an advert, like an ad, where there was this little kid asking like how many pizzas are made and stuff, and one thing he referenced there was pizza mies, which is like pizza man. Yeah, I requested. Okay, I will edit after stream. I don't know if I have because I could do it on my phone, but I don't know if I'm logged into any of the places, so I will do it when I get back to the computer in the evenings. But yeah, there's so many emotes I would need to go through, because you were suggesting quite good ones, so I added those, but then there was like, there's so many, and I would prefer it to come from someone that would use them, because like we already have plenty that nobody uses. so in that sense it would be better to get all of them via a request. But yeah, another funny thing that happened yesterday was we got the table. Actually, I could maybe bring that one out, because we have time right now. I might as well carry it here. It's not that heavy, I assume. I should be able to get it alone. So it's at the back of the van. So it's where I'm hoping to bolt in the metal thingy that I can bend rebar with. So hoping it will be like heavy and steady enough for that. So let's see. I'm again slightly worried at the sign. I'm trying to see that I cannot see it from this angle. So here we have it, this white thing here. So this is the table. It's a beauty, isn't it? But yeah, so this is the one we will bolt the rebar bending thing on. But yeah, I'll carry it towards the paukku van. It is somewhat heavy, especially now that I have the camera on my chest. I cannot like carry it on my chest, so I have to carry it in like this weird angle. So that's on you guys. Can't believe you've done this. But yeah, now the question is, do I put it inside or put it outside? Well, I guess the question is, does it even go inside with the door? Because there's no way I'm gonna be removing the door from paukku because of this one. So let's hope it does. But I guess when we're doing the bending, I think we'll do it outside. So I might as well put it here for now. That would be a table for the pizza if it wasn't so short. I usually carry on my stomach. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do also, like hug it sort of. It would have been easier. Or another thing, I would maybe put it on my elbow. Wait, not elbow, my shoulder, hello? My elbow. Yeah, carrying it here, that would be easiest. Wait, what? So yeah, that's one project we'll have. We'll see, we might have it today, since if my father drives the Avant machine, there might not be anything for me to do at times, so I could then work on that. I could actually bring in the stuff that go with it. So the metal bending thing. You can also see the earth compressor thingy on the back of the van, so that's the thing I rented yesterday. So it's a lot smaller than the larger one I had last week. So the one I had last week was 400 kilos. So you could see it was like a lot larger. It also made the van like lower, so the suspension was lower because of the weight, but this one doesn't really have any weight to it. I'm curious if I know how to work this thing, because there's like a rubber band here and stuff, so I'm curious. I'm also checking if there's anything to dox me here, but I don't think there is. But yeah, so it's from the side door, the stuff that we need now. But yeah, we'll see, because I think for that compressing work, I wouldn't mind having this on my chest. So for that, if we do that, I think we can have you guys on the first person view. but for shoveling and stuff it would make sense to have you guys on a tripod. But yeah, here you can actually see the reinforced tarpaulin is apparently an English term for it. So these are the ones we will spread for the gravel to go on. So I bought those yesterday as well. But yeah, let's carry this metal thingy there. Actually there was the bolts too, but we'll pick them up later then. It's interesting to see how camera handles the compaction work. Yeah, because it will be shaking. But there is like this, I don't know what the term for it, but in the Osmo Action 4 camera there's this like shaking prevention type of thing. So we'll see if it handles that. Because it could be that the shaking is so small that it could easily, because I think it quite well smoothens my steps and all that stuff already, so it could work well. We'll see. But yeah, so this is basically what we'll have with the metal bending thing. So I guess this one goes here, and then when you twist these things the metal gets whatever angle you need. So the rebars for the foundation. So we have plenty of time to practice that as well, but that's, you can see there's on like 4 places for bolts on the corners, so I need to drill a hole for those. Actually have to, I'm thinking, because I might have to make it in an angle, because you can't really put a bolt if there's the leg of it underneath, so I might have to put it like this, because then I could go through the board. So I guess we'll have to bolt it like that somehow. We'll see when we get to it. Yeah, it's the only vibration coming off of that, so I think it'll manage. Yeah, it'll be interesting, because I know that if I like move like up and down a bit, I think it still like smoothens it quite well compared to like if it was just me like with my hand. Because I know, for example, Nat has streamed, and we always tease her about when she streams with only her phone that we get nauseous. But actually we do, so it's not for nothing that we mention about it. But like when you're filming from a phone and there's no like steadiness added by the camera, it is extremely wavy most of the time. I've gotten used to using so many different emotes. It's almost like a variant of brain rot. Yeah, I agree. I also have the struggle that I use like monka and stuff like those like frequently, and then when I go to chats that don't have it, I'm like, what do I use instead? So to have the same sort of message to go like that I'm like thinking and stuff. So it's hard with some chats not having all the emotes. Bombardino crocodilo. Yeah, exactly that. We need emotes for all of those. Hello. I actually assumed there probably are those in 7TV already, if we were to just add them. But yeah, it's a cloudy day somewhat, but it's still extremely warm. But yeah, I guess I'll sit down again. Let's see if there's any updates on our food delivery schedule. I guess we could have just gone ahead and driven the Avant a bit more, since we have been waiting for like half an hour already, so too late now. Except that it's now saying it's being prepared and it's taking 21 to 31, so it's being extended again. I guess we can go for the Avant machine. I'll just have the phone with me, so if anything happens I'll hopefully be alerted to it. Did I put my soda in the fridge? No, I did just put it here on the side. Let's put it in the fridge to keep it cool. Okay, so let's go back for the Avant machine. But the question is, what do we dig now? Do we go deeper with this thing we've started, or what do we do? Because the thing is, like I mentioned, that if we go like continue this way like what we have done so far, it would mean that we are stuck with this depth, because you can't really go after you've gone too far, you can't really go back to it. But again, questions also like, how do we connect this one here to what we've just started? I guess you can like dig it from the side here, so that's one option for it. But yeah, that's a good question. What do we do next with the Avant machine? I guess we could go forwards with it. Because you can still go for it from the side, so I guess it's still okay. Because you can still drive here, because you have all this space around here. The only thing, I don't have the paper with me, I think it's inside the paukkuna, but there's like one line coming, maybe it's going from here somewhere. So we'll actually have to check the electrical cable stuff and where those go, so we'd actually have to go in front of it, so somewhere like here. But we'll see when my father arrives. But yeah, I guess we can just continue with this for a while we wait for the food. But yeah, let's just hope that I notice the guy coming. If I can open the door, send help. What the hell? Guys, send help. Okay, I got it open. It's a bit stuck sometimes. I don't even know what the mechanic is, so it could be that. But yeah, now it's smacked. You said that wasn't too loud, so I'm holding you to that. Bombardino crocodilo. There was also like Finnish brain rot. It was like Ulla-Maija. What was it? Can't remember. But I remember, I think it was Jussi Poragi that sent me those. Finnish brain rot. Okay, so we're back here. Back with the machine again. Okay, so let's go a bit closer. Sadly. Yeah, I think it was you. I'll blame you for that. Can't believe you done this. Yeah, we could maybe play it safe and dig it a bit deeper here, so that we're at least deep enough. So that, because it's easier to add a bit of ground than like taking a bit out. Also, I think. I could be wrong. I'm an amateur, so don't hold me to it. Trying to see if I'm far enough, because it's again, we could also already be around there, so that we cannot go for the edge of the whatever we dug so far. Got barely nothing from it. Can't believe this. I can't believe this. Oh god, there's the Finnish brain rot. Juha Tarja Keskikalja. I don't really hear Finnish brain rot stuff anymore. Yeah, I think it was a really short-lived phenomenon, if we can call it that. So I don't think they really got those goes out as much as they maybe have wanted. I don't know though who wants them to be like popular. I don't think there's anyone actually benefiting from Finnish brain rot being a thing, so I don't know if that's actually, I don't think there's like a conspiracy even in there that anyone is there like, I want there to be Finnish brain rot, because you know the Italian brain rot is too popular. Pihta, sauna, vihta. Yeah. For me, they are coming out daily. I might be the target audience. Yeah, you might have a problem there, mate. Yeah, we're back on the Avant machine again, trying to dig some holes with it, or basically digging trenches for the rainwater pipes. And again, I'm extremely amateur with this machine, and I'm hoping my father will arrive to show you guys how it's actually done. Because I'm not a good person to show you what this machine is capable of, seeing that I have basically no experience with it. Okay, so focus is free from the brain rots. That's probably not a bad thing to be. Okay, we once again scooped a bit, but less than I had maybe hoped. Let's see. Lately gotten into audiobooks. Oh, that's very nice. Yeah, I'm actually also I'm thinking of if there would be a way for me to listen to music while I'm streaming, but the problem is that I want to be playing music for you guys, because then I would need to do some that's like copyright free, and I don't really listen to music like that. At least I don't think any of the ones I'm listening are copyright free, so it would need to be some kind of solution for that to happen, so that I would be able to listen to it, but you guys wouldn't hear it. But I guess I could have like earplugs and stuff. Imagine listening to copyright-free music. Yeah, I don't want to be bad-mouthing. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, like inherently, but it's mostly like, for me, my understanding of like copyright-free music is mostly like background music. So like no vocals and stuff. That's like my understanding. I haven't really done that much research on the topic, but the ones I'm listening is only from like Spotify, so I don't think there's much copyright-free music in there. But yeah, I could split the word from audio. I've seen that people do that, so that's one option, so that you would still hear the music. But then there's still the issue of me, like how would I set it up so that you would hear it and I would hear it. Like it wouldn't need to be like completely in sync, but I would assume like close to it would be nice. Because again, like the whole setup is quite complex for that, so I don't have any like audio from the computer that you guys are on. I only sent the audio from the microphone in there, so I was thinking maybe I could listen to the music from my chat phone, but then you wouldn't be hearing that. I'm having a bit slight difficulty seeing what I'm doing, because even if you guys were on the window, I don't think you would be seeing much, because we're so deep underground there, like below it, so I'm just trying to see what is happening in there. There's yet again somewhat of a larger stone in there, so I think we'll drive it to the back of the plot. Getting echo would suck though. Maybe if you had an earpiece for it. Yeah, that's another thing, that if I were having it play on my own ear and then like have it play on you guys, it would be interesting with the echoes and stuff. It's saying that the order is being made, but there's also like it's showing me a guy on a bicycle. So I don't know if the guy will bring it in a bicycle. We'll see. It's also looking like it's coming from quite far to the restaurant first, so we'll see. I'm not expecting a hot pizza, let's say it like that. But yeah, I'm not too picky about eating pizza, so I don't really mind if it's like not that hot, so for me it doesn't really make a difference. You don't get this big without being too picky. Like, you don't get this big being picky about how warm your pizza is. There's also like I guess a saying amongst programmers that you want your pizza cold and your Coca-Cola warm, so making it on bike, yeah. We'll see. It could also be like a moped or something, like an electrical one, or who knows. We'll see. but it's an interesting thing seeing that, okay, there's a courier coming with your food, but it's on a bike and it's like 5 kilometers away from where you are. Yeah, we'll again eat the largest stone on the back here, so we don't have to use it. There it goes. I don't know if you could see it, but cold pizza is used as a hangover cure mostly. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, I know. I know people tend to do that. I have no experience from those, but I could see why it would work, because from what I've understood, you want something salty and greasy. So it's both of those. You have to royally fuck up a pizza for me to not eat it. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. Especially like one of those that I have chosen the toppings for. So it's not like even that the toppings are like crazy. Yeah, that's I also agree with that. Because you know, pizza is pizza still, like, especially like for the ones with mayo and stuff. I don't think they are like they really improve that much from being like extremely hot. Because I know some foods are like really good only when they are really hot. So I don't think pizza is one of those. Yeah, I guess I'm getting better at this, like driving it. I'm also like still going extremely slow, but apart from that, I think there has been maybe some improvements with me, how I'm using it. I'm still, I have to say, I get it backwards every time. How to tilt the bucket. I always go first with the wrong one. I think I've had to throw pizza away like twice in my life. Both times the first bite tasted a lot like food poisoning. Yeah, maybe then it was a smart choice. Okay, I got a massive bucket this time. Look guys, I done did it. This is the biggest one yet. Can you actually see it? I think you maybe can. Look, I'm so proud. But yeah, throwing away pizza is a sad day for sure. 100%. There's one stone in there, but I don't know if it's large enough for us to go discard this whole pile, so I think we'll discard it here next to us and see, because there's already quite some stones in that pile, so we just have to be careful when we do the filling that we don't put the stones next to the pipes. Like I mentioned earlier, you don't want those stones over top on like instantly underneath the pipe, because there's like pressure from the ground and the pipe can get pierced by them. There we go. You just reverse. I can actually maybe go in and see the hole, how deep is it now, because I did take quite a lot of the ground with me just now. It's looking mighty deep now. So I'm quite confident that it's deep enough right now. I can go and show you guys. We're in no hurry. So here you have the hole I've been digging. I don't know how well you can actually see the depth of it. Like it could be like hard to estimate how deep is the hole, but for like comparing to this one here, it's definitely, I think it's already deeper than this one, so it might be too deep already. But yeah, I guess when we go from somewhere like here, I think it's okay. So now we can go forwards without having to come back for it. I remember having spoiled tuna on a pizza once. It was disgusting. Yeah, I would assume it's for like any fish that goes bad, it's like absolute barf. So yeah, definitely not a good day. Smack. Yeah, I guess we can then continue along this hopefully straight line. We could maybe even extend this a bit, so I've not really used the extend option here that much. There we have another scoop. How long is the Avant going to be on the plot? I actually don't know, because it's my father's, so there's like no, it's not like a rental or stuff, so there's not like a schedule that in that sense that we would be like losing money every day it's here. But it depends on like when my father needs it at his place. I'm hoping at least until like all the piping work is done. But I don't know, maybe even after then we'll see. Because it depends on like what sort of work he has there for this. Because they had the massive, like, they were making firewood, but I think that's mostly done now, so I don't think they have that much of a need for this. I think maybe I was thinking maybe moving something, but we'll see. We'll have to ask my father if he knows already when he needs it back. But I'm hoping that it's like he also has it so that whenever it's no longer needed here, so that's when it would be taken back. Because you can quite easily move it. We just have to have a trailer, so trailer large enough for these sort of machines. So that's the thing you need for it. It's saying now, I'm checking the phone. It's saying that your order is being made and the courier is waiting at the restaurant. But I'm curious, how long does it take to make, since it's been like hours and hours already? I think at least an hour. Can't recommend this place, guys. Can't recommend. Can't believe this. But yeah, I'm just happy I ordered it in so much in advance, because I was thinking of like ordering it around now, like if I should wait till like 12 or like noon, or maybe even like past noon. But I'm glad I didn't, because if it would have been taken the same time, maybe it would have been like the time it would have come, it would have been the same. But if not, then it would have like taken a gajillion years. There's again some massive rocks in there. Problem with this is trying to get around the same depth, but with the rocks you go like, without wanting to, you go deeper than you were supposed to. There's some massive rocks in there, guys. We can extend it just a bit. hoping to go underneath the rock, but we'll see. Yeah, I think I got the rock now. Yeah, I have a... I think there's basically nothing else than the rock in the bucket right now. Maybe you can see it. We'll take it to the back of the plot. Rush 2 hour, yeah. Maybe they had like a lunch rush, yeah. Yeah, I think that's what happened with like around 11, so when I ordered it, I think it was... It's also saying now that the driver is coming by car. We'll see. I will check when he's closer that I'll go and be ready for it. But I think we have ample time to take this massive stone we have to the back of the plot. There should be plenty of time. Yeah, it would be useful to have that on the plot during the construction part as well. Yeah, definitely for moving pallets and like giving stuff like higher up and all that stuff. So like when you have like scaffolding and stuff, you would still be able to like lift things with it, with this. So definitely would be good to have this while construction still goes. So I'm hoping that we would have it like most of the year, but we'll see. Depends again like what my father has planned for it, if there's some stuff he needs it for. And we just have to get a sponsorship from Avant so that we get our own. Not just kidding. But that would be like a goal for sure, but I doubt with the viewer levels we have right now if that's possible. Guys busting their asses over there making you the perfect 2-hour pizza and you complaining, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it better be good when it takes this long. It will be the best ganku I have ever eaten. Actually, let's take the beam backwards a bit. Yeah, just empty it here. I'm checking if it's saying that now the courier is on the way. So I don't know what it meant last. Because it was just saying like it's on the car, but I don't know if that meant that it's coming by a car, but not yet, or what was the point of that message. I'm getting messages, guys. There's quite a hole here, hello? Let's see if we get out of it. We might need to do something about those. It's also quite warm inside here. The window apparently closed on itself. We'll open it again. Let's see if that makes a difference. Made with bike brought to you by car, yeah, something like that. But yeah, I think the lesson to learn here is that if you want your food by lunch hour, you have to order it way in advance. Because I ordered it during the lunchtime, and I think they prioritize the people in the restaurant, which of course makes sense. I would do the same. But if they're like paying customers inside the restaurant, you serve them first. So, although of course if you have a X amount of orders lined up, you could do them in the order they arrive. But with the rush hour, I guess you can only do so much. But yeah, I think I'm satisfied with the depth here for this whole I've dug. I keep checking if I see if it's anywhere near, but it's still quite some distance away. So I think there's still time to play with this. There's again massive rock in there. Can't believe this. How do I go underneath it? Is it possible? Is it possible even? think it is. Or maybe it is. Maybe I got it, but it might be a different one too. Oh yeah, this one is a massive boy. Maybe you can see it again. Or do I have to lift it up higher? So it's yet again quite a big one. Yeah, probably just bad time. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. That it's just everyone else was also in there already. Because when you think about, like, most Finnish people eat their lunch around 11, so before noon. And I was ordering it like, I think it was like 11:15 or something like that. In before next time it arrives in 30 minutes and you aren't even hungry. Yeah, that's the opposite of what just happened, but would be equally bad. Is that if we order it well in advance, it would be just immediately arrive. Because that's, I guess, another opportunity would be that when there's like before rush hour, they will just, you know, get it done before the queue comes in. So I guess that's equally possible. So yeah, we'll heat the stone again here. There goes the stone. I'm actually curious because I now have some of the ground with me, because if I could I maybe aim it so that I get it into those holes that we have here. There's some holes on the way when I'm driving here that I could maybe fill if I aim it right. We'll see. There's one close to us and another one is there a bit further back, so I maybe go for the further back one. There's more space to maneuver. Let's practice, because you know the goal of today was to practice with this, so let's see if we can fill in a hole. Let's go forwards a bit, right a bit. Now I think we're pretty much on top of it. Now I'm seeing that there's like stones in the ground that I'm taking, so maybe this wasn't a good idea. First of all, there wasn't that much of it, and then there's also like stones on it, so I don't know if this was a successful operation. Let's try and press it down a bit. Trying to see what I'm doing. I think it's working kind of. Push it a bit more, I guess. I think it's better than it was before. I guess when we go with our tires over it. I think we have the delivery guy there right now. I'll go get the food. I'll put you guys into BRB for this. So yeah, I'll just leave this here. So I'll put you guys into BRB for just a second. I'm not sure, did we go to BRB screen? Because I didn't see it say that we switched scenes, so I'm curious if we did. So I'll take the pizza first to the... So we did, okay, that's good. Because I didn't see a notification like a message for it. But yeah, if you can confirm that we did in fact go to the BRB screen, that's great. Because I don't want to be filming people without their consent, so that's good if we did. So it was a short BRB because of me getting the pizza from the delivery guy. And now I'll just lower the beam and shut down the machine for the time I eat. There we go. So now there's the pizza reveal. It's not, let's say that the box wasn't really that hot to touch, so I'm not expecting it to be all that hot. Yeah, so the question of being, is it a cold pizza? It's looking like it might be. But also I just realized I don't have anything to cut it with, so I don't think they come in pre-cut, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what it's like. But yeah, did I forget something? I think I have everything. So this is here is the pizza box. We'll go inside Paakku to eat. We have a table and everything here, so might as well use it. We have the plants here next to us, so we can eat on our plants. Let's see how many mistakes we do while eating and end up messing that plant. So here's the reveal. You can already see it's not gonna be like hot. But the problem I will have is how do I cut it? Oof. I will have to probably rip it. Roll it up. That's one option, I guess. But yeah, so for anyone still here, here's the pizza we waited for hours and hours on. I'll tilt you guys a bit forward so you can maybe see it better. So I can already see there's kebab. There's the red one spread stuff is reindeer. Then there's pineapple and I'd go with rolling it as well. You guys are madmen. Although I do see I could see how it would work better than trying to rip it. But we'll see. We'll see what I end up with. I'll just pull up a chair. So yeah, now this will be eating ASMR. And I have to say, eating, it's actually quite high up the table as well. Making me look short. Guys, I'm not short, I swear. But yeah, I have my half-drank soda. Pizza time, yes. Yeah, exactly. It's pizza time. My POV. Oh dear. So Bogus just self-reported that he's short. Self-report. But yeah, let's see. I'm actually curious because it will probably mean that I will get like massive slices if I start ripping it. I definitely need to buy some either like plastic utensils or something like that. This is barbaric, guys. This is not me. I'm not like this, I swear. But yeah, this is what I ended up with. Fuck, I dropped something already. Can't believe this. Yeah, taste test. Actually tastes really good. But yeah, these are always pretty much the same. So pretty much regardless of the toppings you choose, these kind of pizzas usually taste the same. So they're like greasy and salty. But yeah, I can't believe I dropped some pineapple on the floor here. I have a trash bag, I think it's this one. Yep. I'll just pick it up. because we do have paper at least, which is good. We've not yet opened it, I don't think. So I'll have to. Maybe I should have opened the paper roll before I needed paper. Now I want pizza. Yeah, this stream has some. What's the word for it? Bad. What would be the word? Send here. Influence, yeah. Bad influence. This stream has bad influence for you guys. We were discussing weight loss earlier, now we're eating pizza, so this is all hypocrisy here. But yeah, now we have paper. Very nice. But yeah, I have to say, when I was ordering, I did mention that, yeah, I don't have any utensils. I need to get something that's easy to eat without. And then I just went for a whole pizza with, you know, something that needs to be cut without anything to cut it with. But yeah, it's delicious, especially since I'm, you know, hungry, so it only increases to the flavor. But here you can maybe see it better now. But you can also see that it's not like hot, but it's warm. I don't mind. I hope there's not too much eating ASMR. But yeah, I guess the other option would have been that we would go for a drive and get something. But like I mentioned earlier, the driving is not a easy thing to get. Because again, we could have like a camera on the windshield and stuff, but even then we would have to like somehow censor the location of the plot, so you would need to be in like BRB for some time or something like that. Maybe we should sit so that you can see outside. So I just turn this way. Let's take the pizza in our lap. So this is the Finnish cottage simulator. Cold pizza on a construction yard. But yeah, let's see how can we get more of it. I'm thinking of like eating half of it, but I don't know how. Because if I start ripping it like this, I don't know what happens. Guys, I'm scared. Ripping continues. I'm starting to see the benefit of just rolling the whole thing. Although, like, rolling the whole thing would mean that I would need to either like save half of the roll or not eat all of it. Or then, I mean, eat all of it, which I'm not planning to do. I'm hopefully not needing to eat all of it. The pineapple almost ready to drop. But yeah, this is like, I would assume, like hangover food for Finnish people. Especially seeing that it's like on the warm/cold side. But yeah, for those for those of you that have never eaten reindeer, it's mostly salty. 1 liter of tärymaito. I see. So yeah, full milk. Yeah, I assumed. Yeah, I assumed you meant täysmaito, which is full milk, like full fat milk. Täräyttäänkö? Guys, this is a English only chat. Can't believe you're typing in Finnish. Can't believe this. Where are all the mods? But yeah, we've been live for almost 4 hours. I'm actually curious what the battery looks like. I could check after eating. But yeah, what are your dinner plans for today? I think somehow Poraki was making the was it what was it, fresh sausage soup, or what was the English one? Siskon makkarakeitto. But what is Bogus eating today? I can actually check there. What's the view like? Oh, actually, it's not too bad. Could maybe tilt you guys a bit forward so you would see the pizza more. Because you know that it's right now the aesthetics is half pizza, half of the outside view. Finnish fresh sausage soup, I should start making it, but I'm procrastinating. Or is it RuneScape still? I thought you were making it when you first mentioned it. I was planning on chicken salad, but I might have to get pizza. Get chicken salad pizza. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, it's RuneScape, yeah. We are procrastinating. Hello. I could still go for a little slice, but let's see how well I can rip one out. But yeah, Semhan Foragi, you have to get used to this if you will be here volunteering and helping. That we'll be having takeaway pizzas. Hello, no, we can actually. There's like lunch places and stuff that we could go, like for getting actual food, like homemade food kind of, so those kind of places. So there are options, but I guess for being alone here, I think it made sense. It made sense to order. Yikes. This slice is all messy, guys. I can't believe this. I'll show you how to roll a pizza then. Yeah, we'll get that on stream. Well, actually, that would be a nice thing to show. Gotta get groceries in a bit. How long were you planning to stream? I think I will be here for hours now, because my father, I don't think he has even left yet. So I think we'll be here all evening. The question I have actually myself is whether or not, how much do I have battery on this setup, so how long can I go? Because it could be that I would need to charge it in between some, but the charger is at my brother's place, so that could be an issue. Yeah, no problem in camper pizza is very nice. So I might have to either like BRB and get the charger, and then like, because I don't actually know if I can charge the power bank while it's like in use. So it could be that I would need to do like a, because I also know that the power bank charges really slowly because it's such a large one. So yeah, we'll see how much there's still, how much of is remaining, like the battery of the power bank once I'm done eating. But I would assume like, because I think when we were streaming the excavator stuff, I think it was like 8 hours or so that I was estimating it would take before it dies out. But right now we have this different microphone, so we don't have the, I'm using the Hohem microphone and not the Osmo Action one that I was using when we were doing the excavation. So it could be that this takes, well, I know it does take a lot more power than it was before, but we'll see how much more. But I'm assuming something like maybe 7 hours or so. I'm just hoping that I will notice when it does die out, so that I can go and like say bye bye to you guys, and instead of like it dying out of like mid use. But yeah, we'll see how much of the power bank is remaining right now. Actually, I could check it right now. Just put this butchered piece of pizza down. To check the battery level. It's 66%. And I think we're right around 4 hours at the moment. So yeah, one could do some quick maths and think that okay, it'll last 12 hours. We'll see. If it does, then then I'm all happy. But but let's say I have some doubts whether or not we can stream for a whole 12 hours. But yeah, I'm planning on continuing streaming for hours and hours as long as we have power. But so far it seems that we do have ample power to use. But yeah, I think in the, at some point, I think at least it was thought that you should cool down your food before you fridge them. But I think that that's been debunked. From somewhere I read that you should just put it like it doesn't matter since like the fridges nowadays are better than they were before. I don't know if the charge drain is linear though. Yeah, that's what I'm also saying, that with quick mats you'd think it's 12 hours, but we'll see. It might be something like 10 plus, but still probably not 12. Yeah, of course, no worries, Sam, for actually do that soup. I'm almost done eating myself, so. But I still can't believe I hadn't even thought of buying like utensils, because you can get like plastic ones. You can even get like wooden ones. So either type, I guess, would work. I always put it straight to fridge. Yeah, I think that's what but it's like common, I think, like taught today that you should do. Because the faster you get it cold, the better. For preserving it, of course. And luckily there's a fridge here and it's mostly empty, so there's plenty of space. There it goes. And now not to forget it there. Apparently I have to wait for a package to arrive to the store before getting groceries, or I have to do 2 trips. That's the first world problems. Not making 2 trips if possible. But yeah, it's really warm outside. It was like nice cool in there inside the van. But yeah, you can see it's quite cloudy, so actually I could check the forecast if there's like any rain has been forecasted or not. Didn't notice earlier, but I might as well check, because the clouds are looking somewhat intimidating. There's no rain for current forecast goes for Sunday 25th, so like 10 days, and there's no rain the whole time, which is, if true, it would be spectacular. Hello Tapoli, how are you? Very nice. So yeah, this is the Finnish summer so far. I'll continue with the Avant in a second. I'll just drink my soda. Enjoy the finally warmed up weather. Because last week we had it was during the mornings, it was like around 1 degree, like +1 Celsius. And it was like, feels like minus something, so it was just on the edge of whether it's freezing or like if it's water melting or snow. And then we had like a few instances of snowing, not raining, so last week was not it was not too nice. It's sunny here, supposed to be 16 Celsius at 6 p.m. Okay, that's warm. I think it was here that it will be the highest it will be is at 2 p.m. So I think in like an hour, and then it would be like 14 degrees. So it will be a bit warmer there. There then. But yeah, I'm still curious because the courier, the icon said it was by a bike, but the guy came in a car, so I don't know what was that about. But I'm just glad they finally arrived, because I did order it like an hour, or maybe even like 1.5 hours before it finally arrived. You can check the watch. I don't even know what was the timestamp when I ordered. I could check it on the phone, I guess. But I think it was like 11:15 or something when I ordered it. But yeah, now I'm again happy since I've eaten. I am no longer hungry. Although I don't think I really got that much, like really got that hungry. I think it helps being like streaming it all the time, because you have someone to talk to, and as long as there's like no other, how to say, setbacks or other issues, I think it's all golden. Almost shorts weather. I think, yeah, I would say like 16 is already shorts weather. I wouldn't mind having shorts here already, if it were not for sunburning. So again, I don't want to be putting in sunscreen. Well, I do have to put it on my face and neck and stuff, but if I can avoid it, I would rather not do it. So that's why I don't have shorts on right now. And again, like I guess with construction stuff, you would prefer not to have shorts on because of like all the dirt and stuff. So I don't think you will be seeing me on stream with shorts too much because it will mostly be construction work. So I will be wearing layers. I think I will need to get some better pants though, because these are like, I think in Finland these are called college pants. I don't know if that's like a universal term. But these are just basically like track pants or whatever you would call it in English. So I guess, yeah, joggers I guess is a word. Yeah. So I think I would need to get some like ones with like better pockets and stuff. And I would like prefer something that would have like knee protectors. So like underneath there, that they would have a place to fold them. Because if I need to be on my knees a lot, I would prefer to have some knee padding. But we'll see. So if you have any recommendations for good construction pants, I guess I don't think there's like a special word for it. But yeah, guys, remember to hydrate, especially when outside, when outdoors. Need to keep yourself moist on the inside. Wait, what? But yeah, there's also a bag for empty bottles, because you get money back for returning those here in Finland. When you return bottles, you get money back from them. So you should always collect them. But yeah, so I guess we'll go continue with the Avant machine. I think I will have to blow my nose. I'm debating whether or not I mute for that. Because if I start doing that every time, I think it will be quite cumbersome for myself, but it's also quite nasty ASMR for you guys. So maybe I will do it this time. I will check the VOD. At what time is it? It's 4 hours something, at 4:11. Hello. How bad was it? Because I remember one time, I think it was during when we were in like the grill cottage at my parents' place, that I blew my nose and it sounded absolutely horrible. Like it sounded like I sharted myself or something. So I'm hoping it's not that bad each time, but I wouldn't know. It's weird seeing Americans put bottles in the trash. Yeah, that's something we would never do here. Well, I think most of us don't. I don't. Some still do, because there's people collecting them from the trash, but most of us just collect them ourselves and return to the stores. Like I mentioned, you get part of the money you paid, you get back for it. So there's an incentive to do it. the best kind of incentives or money. Also checking the chat phone has 64%, so pretty much the same. So it has been like decreasing at the same pace as the stream computer, I guess is what we'd call it. But yeah, I guess we continue with the Avant. I'm curious if I should move the corner stick if it should not be laying here. You can see the spot is there, so as long as we don't disturb the spot, we can put it right back. But yeah, we're definitely deep enough on that, so we just have to pull it backwards. The problem is that I would need to keep it in a straight line towards these two posts. And that might be that might be an issue. I guess the easiest way to do it would be to always drive back there and then, you know, come forwards and try to keep it straight. But it's like easy to move it a bit, like just a small angle here you would start taking it where you're not supposed to. So we'll see what happens. I just want to get some progress with this so that when my father arrives it's not like, okay, so you've had the whole day and what you've done, and then I'll just show that, yeah, I've done this 4 meters of ditch. So that's nothing. So that's what I'm hoping to get, some actual progress here. Again, apologies for the door smacking. Needed to be done. Man's been yapping all day. Yeah, that is actually true. There's still plenty of hours of yapping to do. Okay, let's continue. You can see like gazillion tire marks on this path away here already. So I think my father will be like, how many times did you drive through here? So I'll just tell him to check the stream. Just check the VOD. I don't know. Enough times to get a start of a ditch going. So again, I'm trying to aim it here so that I would get it in a straight line, but I might not have the eye for it yet. I think it might come with experience, but let's hope it's not too bad yet. Not too bad here now. I'm also curious, what should I have the rounds per minute at? I should have maybe asked my father about it, because like I mentioned earlier, it does affect how strong the hydraulics are based on how much rounds per minute the engine has. So for that sake it would have made sense to ask him, like, what should I have it at. Yet again a massive stone there. But we'll see if it's a massive. It could be an average one. Wait, now. But yeah, I think we have to go for it next. But we have to take some of the ground on top of it first. I usually have like 1700 RPMs when working on Dredger, but I guess it's pretty different to Avant. Yeah, I don't know if those like correlate in any way, so I think I would still need to ask, because I just remember him saying that you need to have enough that the hydraulics are working, but like for me they are working right now, so it's not like, it's not that, it's just that if it would be easier if they were stronger. It's basically what I'm thinking. yeah, if I were to do this alone, it would take me like a week or so, at least. I think a week would be short time considering that I've been here for the day and I've gotten like 2 meters done maybe. so maybe a month even. But then again, I assume you do get faster with time, so maybe it wouldn't be this hopeless. Let's try if I put in more. I don't think it makes a difference. There is a stone too large in there. Oh yeah, now that I have more RPMs, it's also like faster, so I maybe put it back where it was, because I got used to that already, because it was like already reversing really fast and stuff, so maybe we'll keep it where I'm comfortable with it. You can hear from the noise it makes if it's enough. It will sound like engine is choking on something if you don't have enough in it. Yeah, definitely. But I think for the hydraulics it's just that whether it has strength or not. But there's also the limitation of this not being that heavy, so the back of this Avant machine will start lifting up if there's something heavy that it's trying to operate on. But yeah, so far I haven't heard any like choking noises or stuff like that, so I think we've been golden in that sense. I don't think we've done any damage to the machine at any point, so that's for the goal of today, I think that's more than good. Trying to see how far should I go in there, because I know that the final part that we dug is quite far in there, but I think it was also like in good depth, so we would like to continue from that depth towards here. Actually, that was a really good one. I'm proud of that one. I will show you guys after I empty this one. Because you can maybe already assume that we are not doing this in like fixed cost, and like if we were to have to do this for like someone else and get paid for it, I'm way too slow. But since we're just waiting for my father to arrive, I might as well drive around. Because it's only like I'm only burning diesel here basically, so the only cost are diesel, and I have a canister full of it there, so I can just get new one. But yeah, you can maybe now, if I turn sideways a bit, you can maybe see it now. At the bottom of the stuff I dug is in quite a nice even ground, so it could be like wide enough for that compressor thing to fit in there. I'm hoping, at least. We'll see. We'll see when we get that out of the car. Now the only question I have is whether or not that deepens or not. Because like I mentioned earlier, we want it to be deeper on the back of the plot and higher on the front of it, so I don't want to dig it too deep. I guess we'll continue from here. Because it's also like quite easy to get the elevations when we put in some gravel and stuff, so you can just easily measure it then how much gravel you need and stuff, so I'm not stressing too much about the elevation, just as long as it's like deep enough. There's again some rock and stone. Let's see if we can get underneath it. Trying to see if I have it aligned so that it would go like straight. So like I mentioned, I don't want it to be, because it doesn't matter if it's slightly skewered, but with this amount of distance it can be extremely skewered if it starts wrong from the beginning. Because it's like 16 meters the distance here, so if we get it like 10 centimeters wrong here in the beginning and continue with that line, it could be a meter off at the end. I have to go a bit forwards. There's still the stone there. Can't believe it's still there. But I guess the plot is quite good for driving in with Avant, because I think if it was like, if the ground was any like stickier or stuff, it would be hard to maneuver here. But since it's like sand, it's easy to turn around. So in that sense we are blessed here. Blessed by the plot gods. Yeah, I can't wait to get my father here and for him to see what I have achieved. The whole working day has been used for this few meters of a trench. He will surely be proud. Very nice. I think he will say, can't believe you've done this. I think he will say, can't believe this is all you've done. I'm still curious, how do I get underneath the massive rock? Because again, the visibility is somewhat limited. I can already hear that it's scraping the... I think the whole time it's scraping the stone there. I don't know if we can do much more than just unearth the stuff around it. We're not doing much of a progress right now. I won't lie to you guys. can't lie to you guys. Soon I will be there with a shovel like, come on stone, come out. But I don't know if I have any other stories than the ones I told you guys already about the... Oh wait, I do. Did I tell you about this table, the white table I just brought out? I think I might not have told you a story about it. Because someone was like, had a post online on it that they are giving it away, so they don't want anything for it. So that white table I brought earlier. And I was like, okay, well that could be something we could use underneath the rebar bender. And so that's why I sent them a message that okay, I could take it and I could come in, and like that was on Monday, so I sent in a message that I could come in and pick it up tomorrow. So oh wait, was it? Well, anyways, like I will pick it up on Wednesday, I guess that's what I said. And they were like, yeah, that's perfect, that works fine. And I was like, yeah, I can give you like 10 euros for it, because in Finland it's like customary that you, when you're given stuff for free and stuff, that sometimes you're given like a packet of coffee grounds, like for making coffee. And the prices nowadays, I think they are something like 10 euros a packet already, so I thought that would be fitting amount. So I sent them a message that I will pick it up on Wednesday, and they never replied anything after that. And I was like, wait, what? Because they were like, yeah, that's 16:30, that's fine time. And I'm like, okay, I'll be there at 16:30. And then they never answered anything after that. And I was like, I don't know the address. Like, I know the time, but I don't know where it's it. So I need an address for the place. And so that's when I then sent in a message, okay, what's the address? And they didn't reply anything. They didn't answer that until like half an hour after the time we agreed on. So maybe they were like, I don't know where that guy is, why isn't he here yet? And they went and then checked that, okay, they are asking for the address, I forgot to tell it. But yeah, so we agreed that I'll be there like 16:30, and then at 5 p.m, so yeah, 5 p.m, so 17 in military clock, I finally got a message with the address on it, so I was there then pretty much immediately after. But it was funny, like, I don't know, how do you expect me to be there when I don't know where that location is that I'm supposed to be in. But yeah, we got the table. It's smaller than I assumed, like from the measures, they were measured so you could see the measures in there, no problem. But still, I even seeing the measures, I assumed it was larger than it is now that we have it. But I guess for the work we'll use it for, so for the bending of the rebars, I think it will be just large enough, no worries. So I think it'll work for that quite well. Try with more gas. Can we get the stone out of there? I don't think that sound is good. Yeah, I doubt it. Might have to wait for the professional to arrive and help with this. Could also be that I'm already like deep enough that I wouldn't need to even remove the rock. But it's now my nemesis. See, like something massive is coming out of it. I think it's the rock that I have been talking about the whole time, but I like I mentioned, it is massive, so we'll see if we get it inside the bucket or not. Okay, now I think I have it on me. Here you go. This is the boy. Jesus Christ. I think you can see it. So that's the big boy that we fought with. But like you told before, you can try digging around it to make it get loose. Yeah, that's one way. But it was basically like on the ground, that when we were like the surface it is right now, it was immediately underneath it. I guess one problem we had is that with the tires that much forwards, I think we were also like putting some weight on it, so that's why it was hard to get it moving. But we have finally got it out. So the battle was not for naught. Yeah, if the back end is racing, then it's too much. I guess Avant is strong enough to lift itself. Yeah, it is. Basically, I think the front like depends on like where it is exactly. It would not be able to lift itself because of, you know, obviously having the weight on it. But there's like an additional gear you can, like equipment you can buy, and one of those is like additional weight. So you can just get like 100 or was it 200 kilos on the back of the Avant machine if you want to get it like heavier. So for some works it would be like beneficial that it doesn't tip, because of course like if you have it extended, that decreases the amount it can lift, which is no obvious like physics. Those that know physics know that the farther away you are from the point of lifting, the harder it is, the more weight it actually is then. So I'm just worried that the stone is gonna drop before we get it to the edge of the plot here. Let's see. We're not here, so I guess dropping it anywhere here is okay. I want to drop in the hole myself. But yeah, that was so far the biggest boy we've gotten from here. So yeah, I'm happy we got it out. I'm having a little tea break and Saku is here torturing poor Avant boy. Yeah, that's what happened. There was a massive stony boy here, which was our nemesis. Took us multiple tries, but we finally got it out. You can actually see it now there on the edge of the well, you know, edge of the ground there. So we did get it out. But yeah, it was a lot larger than I assumed from trying to dig around it and stuff, so I was not assuming it to be that large. But now seeing that the size of it, I do understand better the struggles we had it with it. But yeah, I guess the soil here is quite good apart from those stones. So it is sandy, but with like larger stones. So if there's like stones any larger than what we just had, I guess that's somewhat of an issue. That was already quite on the limit, at least on my skills. Stone like that in the way. Oh damn, we again went from... Again we had a small hiccup. I'll actually check again what's the temperature like, because I could have checked in between, but I didn't. Also I'm curious because Eguna, your color changed. you were red before, but now you're pink. Did you do something about it, or what happened there? It's like not mid message, but like two messages underneath each other, your color is different. Because I think you can change what your color is in Twitch chat. Well, I know you can, so I'm curious if you changed it. Because you were red for me before, but now you're pink. Not that it makes a difference, I'm not saying. Just curious. Yeah, we had a small disconnect again. To me, the temperature it's less than it was before when we had those breaks, so I don't know what's causing it. Yeah, I changed it. Red was automatic, but pink is better. Yeah, okay, so you changed it. I was just curious if you did it or if something happened on my end. But yeah, that makes sense. Very nice. There's another rock I can see on the edge of what we have dug up. But I don't think we need to disturb it. So I think we'll just leave it as is unless it comes with us. So I guess it depends on if it comes with us or not. But yeah, for me I guess this is too much of a precision work already, that I would just need to plan less and dig more to get more efficient, get faster with this. But I also agree with the excavator driver, because he was saying that it's really hard to see anything from here. So from this Avant machine, that the visibility is quite limited. And I do agree with that. Because right now I'm mostly blocking what I'm trying to see with the machinery. I don't know what angle should I be doing so that I would see more. Maybe this one. There's apparently another stone somewhere here. Guys, I don't like this. I can actually see there's another stone right beside us, but I don't think that's the one I was struggling with. So I again got a little bit of ground. I was blue on the screen chat and that is a no-no. I see. I see. So does it change it? Are you now pink in the on-screen chat as well? I don't see it, so I have to ask. Yeah, it's the same with some of the bigger front loaders. You can barely see the forks, etc. Yeah. I think it's a compromise you have to do with these sorts of machines, that you can't have it also. To have it like compact and stuff, it's bound to the prices that you have less of a visibility from inside it. Because if you had a better visibility, you would need to be sitting somewhere different, so it would need to be like onto your side or something. But now that we're like width-wise, we're quite compact, I guess that's the price you pay for it. But yeah, now I'm actually starting to get curious if this is deep enough, if this is wide enough. Like all in all, is it good enough for what we're doing here? So, because if it's not, I don't think there's many ways you can go in and fix it. From the side, maybe a little bit, but it will be harder than what we're doing right now. So, in that sense, it would be better to get it at the right elevation immediately, not needing to fix it later. I'm not sure if I should try and scoop them up. There's massive stones on either side, Emma. Send help. The whole pathway is crumbling because of those stones moving. But yeah, I would be curious to see Semhan Foragi drive this Avant machine, because like I mentioned, he drives an excavator for a living, so I would assume he would be more of a professional with this. Well, he has to be. It would probably take him a while, but I think he'd get used to it pretty fast. So maybe at some point we'll have a stream with Semhan Foragi also driving this. But yeah, we got another large bucket full of stuff, so that was a good one again. This one is borderlining whether or not I should put it here or if I should take it backyard, but there's so much of the ground, I guess I'll rather put it here so we can reuse it. There was one stone in there as well, but it's not like enormous. Yeah, you drive a crane, yeah. So not exactly an excavator, but pretty much the same stuff. Also pink on the screen, I see, yeah, very nice. Yeah, that's good, because I would prefer that whatever color you choose, you get the same one on the on-screen chat, but I never thought to check it. Now back to study mode, very nice. Very nice. Excavating with the Avant machine. And I have to say the bottom of what I've dug up is not too like even, like leveled. But there's also like again 2 massive stones on either side, so let's see if I go and scrape the bottom if that just disturbs the rocks more. Again, some rocks underneath us. Yeah, I guess these are not too bad. Oh, I can actually see they fell into the bottom of it now. Maybe we can scoop them up next time. Skippity scoopity. There's also a mosquito flying outside our cabin. Can't believe it's summertime and the mosquitoes are here. Also, if Citronelli is still here, we would need to get some updates on the cats, because I think it was last stream that you mentioned that you were taking them to the vet. I think I already know that everything went well, but you know, chat doesn't, so that would be a cliffhanger for those of you that were here hearing about the cats needing a vet. And of course I've driven excavators etc, but they are mostly the same in terms of controlling it. Dredging with crane is different from excavator only in that way that an excavator motion stops immediately after you let go of a joystick. Unlike on crane, we get bucket in the end of wires, so it will still continue moving even if your crane is not. Oh, I see, so there's like the fluid of motion is different. Yeah, I guess that would take like getting used to when working like excavators after you've used those for a long time. I have, I think, at least one of the stones with me, but let's see if I can get all of them. I almost had them, but then I seem to have dropped them. Or did I? Oh yeah, I think I did. At least one of them I dropped. I think one of them is with me. We'll see. We'll see when we drop the load. Because I'm again thinking that I might be digging it deeper than I'm supposed to, so we might have to fill it then afterwards, but we'll see. I guess again it's better to get it too deep than like too shallow, but like optimal would be to get it right right depth, so neither of course. I think there is one, yeah, there's one somewhat a large stone in there. Not too big, I guess, so I guess we can use it for filling. Also fell quite far actually. Maybe move those by hand. But yeah, that's all interesting, very nice. Simon for a cheek. But yeah, I'll go move those few rocks by hand so that they are not in the way, and like not under my tires and stuff. So that's one of the things that escaped my bucket. This one here escaped me. It's quite heavy. And then this one also, it dropped on top of it, but then rolled around. So I guess these are pretty much the size that you would never want on top of your pipe, so we'll have to be careful when we fill in the excavations. But you can see there now on the side of it that there is a massive rock. So we'll see if we need to take that out as well. I think we would need to take it out from that side, so we just get there and lift it. But that looks quite heavy, so we'll see. We'll see if we touch it or not. But yeah, to me it looks like it's getting deeper. So it's not supposed to get deeper by this side, but deeper on that side. So that's not intended. But we'll see. There's plenty of time and plenty of ways to even it out then. Because we have, like I mentioned earlier, we need to use the compressor for it, and then we'll put some gravel in there and compress that gravel and stuff. So there's plenty of ways to make it level and make it the correct depth. But yeah, I'm curious when my father comes in, like how far have I gotten? And what will he say? I'm actually hoping he's not watching the stream, because I don't think this is looking too professional. So I'm hoping the results are better than seeing how it's being made. There's once again a massive rock. This one actually came out quite easily. I'm surprised. Show you guys a bit. It's there once again. A massive boy. A massive boy. So I guess we'll go towards the back of the plot again. I'm slightly worried since it's like halfway with us, so I don't know if we can take it there. Because I would also not want it to drop halfway to there so that it's like in our way. Because we have like a bucket full of dirt with us, and that thing is on top of it. Let's see how. Let's try and keep it steady. Slow and steady. I just know that there's those few bumps in there which will probably be the end of me. Probably the end of me trying to deliver this rock all the way to the end of the plot. So far it has been staying on the bucket very well. Let's hope it stays like that. Trying to see where are the biggest bumps and avoid them, but oh dear, oh up there. Okay, we have the stone with us still. The bump was on the right side, that it made it actually better in there. Like held it in there better than it was there before. But yeah, for this, okay, now we lost the stone, dropped already. So guys, I was thinking that maybe we'd take back the, maybe we don't want to drop this dirt here, so we could take that back, so we only drop the large stone. Guess that would make sense. Because otherwise that dirt, I think, looked good. So only the larger rock we needed to get rid of. But yeah, that larger rock came out surprisingly easily. But yeah, I'm running out of yapping ideas. You have to give me some yapping prompts. So, something to talk about. I'm actually slightly worried about this cold water pipe you can see on the right, because I don't want to bury it, so I might have to go in and twist it some other way. But we'll see if I get close to it, if that's necessary or not. Because I think I'm also like going further and further, and I don't need to. So yeah, here we go. I'm actually curious if Bogus went to get the groceries, like he mentioned, if he got the package already. I'm also waiting for quite a lot of different packages, but we'll see when any of those arrive. They should all be something that I need to go pick up, so nothing delivered. I don't think any of them were delivered, so like home delivery type of thing, what I'm meaning. I don't think any of them will be delivered home, so I'll have to go pick them up. Trying to see again, where are we? There's yet again a stone. Guys, this is all stones. I'm waiting for one I got for my wife for Mother's Day, but still has not arrived. Oh, that's a bad one. Because Mother's Day was like last Sunday, was it not? So that's unfortunate. I got the notification like 10 minutes ago for the package. Oh, I see. So you can now go and do it all in one trip. That's very nice. That's very nice. But yeah, you can probably imagine that having like an audiobook or music or something with you while doing this would be nice. Because this is, I would at least think that this would be like the perfect time to listen or enjoy something like that while doing this. Because there's not that much like, well, if I wasn't streaming, I would definitely have music blasting all the time. But even now with streams, I could still have the music on. Although there's a small chance of I would like whistle along, because I don't really sing. I can't sing, but I like to whistle, so there could be the spam of me whistling to some of the songs. Well, I got her flowers, etc., and told her that there is more coming. Very nice. But at least I didn't completely botch it. But then again, it's the child's job to bribe the mother. so, so you're golden. Wait, what? It's not like you're supposed to be giving anything. Wait, what? I feel like I'm going deeper and deeper all the time, so maybe I'll try not to go deeper this time. I mentioned that there are some stones in the way, because I'm feeling like there might be stones in the way again. Actually, you can see that there's again a massive stone in there. I don't know what the size of that one is. It because it looks like it's quite big. I don't know if you can see. I can maybe lift it up a bit more. I'll check if you can see it or not. But I think you should. I think you should be able to see it. But you can see it on the top of. There's like ground all over it. Yeah, I'm not her child. Like what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. You've been scammed. Yeah, my mother was like, yeah, I know Mother's Day is coming and there was this book I wanted, so thank you for the book. And I'm like, wait, what? And she was like, yeah, I bought it, but it's from you guys. So from me and my brother. I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, well, you're welcome. So we got it easy this year. Because like previous years, it has been sometimes that, because the city I'm in right now is like bigger than where my parents live, so there is like bookstores and stuff. There's more here than they have there. So some years there has been that she like suggested that, okay, there's this thing that I could maybe want, and if you get it, so it has been again, like it has been easy then as well. Trying to see if I can drop some of the ground here, because there's like this hole that the tire keeps getting into, but I don't think I did a good job. I don't want to drop the stone in there, so I think I need to continue that when I come back, because I need to drop the stone first, because I don't think filling a hole with a large rock is a step towards the right direction. Let's see if we can drop the stone, but not much else. There we go. Very nice. Driving looks smoother now. Progress. Yeah, I think I'm getting the hang of it a bit. Like needing less time to think of each movement, but I still have to say I find myself like thinking of things and then like trying and not getting it at the right, like the first time. So progress I have to stay is like quite slow still, even if there is progress. Yeah, now I'm trying to fill that hole that the tire has like pushed. So I'll drop this bucket of ground on it, hopefully on it, not around it. Actually I did good. It's really nice. There's some stones on it though. Maybe if I smack on it. Smack. Guess it's better than it was before, so that's a win. A win is a win is a win, as they say, you know. Yeah, there we go. Now we should be able to drive through it without bumping us that much. Yeah, I guess I should stop learning to drive with my left so that I can have my hand on. What is going on? Are we coming back or not? We're coming back. How long was that disconnect? I'm only seeing the disconnect, and then it wasn't that long that it came back, but I'm curious, how long was it? if there was anyone that even noticed it. It was like a few seconds. Okay, so it's the same as before. I will need to check. I hope I remember that after the stream ends I will check the logs for the Bella box, because the problem is I don't know if it runs out of power whether the logs are there or not. So might be that I would need to remember before the stream ends, and hopefully not ending with the power running out of power, because I don't think we could I don't think we'll be able to get the logs if we run out of power, but we'll see. Because it would be interesting to see what's the cause of it, because it could be nothing else than just like the mobile data losing connection briefly, because again we are on mobile data here, so it is a bit tricky. But yeah, we could have yet again a small break, because I'm interested if I go in the pit there, all the what I have dug up, and if I check the depth of it, that's one thing that interests me, and then another thing is that whether it deepens towards me or towards the back of the plot. Like I mentioned, it should be going towards the back of the plot, but we'll see. We'll see what it's like. But then now I keep seeing the disconnecting, thinking it went again, but luckily there's the Shemhan Foraki's message after. So yeah, so this is what we've dug up so far. You can see there's plenty of stones everywhere. But now I'm curious if we go deeper, because to me it looks like we're deeper here. I'll have to check if I'm showing it to you or not. To me it looks like we're deeper here than, for example, this here, so we might have to even it out a bit before we continue. There's also like these massive rocks. But so far I think when it comes to the line we're making, well, the Avant machine is now in the way of the seeing it, but if you see that this one here, there's this, I'm trying to see if you can see it. There's like, this is where the stick was for the building. So we're maybe tilting a bit towards left from this angle, so we need to pull it back. But then again I can see the white marker, like the stick there at the back of the plot, so might not be that bad. Might not be too bad. Also I'm curious, have you guys been tilted? Are you guys, do you see the horizon? No, this is tilted. So this is straight maybe. Let's hope you guys are straight. Hello? Hello? But yeah, this should be well deep enough for compressing and stuff. The only thing I'm curious if when we start with the compressing, how much of the ground around it will start falling into the hole we just dug up. But yeah, I'll go get a level to see whether it rises or drops towards the back of the plot or not. So I don't know what's the English word for it, but I think level is could be level. I think that's one I've seen for it, but don't know for sure. But yeah, it's for seeing whether you're something straight or not, so you have this bubble inside water to tell you about the elevation. So basically used to tell if something is in an even level or not. Let's hope that the trench I've dug up is long enough to fit this. I think it is. So let's go in it. Guys, we're in the trench we dug up. So if we place it here now, I'm not sure if you can see it, but from where it is right now, it's like elevating towards the end of it. But it's still, I guess the question is, because it's like you can see it's higher in the middle there. So you would definitely need to dig up some more from there. But I guess you could also take a shovel and shift the earth a bit. So I don't know, I don't think the difference is too large. So I think we can live with it. so you can easily fix this. Could maybe even kick the ground yourself to get it better. But yeah, so far I think it's been working. It's been going good. I'm inside the trench I dug up. Help me. But yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is this massive rock here. Should we get it out? Maybe I have to tilt you guys to show it. So this one here. There's no way I can lift it, I don't think. Especially with you guys on my chest, there's no way. No way. But yeah, progress is progress. Even if it's slow progress, it's still towards our goals. Because I don't think I've talked about it a lot, but we have waited for I think almost 2 years now to start building here. So any small progress still a large victory considered. We've been waiting and waiting for years. I'll just put this level here for now. I think we'll put it back in the car before we leave, but we'll have plenty of use for it today, so I'll put it there for now. I guess I could take another soda. Which one should I go for? I think I'll take a 7-Up. This is the quality content of me debating what side of soda should I drink. But actually I'm curious, because I know like Coca-Cola and Pepsi and stuff are like universal kind of, so pretty much in every country, but I wonder if like, well I guess Fanta is again. So I think we have all the same sodas as everyone else. We just have our like few of our own. Mostly I guess every country has the Coca-Cola made in their own country, so they aren't like shipped around the world. Not that much at least, I think. Wait, why does it look like this guy's frozen? There's an actual, you can actually see that this guy's, there's like an ice cube inside it. Guys, who froze my 7-Up? maybe the fridge is a bit too cold. I need to check what level was this on. It doesn't feel that cold, but you can clearly see that it's like not liquidy. There's like this lump in there. Guys, is this cancer? I found a lump in my 7-Up. Where are all the Koskenkorva? It's a crucial part of groundwork. Oh yeah, that's true. We are missing some spirits. Some hardcore booze. Yeah, imagine my father when he arrived here, if I had been like drinking Koskenkorva the whole time I was working here. He would be a surprised man. Oh yeah, this is definitely frozen. This is really cold. But surprisingly, this still has some of this fizz in it, so he would be proud. Yeah, surely. What you know about my father, surely. Yeah. He would be like, I see, the work is going as expected. But yeah, maybe the fridge is a bit too cold since it's freezing our 7-Ups. I wonder if the pizza is also frozen now. Not that it would really matter, but still curious. But yeah, what I'm surprised is that there's so many bubbles still. Like it's still like fizzed up. But it's weird, like a slushy, because it's so cold. But it's also like colder now since the sun went behind the cloud. You can see the clouds are, how do you say it, villain looking, like malevolent, I guess. But yeah, siskomakkarakeitto is ready now, so see you soon. Very nice. Enjoy your fresh sausage soup, or what was the... Well, immediately after I said it, the sun came out and started shining, but it's not really warm yet still. So it's not that it's not out enough. But yeah, it's not really cold still. It's just maybe chilly if anything. But yeah, I guess we need to start thinking of like whether or not we put a fence on the front yard or not. Because I just noticed like that the neighbors we have, most of them have a fence. Like the ones next to us do and the others don't. But I guess most of others here do have a fence. So they have like their yards, like privacy in their yards. So we'll see if we have a fence or not. I think a spruce fence like what we have between the neighbors here would be nice, but then again on the front yard it would take a lot of space, so because those are wide when they grow. So I don't know if that's optimal. But some kind of fence would probably be a good idea. But yeah, I guess it's a bit too early to decide on fences, seeing that there's nothing really to protect privacy-wise. Just me and Paukku here. Don't look at me. Can't believe you'd look at me. But yeah, as long as it doesn't rain, it's a nice day, no matter the temperature basically. Just checking my phone if there's anything I've missed. Not that there should be anything urgent, but still. I see I'm getting receipts for thank you for ordering. Don't answer this email. I would never. Here's a receipt for your order. So yeah, 24.59 was the 24 euros 59 cents was the total price for the pizza I ordered. So yeah, it was pricey, definitely pricey. We can't do that every day, so we definitely need to start working on solutions for getting our food here with something else than like ordering. So I think meal prepping and then just reheating the food is the best option, at least when I'm here alone. The other option would be to go to like lunch places, so that's another option. They are like cheaper than what the pizza was, but still somewhat pricey compared to like making the food yourself. Because the lunch places here, they are almost like a monopolized like cartel type of thing with the pricing, but the reason is that there's this certain amount, I think it's like 13.70 € at the moment, which is the lunch benefit. So if your company base, like your workplace, pays for your lunch, that's the amount basically that it can be up to, and that's always the amount that every lunch then costs pretty much. Basically, no matter what lunch place you go to, the price is always the maximum amount the companies can pay for your lunch. So that's pretty much where the cartel, or whatever you'd call it, that's basically where it comes from. So lunch in here basically is 13.70 € or something like that. So compared to like when you make it at home and like make a large portion of something and split it, then of course more expensive than that. But still a lot cheaper than ordering a pizza, it seems, seeing that was almost 25 euros. So you could almost get 2 lunches from a lunch place for that price. So if only we had a solution of taking you guys with us. But yeah, I guess we'll have to start doing because I have the BRB screen with the timers. So I guess we'll just have to do that in the future. And we'll just have to pack up our things and go for lunch. It's just that for like, if I were a viewer, I would like prefer there to be some content throughout and not have like a break with like a pause screen. But then again, if I were to have like lunch myself, I wouldn't mind it. But then if I was a viewer, I would probably watch while eating lunch. So for me, it would still be better to have some content, because otherwise I would just, click away and never come back. So to avoid that, we would have some solutions for not having it on the BRB screen. But we'll see. I guess it depends again on who I'm with and how long and all that stuff. So the lunch places, I guess most of them, unless you go for like a pizza, but for those lunch places that have like this homemade food, so like meatballs and minced meat and like potatoes and stuff, those are usually buffets. So you just go in there and eat all you want. So that's quite fast because you don't have to wait for the foods, you just go for the line and fill up your plate. So those usually take something like 20 to 30 minutes total. Whereas if you go to like a restaurant where you have to order the food, it takes however long they take to make it. So that's always added at least like 10 to 15 minutes. So depending on where we go, of course. But yeah, so far we've had a POV stream. We'll see if we continue like that when my father arrives. I think we could for some time at least. I'm seeing that I have 52% on my chat phone. I can check the battery again on the, because I think we hit the 5-hour mark. Actually, we're 5 hours 20 minutes, so it's not too accurate. Because last time we checked, it was, I think it was even 4 hours or so. So now we are at 56% if I checked correctly. So I guess it's decreasing at the somewhat stable rate. So it could be something like 10-hour stream maybe. We'll see how long. Because I think we'll be here for most of the evening with my father when he finally arrives. But I guess it depends on when he actually arrives. But I'm just glad, because one thing I was actually debating myself with was that if I just wait my father to arrive and ask him to like get something for us to eat, but seeing that he's not yet here, I don't think, like, he might be here like 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. So if I had just waited for that before I got to eat, I would be like extremely hungry. So the pizza was definitely the right choice here for today, but we'll see. We'll have to plan ahead for the next days. Pretty decent battery on that camera, to be honest. I'm used to see streamers just walking around with their gear plugged in power banks all the time. Yeah, not to fault the Action 4, but it is on a power bank. So there's like this, the setup is quite complex compared to like just streaming on a phone. So there's like I can actually maybe show it. The thing is that you're like attached to it, so it could be a bit hard. But I can maybe lift it up a bit, so just hoping that I won't block it. I don't know if I can do this. Maybe take it off. So now the microphone is again on it too, so I'm a bit further away when I show it to you guys. But yeah, so if you can see it, the microphone is here, so you can first see the microphone is on this bag. So I'm trying to speak to it so that you could still hear me. But there's this like a bag I have. I think you can see it. So I have this like a sling bag on me, and then on this sling bag I have this. This is the left one here. That's the power bank. I'm trying to keep the microphone close, but actually I could maybe change the microphone too. Wait, just give me a second. Just take the bag away for a second. I'll take the microphone close to myself so I don't have to worry about holding on to the sling bag. So now I should be able to speak to you. Might actually be louder since I'm a bit closer. But yeah, so you can see there's a cable that's going to the camera you're seeing us through, so don't worry about that. But yeah, here, so this one here, this is the power bank. So I think it's 30,000 milliampere hours. So it's a massive one. It's also quite heavy. But you can press on the side and it shows the percentage. The thing is that there's so much light outside that it's hard to see the numbers. So I have to like cover the numbers a bit. It's also when you like press it, it shows the current going in and out and stuff like that. But yeah, it's now showing 55%. I'm not sure if you can see it, but that's the power at the moment. Then this here is the Bella box. So this is an Radxa 5A, I guess. Yeah, I think that's the model. So basically something like a Raspberry Pi, if you know those. So small computer running like a Linux-based operating system. And like that's where it's like installed all the stuff. I actually don't even know if it has like a separate operating system or not, but still, like, the only thing installed on it is the Bella box. And the Bella box is then like taking a cable in. You can see this, all of the stuff is attached to that one. So it takes in this is a mobile data, so 4G LTE. So this is like a modem, I guess, for mobile data. So this thing here on the bottom, that's connected to it, so that's how it's on the internet. Then underneath it there's the cable from the camera, so the image goes in it. And then on top of here you have this receiver, and that's for this wireless microphone I'm talking to you through. So that's why it's blinking red, because the first one that's the first microphone is on, because I can have two microphones on at the same time. We did that when we were doing those Karelian pies with Elina, so we had both of the microphones connected. But yeah, so far I think it's been, like I mentioned, that it has been like a stable decreasing the power bank, so it hasn't been fluctuating, at least so far. But yeah, so this is the setup right now. So this is what I have to carry around with me. This is what I have like underneath my arm, basically, so to my side within that sling bag. I'm thinking of maybe we would need to get like compress this somehow. You could, because you can see there's like ample space still around it, so that's one way to do it. But then like getting a better bag, because if I had it some sort of bag that I could like better strap to myself, it would be easier to move with it, because right now I could never like dream of like shoveling with this on, because the sling bag would just go from side to side, and I would never want that. So for that to happen, I would need to get some kind of other bag. But so far the sling bag does work for what we are doing right now, so when we're not moving too much. But for anything more complex than that, it would need to be, we would need to come up with another solution, or I would need basically come up with another solution. But yeah, so now I just have to remember which way did I put it in there. Let's see if I can get it back the way I put it. Hello? But yeah, this is not too complex of a system after you've set it up, but it takes some time and like research to get it all done. So after you've got it all, it's looking like it's quite a stable system. But yeah, now I would need to also sling it back to my underneath my armor, so I would actually have to take the microphone again. Hello? Don't mind me groping you guys. Yeah, I guess we're back around the same as it was before. But this was around. Sorry if I'm spamming you guys. So yeah, now we're back with the setup. But yeah, so the 10-ish hours we're expecting of battery usage is basically this 30,000 milliampere hour power bank. But we could easily double it if we just get another one, because if I have another 30,000 milliampere hour battery, I could then like switch it. It would take like, you would get the disconnect for like half a minute maybe, and then it would just go online again. So that would be like an easy solution to extend the time, because it takes like equal amount of hours to charge that thing. So there's no way I could like have a lunch break of like 30 minutes and charge it back to like halfway. It only like charges around the same amount as what it's using it at that moment. So charging it to like full amount, it takes like 8 hours or so. So there's no fast way to charge it. I don't think it would be like good for it either if there was like a fast way to charge it, because usually batteries like to be charged slow. Can you jack a power bank into the power bank? That's what I was actually debating earlier, whether or not I can use it while it's being charged, because that could also like help us extend it a little bit. But I would always prefer to like switch it, because like I mentioned, it would be like because again it wouldn't like stop the stream, it would just do the disconnect screen for a little while if I just unplugged it and plugged it again. And I would probably need to go to my phone and like start it again and all that stuff, but still it would be like not that much of an hassle compared to, especially like carrying around two yeah exactly, the heavy, yeah that's what I'm thinking, also like the bag and all that stuff. So if we have like two of those bricks with me, because the only heavy part of this setup is the power bank, so for that reason I would prefer to like switch it instead of start carrying around multiple. I did see in there's like a Bellabox Discord where the people that are using these, there's quite a lot of streamers, IRL streamers, that are using this, that there's like discussion on it, and there was like one guy that had like in his backpack, I think he had like 5 power banks, and the people were like mocking him, or like basically not like actually mocking, but they were like quite curious as to why would you need that many, can you not just like charge them, and like how small are they and like all that stuff. But he was like yeah they really run out, because I think like most of the time the biggest power drain is the modem for the mobile data, from what I've understood from those conversations there. And the reason is that in most places around the world the mobile data is so bad that the antenna or the modem has to work like overtime to get the signals in. So they are like sucking up a lot of electricity because of that. But here in Finland, especially since I'm moving very little, like what I'm using this for is like moving around around this plot area here. So there's like not much work that the modem needs to do. So I'm assuming it's somewhat like decent, the amount of electricity it sucks up. I don't know like what part of it is taking as much and this and that. Yeah, that's also a thing. Yeah, that I was gonna say as well, that they have like multiple ones as well. So they use like multiple SIM cards on each modem, and I think they have like multiple modems as well. So they have, I don't know how to pronounce modem. So in Finnish it's modemi, but I think it's in English it would be like modem or something. But yeah, so the things that you get the connection from the SIM cards with. So they have multiple like those, and then like with multiple SIM cards. So they are like desperately trying to get a connection from somewhere. But in Finland we have a generally good, like, I don't know what's the word for it. We have like a good coverage. Yeah, I think that's the word. We have like a good coverage for like 4G, and even now we have like 5G coming up, and especially like in these residential areas we have a lot of the coverage from all of the different ISPs, so internet service providers. So all of they are like in the same masts, and they all have the pretty much good coverage. So you don't really need to have multiple different SIMs, so from different providers, nor you really have a multiple in any way. Especially, I would say maybe only in case you were like hiking, because those places are like usually like national parks and stuff, and those don't have coverage that well. So, but I guess that would be the only exception if you were like really in the out and about in nature, basically, in Finland. Because like city centers and all those stuff, they usually have a quite a decent coverage for 5G and 4G and stuff. So mobile data is not really an issue. I think they were like, it was some of the Australians, I think Frugality, and they were laughing that Natalie C has some issues with the internet, and then we had a steady connection when we were on the ice at my parents' place. But I even then commented that being on the ice is actually better for connection because it's like a flat surface, so there's plenty from the signal to bounce on, so it can go further than in any other sort of environment. So being on the ice and being on the water actually is beneficial for getting the connections. So it's actually, it might not make sense, but that's how it is, that when you're on water you basically have the best kind of connection, if you have any of those like masts around you that provide it, of course. I hear 5G is too unstable but good to combat congestion. What do you think? From my experience, 5G is really prone to both distance and any and all sorts of materials in between you and the outworld. So if you have a clear view of the mast that is like giving it to you, well, mast I mean like the towers that they put in Finnish it's masto, I think mast is maybe a word for it, I don't know, but yeah, basically the telephone towers or whatever you call them. So if you have a clear view to that, then of course it works like a charm, but you can easily see like how fast it drops, the speed decreases the further you're away or the more things there are between you and the tower. But again, the speed is of course unbeatable when it comes to wireless stuff. So if it's, so to me it's hard to come up with a use for it though. Like what would you need that kind of speed for? Because I know for a like fact that like transferring full HD image like 10 to 15 megabytes. So why would you need like 300? Like what are you trying to send for that speed to be needed? So for me, like stable 4G is 1,000 times better than an unstable 5G. So for sure, that's why I'm sticking with 4G at the moment, because I have no use for anything larger than like anything faster or speeds beyond that. Because again, like 4G, I think is like 100 megabytes already, so it's like plenty fast enough. Yeah, I don't know why people need 5G for mobile phones. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say, that there's like hardly any use case for mobile phones to use that amount of data. If it's like for your house, for your computer, for your PC, there of course you can have use cases for it, because you can like download games and stuff that are like hundreds and hundreds of gigabytes. But if is that still on like daily basis, would you still need it actually? But for like phones, if you were like daily load stuff that's like gigabytes, it would be interesting if you need like a connection that fast. Because again, streaming stuff, like if you're watching like live stuff, it's still rarely anything above like 20 megabytes that's required. So like maybe 4K and stuff will require more, but still, like, who watches 4K stuff on their phones? Yeah, I also use 4G on phone. 5G is useless when I'm at work, for example, sleeping on ship, etc. Yeah, that's because, like I mentioned, just because of how the wave is made, it's like it gets disrupted by materials and stuff way easier than 4G. And again, the same goes for like all of the Gs before that. So 3G is again more resistant to structures and stuff like that. So it's better surviving resistance and all the stuff. And again, 2G and stuff like that. So the further we go with them the shorter the distance they can travel and the less they can be in between those things. So for example, we have in Finland, we have people operating and trying to get fiber connections everywhere, and they are always like battling the people trying to sell 5G mobile connections. And for the 5G mobile connections to work, they need fiber, because if you want to have 5G coverage everywhere, you need to have fiber on the ground for the towers, because there's no way a 5G tower would give the same connection to another tower with the 5G connection. If you understand what I mean, if you have two towers, they need to be linked with the fiber connection for them to work. So it's actually quite an interesting case that if you're thinking of like which is superior, mobile data or like fiber connections in for example, if you're thinking of like which should you get you for your house, if you have a 5G available which actually works, meaning that the tower is nearby, you should then have an access to fiber anyway quite nearby. So I would always go for fiber. Because like wireless anything is always a lot like stability wise, speed wise, all that stuff. It's always better to have it by cable and not wireless. Same, changed to 4G plan like 2 months ago. Earlier I had 5G, but I got no use for it. Yeah, it's hard to like, because they are also like a lot more expensive here. At least I know they are like a lot more affordable here than in like any other country, I'm assuming. Like from what I've understood, they're Nordic countries, so here and Sweden and Norway and stuff, they have it like we have the mobile data. For example, we have like unlimited packages, which I think is somewhat uncommon in other countries, and they're also like faster than in most countries. But still, what would you use it for? Does it still make sense for the price? Because like you can get the 4G stuff and all that stuff for cheaper, so why put in the extra money if you don't get anything from it? So value is, I guess, the word that I would go for. Yeah. Is there any value added from the 5G compared to having it? It was double the price than just 4G. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That yeah, the price difference is quite a steep one. To me, it actually doesn't make any sense either. Like, why would you like price it so steep? Because I doubt that if you check on the usage for people, even like people compared like 4G people having like 4G broadbands and then 5G Can you hear me now? Because I think another interesting question will be whether or not the microphone battery lasts. Okay, yeah, it's working. So for some reason it seems that the microphone shut down. It could be that there's, but then again it wouldn't make sense. Maybe it would, maybe. How long have we been on? 5 hours, 40 minutes. So it would be like 6 hour mark. Because I like plugged all of this stuff in before I started the stream. So maybe like that would be around the time it has been on. So there could be like something that it you know, shuts down after 6 hours, assuming that it's not being like if it's been forgotten or something. But it would be interesting to see, because I don't think this device shows the battery level anyway. So I'm not sure if it shows how much of a battery is remaining on the wireless microphone. I have another one, so I can just, you know, switch to that one. It will probably mean a small disconnect, because I think the Bella box disconnects when it loses its audio source. So it might lead into a small disconnect when it actually dies out. But yeah, let me know if the sound, if I'm muted, if the sound dies. Because the only microphone we have right now is the Hohem mics, but I can easily switch to the action camera microphone if we need it. So we don't, if we run out of microphone battery. Okay, now we should have this microphone work. Can you guys confirm, do you hear me now? Yeah, working, okay. So yeah, I just switched the microphone so you can actually see there now that it's charging, so it's actually ran out. So I think it's around 6 hours that each of these microphones work. Now one of them is now charging in the case, so we'll see how far it charges while we're using this other one. But like I think I mentioned, I don't know if it came to the stream or not, but I mentioned that what we could do then if we run out of battery on both of these microphones, that we can use the microphone on the camera, so we don't basically run out of microphones at any point, as long as it's okay that it's from the camera. Came for lunch break just in time for Mick Mayhem. Yeah, luckily we were here already waiting for basically nothing. We could already go back to the work, but I'm drinking. Hello. But yeah, luckily we were here, not in the Avant machine, because from here there it would have been interesting to start debugging. But I guess it's again a good thing to know that, okay, so we have, for the wireless microphones, we can expect something like 6 hours of working time, because it's been 5 hours 42 minutes now, and I did start the stream like this gear. I powered the gear maybe 15 minutes, something like that, before I hit the start stream button. So I guess we're, with the wireless microphones, it's around 6 hour mark, which I guess is quite a lot for a microphone that small. But yeah, I guess we need to go back to the Avant machine if we have to get anything done today. we've hardly dug anything. If you think about the amount of time we've streamed, we have hardly gotten anything done with this. But I guess what Citronly said, that the driving with the Avant machine has improved, so I guess so far both of the goals have been going well, so we are both learning the machine, and also so far we haven't done any irreparable damage to anything, so far so good. But yeah, let's go back to the machine. But again, it's so cloudy that I don't think there's need for sunscreen at the moment, but it was sunny earlier, so I'm glad I have it. But yeah, what we measured with the level is that there's like a bit higher ground there, and then it drops a bit more towards here, so I don't think we need to go any deeper at least. So I guess we could go start bringing it upwards a bit. But I guess the problem here is that you can also maybe see, I will lead you guys a bit forwards so you can see it better. But yeah, the issue here is, as you can see, that there's so many rocks and stones in there that, you know, it's not really up to me how deep it goes, because I have to take the stone out, and however deep I have to go to get that stone out is basically the new bottom level there. So unfortunately there's only so much that I can do about the depth that we're digging at right now. Of course we can fill it in at any point, so that's not a big issue in that sense. I swear there's a way to open this door, but if someone tells me, send help. Do I have to have it? Wait, do I have to have it here and then open it? No. Send help. Let me in. Let me in. I can see that there's... Wait, is there? Because I was thinking that I can see there's a mechanic opening, but I don't know if I can see it. I've done it a few times now. I can hear like something clicking. I'm actually curious how it's supposed to work, because I cannot see anything moving in it. Guys, I'm locked out. I'm locked out. Okay, so that's how you do it. But now I'm actually curious, if I press the button, do I see anything happen? No. Oh wait, there is something pushing forwards. So I think it's pushing here and it's supposed to lift it. Yeah, I don't know. I can't believe you laugh at me. Can't believe it. But yeah, what I just said, that it's getting easier with the Avant machine. The only thing not getting easier is the bloody door. So yeah, gonna be listening only for a while. Okay, yeah, so I headed for the grocery stores. Very nice. Very nice. But yeah, we will get some Avant ASMR. Maybe I should have checked how much diesel do we have. Not that much actually. I don't know if you can see it there, but it's just above the red mark. So we're almost out of fuel. But I feel like every time I come in here I have to like relearn what way goes which and all that stuff, so but maybe it gets easier each time, we see. But I'm also trying now to only steer with my left arm, because I think that's what my father does, is that he uses the joystick and stuff with his right, and that stuff with his steers with his left. I'm again feeling like I'm going too deep because I can hardly see anything. There's so many rocks and stones. Rock and stone. Yeah, we actually disturbed some of the rocks there. Oh yeah, we actually need to add some. We were having it at like 1,000 rounds per minute. Door needs pure vulgar violence. Yeah, I don't think what I did. Like, I'll be honest with you, I don't know what I did to actually get it open. So I think it needs ample attempts and then maybe some luck. There's maybe something to it that I don't know, but I might ask my father, like, do you know what's the magic with the door? Because I don't. There's a stone on the edge of the trench there. I can't actually leave now because I have to wait for the laundry. But I'm painting some chairs in the kitchen. Oh, painting chairs, that sounds nice. What are you painting them with, and basically what are you painting them for? I'm interested in all of the chair paintings now. Any and all chair paintings. Can't believe we've not gotten you to play any of the Warhammer miniature painting games and get any of the painting chairs. We've got a good hole again, and maybe show you. There's a cable in front, but I don't know which way should I go to show you guys. But yeah, I got a bucket full again, which is nice. But yeah, I think when we'll be actually putting in the pipes, so the rainwater pipes and stuff, that I will have the stream on a tripod, because I think it will be easier for me to work with my hands free, only having the chat phone in front of my chest, like when we were doing the work with the excavator. It was easier to have it like that. So I think these POV streams are for less manual ones like this one here. But we'll see. I guess it depends. I could then, like, because it doesn't really take me that long, and like it's not that hard to switch between these two. So because when I have this chat phone with me, like I always do when I'm streaming, I have the same harness as I have with the where the camera is now, so it's basically the same either way. Okay, now we dropped the major rock in there, but I guess the ones we have here are small enough to put in the pile. But I think my father also said that when you have the engine, like with the how many rounds per minute you have it, it also affects how much you can multitask. So whether you can like use the engine for moving and with the hydraulics at the same time. So I guess it's also for those kind of things. So to make it easier. But yeah, for me, as you can see, I'm mostly doing one thing at a time, so for me it doesn't, I guess I don't need that many RPMs, and probably my father uses more than I am using right now. I think so far I'm liking the steer with my left arm and use the stuff with my right, as that's pretty much the only way to do it, but so far it's working quite nicely. I don't know how much my arm is in the way of you guys though, if that's an issue. I spent 45 minutes looking for an article from 1878 to check one paragraph, only to notice one author made a typo and it should be 1868, and found it easy clap. Very nice. Yeah, those things feel like rewarding when doing academics, that use your time where it matters most, and it's like trying to find a reference somewhere only to find out that okay, it's not where you thought it was and you've just wasted time. But yeah, happy you found it, even if it took you unnecessarily long because of all that. So we have the large stone with us now. Yeah, of course, so it has enough load to do simultaneous movements at the same time. Yeah, I think I forgot to mention that earlier when we were discussing the RPM, so I thought I'd mention for those unaware. But yeah, I guess the ditch is coming along quite nicely now that I've gotten more used to the machine, I guess. Still, it will be completely different seeing my father use this. I can guarantee you that much. Also trying to drive over the pile I made earlier to maybe flatten it a bit. Because as you can see, it's still quite bumpy right here on the end of the plot. Bumper cars. I guess we'll drop it somewhere here. There it goes. It's not really even here. Hello? I'm also checking the fuel gauge if we need to refuel it soon. I think I would go for 1400 to 1500 on that one, because it's not so hard work. But if you like constantly lift full buckets like filling a truck or something, I'd go for 1700 or whatever is max on that. I think the max is something like 3500 based on the, you can see that here that there's like 3500 to 4000 is on the red axis, but all the way to like 3000 is still on the green. So I think you can go for quite a lot of rounds per minute, but I assume that you would need to have like extremely heavy stuff that you would be moving around for that to make sense, for that to be like needed. But yeah, I guess I'm around 1500 at the moment, so I think for my work it has been good. So I think I'll keep this. I'll keep it where it is. Yeah, we got a nice big bucket again. So I guess we're making steady progress compared to like the first attempts we had at this. Now you can see me going through fast and then I break something. I think I do 2 movements at the same time, it's good. Yeah, so far it hasn't been complaining anything about any of the stuff I've been using it for, so I think, like I mentioned, we're in a good, around a good RPM for what we're doing. And we have another one. I guess I'm getting the hang of it. There's also like halfway here, so halfway between these buildings there should be a well, I guess, I don't know what's the proper word for it, but like a large bucket where you can check the water in, how much is there, so we'll need to do that as well. So that needs to be deeper. We'll see, my father arrives before we need to do that. Yeah, at least it looks a lot smoother than earlier in stream. Yeah, I'm assuming, I'm hoping to make progress here. Because I feel like I can now do like up to 2 things at once, which is, you know, twice as much as before. So, a major improvement. No, but all jokes aside, of course, it's like a big thing if you can start doing things faster and more efficiently. I still feel like I have some like practice to do with how I should approach the ground and like what angle should I dig it and all that stuff. Trying to get it so that it would be almost the same depth throughout, so that we could easily check the afterwards what depth should we need, because like it's a few centimeters per meter that it should tilt, so it's not a lot, so it's basically around the same elevation throughout, so the 2 centimeters can be easily made with the gravel. So if we have it at the same length throughout, it wouldn't be that far from where we need it. Yeah, it would be interesting to see the start of the stream and compare it to this, how I'm driving it now. Because I'm of course assuming it's a lot smoother, but how much more is, I guess, the question. Because I still feel like I now do it without thinking what I'm doing, but I still notice that I'm doing it wrong sometimes. So I guess it's natural in a sense. It's only been a few hours. No, that was the wrong direction again. Can't believe this. But yeah, there's quite a lot of ground coming out from thinking of like it's only like 40 centimeters or how wide ever that is. That there's quite a lot of dirt coming from it still. Yeah, that comes with time and experience. I can't even see what I'm digging at work, and I'm mostly end result is within 10 centimeters. Oh, that's mad. That's. But yeah, the excavator driver was like saying that he's sad about the salary, that they are like underpaid in many sense, in many ways, considering like the expertise required. Of course, and I do agree that, you know, it takes time to get good at this, so I too think that they would need to be paid more for this to make sense, because the only reason they aren't paid much is because of like, okay, it's not a academic one, you don't need to be like going to school for this, and that's like somehow makes it less valuable. Because it did sound like there's like more work for them, that there are people doing that work, so it's not about there being too many people doing it, and that way, you know, decreasing the salary. But I guess the competition for the work that they are doing is so harsh that they can't just pay that much, or then they just want the profit for themselves. Who knows? I don't know how much profit is there in ground working. Because I know like lots of here in Finland, a lot of the excavator drivers are now doing fiber, so that's, I guess, another reason that would explain why there's lack of the excavator operators, is that many of them are now doing fiber connection. But yeah, we're definitely past the point that you would go in and fix the start of this with the, at least from this angle. I guess we could still go from the side, since you can go from the, you can easily fit to the side of it, but there's no way I could drive to this, have the tires on each side. I don't think that would work. There's yet again a stone there somewhere, giving me a hard time. Yeah, I guess we need to make another pile somewhere, because we're moving so that we're blocking our way from this pile I'm doing. Competition is huge on land and sea as well, as most of the projects are underpaid, so drivers are underpaid as well, I guess. I'm doing fine at the dredging salary wise, but I've heard about guys working on ground like normal excavator stuff. The salary is a bit lackluster. Yeah, that's what I understood. That nothing against like people working in like grocery stores and stuff, but that's what I understood, that the salary is like, so it's like hard to justify working on an excavator if you can get the same salary working in like a grocery store. Because you can like imagine the difference being that you can, in like a grocery work, you don't have to travel at all. The job is always near you, as opposed to like excavator work, sometimes you have to go to other places and stuff. So you would like that to be shown in the salary as well. But apparently that's not the case, at least for the excavator, just like plain old excavator. So, because I know you're working like sea and stuff, so it's probably a bit different there. Trying to make the bottom of what we're digging a bit even. Worked out quite well. the question is, do we make another pile somewhere? Guess we could. The question is, where do we do it? But this is actually quite a good question, because I'm trying to think that way it would not be in the way of anything, because that could be an issue. If we're meant to make a pile somewhere that we need to dig up next. I guess like between those two sewer pipes there should be nothing, but I'm not sure if we should go like between the pipes. So I could maybe check from the phone, because I do have the plans in there as well, so just to make sure. So I'll just check the drawings for the only one big pile for pheasants. Yeah, that's what they would like for sure. So now I pulled out the plan for the. Oh yeah. So what I was thinking first, if we would pile it somewhere there, but then I luckily checked the design, and there is one trench we need to dig on that side as well, so we shouldn't pile it there. But actually between those sewer pipes there would be nothing, so as long as we don't go too close to them, so that we can move the pile if necessary. So I guess that could be the next spot we start filling with a pile. Because we could also drive it like the back of the plot, but I think we should do that only if we have like a bigger scoop. So not with this bucket we're currently having. To me also looks like we're getting deeper and deeper on that trench I'm digging. Which would be good if we were to come from the other side, but we're not, so it should not be deepening. But I guess it's easier to fill than it is to empty, so it's not that much of an issue if we make it too deep. And I think it's only like too deep, or like going deeper at some parts, and it's not like all the way, so I guess it's okay. I hope it's okay. I wonder how far can I go. There was supposed to be a stone in the way there, but now I couldn't feel it. So either there wasn't, or oh yeah, it actually dropped there, so it was there, but it was sneaky. Sneaky stones. Sneaky stones may break my bones. Wait, what? But yeah, I guess we could go in and go outside to see how we have lined it up, because to me it looks like it might be turning again a bit, so we'll have to go in and see. I think it's easier to see from outside than, you know, being in here in middle of it. Yeah, I guess I'll move this then out of the way so we can easily see. So now it's not in the way if we have to go. We'll go and see. Actually, should we maybe stop it here, because I think we need to refuel it. Just take it here. Stop it here for a second. Now whether or not I should close the door. But yeah, I guess it's easier to see from here. Try to aim it for the two white sticks on the front of the plot, or like where the houses will be. So if we go here, actually it's not that bad. To me it looked like it was going towards left, but it's actually going a bit towards right. So it's a good thing I came here to see it. I don't know how much, well you can, I think you should be able to see it rather nicely. But yeah, those two white sticks there are the corners of the buildings, and this what we're digging should be in the middle of that corridor between those buildings. So it's not too bad. There was also in the design, it was something like it would go nearby the other building and then near the other, so I don't know what's the reason for that, but I think it was drawn like that in the design. But then you can see there's the rock that dropped in there at the end. But yeah, so we could refuel it. Actually don't know how large of a tank it has. Could actually Google that, because I have in my canister, I think I have something like 18 liters of diesel. So I'm assuming it all goes in. I wonder if it says here somewhere. No, it doesn't. That would have been too easy. But yeah, let's go get some diesel. So refueling time. So now instead of me having a drinking break, Avant has one. So I should have the canister here. There it is. It's also somewhat heavy, so let's see how I can lift it with you guys on my chest. There we go. I don't need to change the nozzle to this other one. I guess we'll carry it closer first. Let's carry it closer first and see what we can do with the cap and stuff. So, let's see. So, we would need to put this guy on it somehow. I think my father said that make sure it's extremely tight, this pouring nozzle, because otherwise it'll leak. So, can't wait for that to happen. Because I can feel like it's extremely loose. I don't think it goes any better than what it is right now. So yeah, we'll see how much it pours on my fingers. Oh yeah, I forgot to open that thing. Guys, I don't like this. But I guess it's still better than like pouring from a, like trying to pour it from the cap it's on, like what it has. It's so heavy too. Let's see if it leaks. So far I don't think it leaked. You guys on my chest are not helping. It's also, there's nothing to hold on to the bottom of it. So yeah, the nozzle is good enough. Just need to. So yeah, we have like 18 liters there. I'll have to Google how much can fit in there. Because I don't want to be pouring it like upside down and then realize that it goes over. So let's see. I think the size of the gas tank in there, like the diesel tank, is the same for all of the ones. This one is a 530. What's the word for it? Polttoainesäiliö. Let's see. Do they tell me this? I don't think it says anything about it. I can't believe they're not telling me. How big appetite Avant has? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. I was trying to search up, but it's not looking like it's common knowledge. So I guess I'll just YOLO it. Oh yeah, this guy also has the problem that it needs to get air. So it's like guzzling. God damn. 30 liters says Mr. Google. Okay, so you Googled better than I did. Actually I can check. I think, oh yeah, it doesn't show it when there's no power how much it has, but I think it should fit, like all of it should fit then, because it was on the edge of the red, and there's like 18 liters on the canister. So I just pour it all in there. Guess that's the goal. I don't know how much you can see because I can barely see much myself. But I can hear it's pouring in there, so it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. It's also gasping for air. Sklurps, sklurps. As long as the nozzle is inside, I guess I'm safe. I wonder if you can hear this ASMR of glumps, glumps. Glumps, 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 glumps. So yeah, this is refueling ASMR if you can hear it, that is. My father comes in and he's like, you haven't driven at all, it's the canisters, there's still so much gas in there. We can, it's delicious, very nice. Blurp, 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 blurp. Sounds familiar. I love it how it takes in, like it gets blocked and then it's simply like blumps, like it gets the air in. But I'm just happy that it's not leaking from the where I attached the nozzle, because that's what my father warned me about. I wonder if you can pour it empty. I assume you should be able. That was a burp. So Avant just burped. So yeah, I guess that's the canister empty. Actually, I can see the surface now, so that should be cool. That should be good. Not too much, at least. Pour it sideways so it gets more. Oh yeah, that's actually probably would have been a smarter one than how I did it. You can hear the pee noises most. Oh dear. Let's see if I can take out this spinny nozzle. There we go. This was on the side here, something like this. And then the cap. So now we have another empty canister we need to fill at some time. at some point. But yeah, pouring it sideways would have made sense. I didn't even realize. It was also quite heavy, so starting out I don't think I had much choice on the angle, but at the end of it probably would have burped less. I assume it's closed now since it clicks. But yeah, this is the hill that murdered Paukku's last two boards. I don't know if Sam Honfaraki was here when I saw the pictures. So I can show them again. Let's put that there. I'll pull out the picture for how Paukku was murdered when we brought it here. So here you can see maybe there's two of the boards. I'm not sure if you told me about that. Yeah, so when my father was pulling it with the Avant machine, this hill here, or whatever you call it, ramp or whatever, it was too much. Because Avant is quite a lot taller for pulling things than like a normal car, so that's the end result. So we were missing two of the boards. Because you know, Avant has that higher than for example, if you just can easily compare it to, for example, my van here, like how low on the ground that knob is for pulling stuff compared to what the height for Avant is. It's like it was in an angle more than with the van it would have been. But then again, I don't think the van has the all-wheel surface kind of like, I don't know what it would be called, but like the all-terrain features to be driving around here. So it had to be Avant that pulled it. But yeah, so we lost two of the boards. I did nail them back on already, but the corner list, or whatever you call the corner board there, that's split in two, so I need to replace it at some point. So that's pretty much the only victim of that hate crime. So yeah, let's go and investigate our trench. Can't believe my father's not here yet. But yeah, you can see the sides are quite steep, so I'm curious if there would be like rain and stuff, would they be like collapsing on both sides? Because that's probably what would happen if we left these for too long. But then again, the massive hole my father has dug, it also has like these steep walls, and it hasn't gone anywhere, and it has rained between when he dug it up and now. So what you're seeing here. So yeah, this hole was dug by my father with the Avant machine, so to me that's like extremely impressive. But you can see that he needs the ramp to go in there and get out, so that's required. I don't think that trench is too deep to collapse on itself. Yeah, seeing that this one hasn't, I don't think there's an actual risk for it. The only thing is when we do the compressing thing, I think that could be when we're compressing, it might be shaking it enough that some of it collapses from the sides, but I don't think too much of it, like just a little bit. Oh yeah, I was supposed to show you there. So this corner board here, this one is split in two, so I need to replace this at some point. Because you know, when those two boards or the planks from the underneath there, when they lifted, it broke this, split this board in two. So that's the damage we got when we delivered it here. But now that it's here, it can be here for, I guess, as long as construction goes, or I would say at least as long as the secondary building is far enough that we can use that as a base. So depending on the schedule, I guess, like this year or maybe until winter, or how many years to come, we'll see how fast we make progress here. With the amount of me just standing here and sitting and not making progress, it might take a few years, hello. Yeah, I guess I could take the plans with me. so that I don't need to use the phone for it. But yeah, so this is the one I was talking about earlier. Okay, I could do which way should it be so that it gets light as well. Maybe you can see it now. So we're digging this center between the buildings, and we need to dig one from here, like this side as well. So that's why I was like, we cannot put a pile on this side here, because we need to do a digging here for the same rainwater pipe. At the end we will just make Paukku our main building. Yeah, we'll just take this closer to the electrical box and the central heating, and just make a hole on the floor to get the heating in. Yeah, I think that might be that might be a possible income. I'm gonna need more paint. Oh dear, that sucks. That's the worst. When it runs out. Especially if you would prefer to get it the same shade and stuff, so hopefully there's still the same kind. Even if it's like the same kind, it could be that it's slightly different, so you need to be careful with those. Might have to do like at least one layer on everywhere. But yeah, I don't know if this picture makes much sense to anyone here, but I've been staring at it for so long that I'm hopefully understanding it. But for the rainwater pipes we need one from here towards the middle one here, and then we need one from this corner, so it goes to the middle one here. I gotta go now, see ya and have a good stream. Yeah, thank you Shema Forafi for being here. Have a nice evening. It's quite late already, so it is understandable. But yeah, so then there's a rainwater pipe from the front here towards the middle. So in the middle then there's the one pipe that takes it all away. And then from here there's another one, and then that goes to the side of the building towards the big hole that my father has dug. So there's quite a lot of still that needs to be dug, but I think like most of them can be dug with the scoop and not the bucket, or what you call what I'm using right now. So it will be faster when my father gets in here. Hopefully at least. Hello. It's just black, so I don't think the color will be a problem. Sorry, I was still having the camera tilted downwards. Hello. But yeah, black, I don't think that, yeah, that's true. I don't think there's that much of an issue with different colors of black. I think they are mostly the same, so you should be golden with that, luckily. As long as it's the same company and stuff, so it doesn't need to be from the same manufacturing batch. Like I think with many other colors it would be good to have it from the same manufacturing batch, to not have it any like a small tint difference. But yeah, the weather is pretty much perfect right now, because I don't mind having the sun, but like I would go without it if it's not cold. And right now it's really good, the temperature. Let's hope it stays like this the whole summer. I doubt it, but let's hope. But yeah, we've been streaming 6 hours 31 minutes. What's the longest stream we've done so far? I'm actually curious, because I remember that with the excavator streams I think we were like streaming from the side of the plot for quite a long time, but I'm still curious, like where can I check it actually? Should be, all of this should be on YouTube, so I can actually check from there. Okay, so the longest one I can immediately see is 8 hours 36 minutes. Yeah, and then we have had like 6.5 and 6 hour streams. Yeah, 2 6.5 and then 1 6 hours. But yeah, the longest is 8.5. Yeah, I need another code on both chairs, so even if the shade is different, they will match. Yeah, that's perfect. Because the worst thing you could have done is that you paint like one of them twice or 3 times, and then run out of paint, and then do another chair 2 or 3 times with a different bucket. So sounds like you've got it in the bucket. Hello. But yeah, so we are 2 hours from, a bit over 2 hours to like making our longest streams yet. I think I will actually have to check again the power, because it's been, has it been an hour since I last checked? Or is it just paranoia at this point? Sorry for blocking the camera. It's now at 46%, so it is decreasing. I feel like I always get anxious when it like drops below 50. Like on any device and stuff, I'm always like, okay, now we're on the last legs, even if that's not the case. But I guess it's something like when it's like more than half remaining, it's somehow safer than when it's like less than half. But yeah, I think I could at some point maybe order another one of these power banks if they still have them, because I think I last some point checked. It's not that long that I ordered it, but I don't think the same one was still sending them, so I think it was from Amazon, or was it from AliExpress, either one. I can't remember which one was it, but I will need to check if they have the same ones, because I know that this one is a good one, because I was already debating whether or not I order one or two of them immediately, but not knowing which, like not knowing how good are they, I didn't dare to buy two at the same time, but seeing that they are now really good, I could try and get another one, because then I don't think we would have to like even worry about how long the streams last or whatever, because I was already thinking, we discussed with Elina earlier that during midsummer, so I think it's like June 21st or something, it's the Saturday on June, I think it's 3rd or whenever is the midsummer, that we could do a stream where we like stream during the night time, like maybe from like midday to night time, or however long, we'll see. But just to show you guys the amount of light we have here, because it doesn't really get dark during the summer times here in Finland, especially like high up. Even like if we would go to higher, like in like Lapland, and especially northern Lapland, you would get it even worse than we have it here, or better, depending on your perspective, I guess. But yeah, even in here it doesn't really get dark. There's like maybe an hour worth of not having the sun like directly visible, but still it's like all the clouds and stuff are still lighting. As long as things are charged above 25%, I'm chilling. 24% illegal. Yeah, actually I can also like relate to that, because when it's like 25, it's again like another level of anxiety unlocked when it comes to the device. So yeah, definitely. So that's why I'm already like slightly worried about the 46%. The only thing I would like to have is to like not like run out midstream, so that I would be like able to check if there's someone to raid and stuff. So that's why I would like to see when we're like maybe at like 5% or something. I think 5 is already quite low, so we'll see. But then again, we have streamed for like 8.5 hours, but then again I think it's something like 10% per hour or something like that. So we should be like, even after 8 hours, we should still have like 20 left or something. So we'll see. I think content-wise we have plenty of stuff we can still work on here, but I was hoping that my father would come in and get me a move on. Because yeah, I can't really, well, I could, but it's so much slower. If I start like placing the pipes already, I don't think that makes sense. So I would have to dig up everything first, and then there's stuff like trying to avoid the electrical box and stuff that I would rather have my father here for. So there's no way I can like finish all of this alone, even if I had like work 24/7 from the morning. But as long as if you think about the daily goals, I think we're nailing them, because I have gotten a lot better. I would still probably need to switch the bucket to something else and try with another tool how it feels, because then there's like less to do, because now with the bucket you have this hydraulics for that one, but if you don't have that bucket on you, with like nothing with the hydraulic on, you have less to control, so it would be like easier, probably, hopefully, to work with all of the other equipment. There's basically the scoop, and then there's like 2 spikes, and the spikes are for like moving pallets. But yeah, for those it would be probably easier to work with. But I guess like when you're practicing stuff, it doesn't like hurt starting with from like more complex ones. I think that's one way to do it, as long as you can, if it's not too complex. Because another way to do it, of course, would be to go from simple to more complex, as long as there's some like overlap between the two, so that there's like something to be learned from the simple one towards the complex stuff. But here I don't think it was too complex. Well, of course, like you could see when I started out that it took me a while to move it anywhere, but I feel like now I'm getting the hang of it. If not being like super efficient with it, but doesn't feel like I'm second guessing myself every time. But I guess the interesting part would be to like increase the rounds per minute to something like 3000 and see how fast it moves then. Because I feel like it moves faster the more rounds you have. There's also like two different like speed levels, so there's like a tortoise and a rabbit, so you can choose between those two. So if you go for the rabbit, it moves the fastest as it can, so then there's like less power on the wheels, but it goes faster. Did the cloud cover get thicker? Yeah, the sun is no longer shining. It got covered. It's behind the clouds now. So I was already earlier looking that there might be rain, but so far the forecast is saying that there will be no rain for like the next 10 days. Which to me sounds crazy, but maybe those clouds are just, passing by. Because they to me look like they might rain. They are not like, they don't look that dark that they will definitely rain, but to me it looks like there might be showers here and there, but the forecast said that not here. So maybe at some other place. But yeah, I was also thinking of where should we transfer the sand, because there's like this pile of sand there. I mentioned earlier in the stream that we need to move it somewhere, because of the gravel coming in. So we have a delivery of gravel coming in tomorrow, so we need a place some fabrics for that, and then have a place for it, so that sand pile there is in the way. But I'm thinking if we should maybe bring it here, because there's some space like in front of Paukku, so maybe that would be a place for it. But then again, I don't think we would like to be driving over the electrical wire too much. But then again, I don't know if Avant's tires will actually do anything to it, so we'll see. Maybe my father has some idea. Just that we wouldn't need to like relocate the sand pile many times, so that it would, wherever we put it next would be the place for it to be until it's all used up. It rained here yesterday, so who knows. Yeah, it was raining here yesterday and the day before that, so it has been raining early this week. But yesterday it wasn't that bad, but I think Tuesday was quite a rainy day, so the day before yesterday. But yeah, as long as it doesn't rain, I'm not complaining. And even with like rain, if it's not too much, it doesn't really bother me. I guess the only thing we would have is we would need to like make sure the streaming gear doesn't get wet. Mainly the Bella Box computer bag you saw. But there was some rain at some point during the excavations, and it didn't bother then. So I think the bag I have is somewhat like water resistant, so it like tries to keep the water outside. So maybe in like an absolute, if it like downpoured like a lot, then I think it would immediately go inside it. But with the small rain, I don't think it matters that much. But I guess the biggest issue with rain is mostly how cold is it. So if it's cold while it rains, I think that's the worst. Because I've been in like, I remember when we were in I think it's Mohis here in the chat, that we were in his bachelor party, and it was insane. We went to Prague, and I've never been there before, and I basically haven't been to many other countries, but his best men decided that we need to go abroad, so everyone had to pay for the trip, of course, but we did end up in Prague, and there I remember that it was raining so much that like everything got soaked, And I remember I had my passport on my pocket and it went all like wobbly because it got so wet. And when it dried out, it went like, it became this wobbly. The passport. Luckily, I have had a new one since then, but I remember that it looked like a banana afterwards. But I remember that the rain didn't really bother us because it was still warm, so it was like 25 or something even if it rained. So back then it was like only like a nuisance, I guess, seeing that you got wet everywhere. And you really got wet. I remember we have like clips of it where it was like absolutely pouring, like somebody threw a bucket on us and stuff, so it was really raining. Raining during those days. We were all soaked through and through. But yeah, as long as it's not like cold, I don't think rain is that bad, unless you have like equipment you need to protect. And of course, it depends on your attitude. Hello? Whether it's a bad thing or not. I'm just looking at the table and it's really low. I think we need to have like an Euro pallet or something, so one of those pallets underneath it to get it a bit higher up. Because I don't think you want to be twisting those rebars in like ground level, because I don't think you want to be bending over when you're doing that. So I think we need to lift it up with those pallets a bit. Too humid is nasty. Yeah, that's another thing. Like if it's hot and humid, that's apparently the worst combination. I don't think I've ever been to like a proper example, because like my coworkers were traveling to Singapore and they were telling that there the heat is like 10 times worse than it would be here because of how like humid it is. Well, that's like another aspect to the heat. So that's, I guess, like one of those rainforest things I referenced earlier. But I don't think I've ever experienced that, so I wouldn't know. But from what they told me, that was the worst part, because you like even in like when you were switching clothes and stuff, like everything you wore were immediately like moist, and I can relate to that not being the ideal scenario. So I could see how that would be extremely annoying. But yeah, chat phone is at 38%. I think we might have to end stream when chat phone dies. But we'll see which one dies first, the stream or the chat phone. Actually, now the thing is that we probably don't have an actual solution for is the chat phone. Because I could charge it with the power bank, but doing that would mean that the power bank would get sucked. Also depends on whether it's on me or on the tripod. So if the camera is on the tripod, there's no power bank to charge the phone from, since it would be on the tripod then. But yeah, that's I think something that I would need to figure out a solution for. Is how to keep the chat phone alive if we stream for longer than what we're doing here now. Because I think again it will take like 10-ish hours before the chat phone dies. Or maybe less now that I'm thinking. Because well, we've been live for 6 hours 46 minutes and it's left 38%. But I guess for the chat phone it would benefit from getting like some charging when we're at lunch and stuff. So that would probably be somewhat of a solution for it. Thailand was really hot and humid. Yeah, I can imagine. I've never been there, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, if it's like a Swedish sauna, so it's like hot and humid, but not like hot enough to actually sweat, so it's mostly that's like you're getting moist. That would be like torture. So reminder for myself to check the temperatures in Thailand before traveling there. But yeah, I'm also almost done with another bottle of soda. Although this is only my second one for today, so it's not that bad actually. I would probably need to drink more if you're thinking of how much hydration you'd need during a day. I had a water canister here before, like when we were working on with the excavator and stuff, but nobody touched it, so I didn't bring it this time because I thought that maybe I don't need water either. But maybe I should bring the water canister with me. It's just that if you don't touch it, it's so much work carrying it around and like filling it and emptying it and all that stuff. So if it's not used, it feels like wasted time and effort. And I guess when you have soda, you always prefer that to water. Well, not always, but I guess most of the time. we'll see if I carry the water with me. I'm also curious when we'll get the water, the cold water pipes, seeing there, get those connected. I should maybe ask about that. When can we get it? Because I know that they will just attach a meter to it so that they know how much I've used. So I have to ask if that's something that the company that provides the water will come in and attach, or if that's something that I need to hire a plumber for. So if the plumber can do it, or if they have to from the company. So that's my question for it. I think the issue was not being acclimatized to the weather. I don't know how it would be if you crank up the heat in your apartment before going. That's actually an interesting tactic that you could use. Yeah. I know that like acclimatization is a thing, because for example in here in Finland, just if you think about like the first like minus 0 degree like temperatures during the fall time, they feel like extremely cold. But then like the same, like let's say -5 or something, feels extremely warm when it's like the springtime, because you're like used to so much cold temperatures by then. So you can definitely get acclimatized. So that could actually be a thing that you could do. But I don't know if it's like half of it is the moisture or if it's the heat. So you would need to be moisturing the getting the apartment moist as well, which I know is probably bad idea for structures and stuff. So maybe not do that. Do that at your own risk. Hello. But yeah, I feel like I would like to do something else than Avant machining, but I guess as long as my father's not here, the main mission would continue with the Avant machine. I'm just looking at the table that I would go in and drill some holes and add the bolts I bought, but that has to wait. I'm just hoping we get to see that on stream so that I can get that done then during the stream. Not that there's much content on drilling 4 holes and putting a bolt through there, but you could see something done, something getting complete, finished. I haven't even tested whether or not I can lift that table, that small one I bought earlier, that if I can put it inside the poke, if it's like small enough, because like I mentioned, for the fridge we had to remove the door on this caravan, and when we removed the doors the hinges came a bit loose. I still don't know how they were attached, because you couldn't like remove the screws or the bolts, I guess. So you couldn't remove them, but they were also like loose. So I assume that there's it's like a bolt with something in the whatever it's called at the end, and that being inside there somewhere. But now I had to screw them back in. So now they're fixed. But yeah, I was stressing a bit with the door, because during the weekend I was like, okay, how do we get into it? Because we were like using all our strength to just open the door, because when it was like laying on itself it was really hard to open, and with the hinges loose it was mostly having the weight on itself, so it was really hard to open. But now it's working again since I fixed it, so there was some progress. There was I would say there was like a step back and then 1 step forward. So we're basically where we left off with the door, but at least the fridge is inside, so that's a win. That's a win for sure. Yeah, my skin would like a moist climate, but I'd rather moisturize. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's a good point. I think there was I have traveled to like Canary Islands, and then I think Madeira was another like next to it that we traveled to, and I think in there they were like historically there has been like, I don't know what's the word for them, but like healing centers or something for like people with lung diseases and stuff, because it's like easy to breathe during those, like in a certain climate. And I would assume for like skin and stuff it would also certain type of, not as dry as what we have, especially during winter time here. It would be easier for the skin. But then again, if you're like sweating all the time, I don't know if that's good for your skin. So I guess there's like trade-offs here. trade-offs to be done here. But yeah, we'll see. I will ask my father about tomorrow, so I'm assuming and I'm hoping he'll be here for tomorrow as well, since he's like coming in quite late, so I'm assuming he won't be driving away today. So I'm hoping he will be sleeping at my brother's place, so we can continue tomorrow, hopefully get more visible progress, not just practice. Yeah, it's 4 p.m. so around this time usually people in Finland stop their work. I think like 16:30, so 5:30 maybe. Is it 4? But yeah, 16:30 in military terms is when most of us end our work days. Well, I don't know most, but I think like the average office worker. So we're almost there. And I did start at around 9, I guess. So it will almost be like a full work day already when it hits like 30 minutes from now. Almost a work day full of yapping. Can't believe this. A Finnish man yapping for 6.5 hours, or almost 7. But yeah, it was I think so far it has been a good test since we've already noticed that the wireless microphone lasts for like 6 hours. So that's a good thing to know. But yeah, I just emptied another soda bottle. But yeah, now we would need to decide whether or not we dig this one any further, because one could continue with the scoopity scoop. Skippity scoopity scoop. Let's put the bottle in the bag. There it goes. But yeah, now it's getting chillier. It's definitely colder than it was earlier. Yet I still don't know if it's like temperature wise, where are we? I can check because I don't think we have a meter here anyway, so I could have to check the forecast what it says. Does it still say the same? It says that it's sunny and it's 15 degrees. I will have to disagree with this. I disagree. Hello? I don't think it's 15 at the moment. But yeah, so for the plan we would need to dig from around there towards what we've done earlier. But in the way there's the electrical stuff. And then we would need to dig the side here. That's also a thing. I'm not sure if I should go have a try myself, or if I should leave that to my father. For practice, I would make sense to switch this bucket or whatever you call this to something else. But again in practice, I guess, but with a different meaning. I think we will continue with this, so I don't think it makes sense to switch it now. So I guess we could work with do some drilling and stuff while we wait for my father to come in and show how it's done. Because Avant is now refueled, we don't want to be spending too much of the fuel, because then we need to go in and get some more. Although I think it's plenty for today, and we can always go get some more during the evening after stream, so that's mostly an excuse, I admit. Hello. Yeah, let's get some tools out. There's some cookies. That's hardly a tool, is it? There was also a knife. I was thinking of getting this for my pizza, but then I don't know what it's been used for. I think it has been used for like sewage pipes and stuff, so maybe that wouldn't have been a wise idea. But yeah, here are the bolts I got. Yeah, we have cookies here. I think I could take them to Paukku as well, because that's where they belong. But yeah, so these are the things that we need to spread on the ground. The thing is, do we need them yet, or do I put them to the side? They're somewhat heavy. Now I have to try to remember where my screwdriver is. I think it's here. For bag of tools. You've seen these before. Seen this bag of tools before at my parents'. So let's take a screwdriver or whatever you call it, power tools. I think this one has drill bits for wood as well. Yeah, it's these dark ones. So there's a different thicknesses. I think the thickest one is 10 millimeters, so 1 centimeter. I think the bolts I got are 10 millimeters, so it could be that one, but we'll see. We'll see when we get there. We don't want to be making the decisions before we see what we're doing. So let's go. I think it was Elina that was thinking or like debating whether or not we want this bending tool in the middle of the table or somehow on the side of it. But I don't think we have much of an option as to where we put it. Because the legs are in the way if we want to put it basically anywhere else than the middle part. Yeah, I have the cookies with me. Let's put them there. So let's take this handle thingy away because we don't need it yet. Don't want it to be in the way. So now you can see the legs of this table. Maybe you can see it. I can actually tilt you forwards. Oh, you actually weren't seeing much. But yeah, the table legs of this one here, you can see there's a larger gap on this side than there are on like this side. So for the holes that we drill, because we wanted to be able to like fasten the bolts from underneath, so we have to make sure that the holes we drill are accessible from underneath. So from this side it requires more aiming than from here, but I guess we'll have them in mostly middle parts, middle of this thingy here. If we had a pen of any sort, we could measure and like mark the spots, but I don't think we do, so we'll have to slightly YOLO it, because I don't think it matters that much if it's center or not, as long as, like I mentioned, you're able to access the bolts underneath. Yeah, that should be good, because you can mark it with the pointy end of the drill bit, so I can make the places visible. Only I can open this bag. I maybe should not have my gloves on trying to open this bag, but we'll see if it happens. Send help. Hello. Open sesame. Send help. I might be just, ripping it at this point. But yeah, for those people that are volunteering here helping, they will get cookies. So one reason to come in and help. Hello. But yeah, what I'm trying to do now is checking the width of these bolts I bought. I think they were supposed to be 10 millimeters, but now I'll compare it to these drill bits, because if I make the hole too large, I can only do it once, and I don't want to make it too large. actually a hard one. I think we need to go with the largest one. Sure is looking like that. Okay, yeah, we'll do it. We'll go with the largest ones. Then we'll just mark the spot. So basically push from these, just push a little bit of a mark on here, if we can actually. Might be that we're barely able. I think we need to take a small one to mark it. Every time there's a car coming in, I'm checking, is it my father? Where are you, father? But it's not. My father has abandoned me. Oh no. But yeah, we'll just mark the spots with a smaller. I think you can maybe see, because I'm also tilted forwards. Just make small marks here so I know where to drill through. There we go. So now I can remove that steel thing on from there and start drilling. Yeah, the marks, I have to say, could be more visible than they are. Especially that one on the corner I'm not seeing very well. So this one's here, this one's here. Okay, so that one is this one there. Just making the holes a bit bigger so that I don't miss them. Because there's some like markings on this table already, so something has hit it and stuff, so I wouldn't want it to be so that I have like 4 holes with 3 on where there should be and 1 like 10 centimeters off or so. Although I don't know if it would make much sense, like much of a difference if I had like extra holes in that table. I don't think it would make it any worse, basically. But if we can avoid it, we should. So, but yeah, father, where are you, father? But yeah, then we'll just attach it to the drill. I just dropped the whole drill bit, you know? Can't believe this. It's now in the sand. It's a bit big for the drill. Let's see what happens. Let's see how well this works. But there's 2 settings usually on a drill, and number 2 is for faster spinning, and faster spinning is usually linked to drilling. So can't believe, I have to say I'm not 100% I know where the holes. I think this one's one, then this one would be another. So much for good marking this one and then this one. Do we trust? I think we do. So that's the first one. I'm not sure how much can you see. I think you should be seeing it rather well. This one I think was the third. And this one should be the last one. That would make a square, so it shouldn't be too far. There we go. What are you laughing at me for? Can't believe you done this. We saw 2 of those holes. Very nice. Very nice. So you have to believe I did all 4. There was nobody here to do it for me, so you have to believe. It was all me, I swear. But yeah, now we would only need to attach the stuff, so I can put the tools away for a second. I will put these inside, but I will take them to the car before we leave, so don't you think about stealing them. They are not here to be stolen. But yeah, now for which way we put this, I don't think it matters, because we can always rotate the table as needed. So there's basically no right or wrong way to do it. That gave me a scare, because I was lining it like this. Chat, are we cooked? before I realized that okay, there is a difference to how you place it, so luckily that didn't mean that we were goofed. It just meant that we weren't aligning it properly. So that gave me a scare right there. Actually, I could keep it tilted towards forwards, because that's where all the action is at the moment. But yeah, I think there's 2 ways to do it. This, I could do it by hand, and then I could like tighten it with something else. I think I'll start with doing it by hand. So I'll just bring it closer to myself and sit down while doing it, because I need to go underneath it a bit. So here are all the bolts. Got the plastic inside so it doesn't escape us. So the goal is basically to have this bolt on top, so like this. Hopefully it goes through. Wait, what the fuck? Guys, are these bolts too large? Can't believe this. So what is this for again? So this is for bending rebar, so like those big steel things that are inside foundations. So you need to have like iron inside there. Can't believe this. They are the perfect width for the for the holes we made, but not for tilt a bit forwards, but not through this thing here. Now we have a few options. Option 1, I smacked my arm. I can't actually even reach it, so I smacked it for nothing. Can't believe I done this. But yeah, we have iron drill bits, I guess is the word, here as well. So we could enlarge the holes in this. So then we could go and buy some like proper sized ones. But we do have, I think it was this one that was the metal one. Yeah, it's this one here. So we could try and enlarge the hole. Because now we have like everything is for that. Because we already have the holes and stuff. So if we back away now, we need to make new holes and all. So we could try and enlarge this a bit. We see what happens. Hopefully nothing breaks. So we keep the goal, you know. I can't believe this. Can't believe this happened. So that's one of them done. Let's see if this goes through it now. It does. So that's an absolute win. Win is a win is a win is what I always say, or I have started saying quite recently. But you know what I mean. So we just go again. I know you can enjoy the sounds. I can feel that the machine is enjoying how when it goes through it gets stuck. Let's see if it's, yeah, it's perfect again. So guys, we're saving the situation. I'm glad I have this box of stuff that with like the different drill bits for different materials has come in clutch for second time now. It also came in clutch when we were fixing the hinges for the door. It's interesting how it gets stuck. How it gets stuck on the. I think it's also because I have it on the like the faster setting, so it doesn't have that much tog, I guess is the word maybe. Yeah, it goes through it. Very nice. Okay, so we fixed it. So we caused a problem, but we also fixed the problem. So all in all, it's a win. But yeah, this is content for you guys. Absolute amateur madness. So it's this way. Yeah. So now all the holes align, and now we can push this through. It should go. It should go all the way. Now, a small issue I have. Fuck me. Yeah, there's a tiny change in the angle, and that's why it gets stuck. The problem I have now is that these are too short. I can barely feel them on the other side. So, unfortunately, we're still fucked. So I need to get longer one of these. Like everything else in here works, like the plates and all that stuff. I could even get more of those plates. So I could have like a plate on both ends, like both on this top side here, to like spread the pressure, and then another one below it. But yeah, we still done goofed. So yeah, I need to get longer one of these. Like the upside or like the positive thing is that we won't be needing this rebar twister thingy until we have like the foundation and all that stuff. So we're far from needing it, but I guess it's like good thing that we noticed the need for longer these now than like later when we actually need it. So yeah, that's episode 1 of hopefully sometime getting a rebar twister at work to work. So yeah. So I guess I can take the plastic bag back again and put these guys in it. And just as I was about to reach, the wind blew it further away. Oh dear. Nothing is going as it should. So yeah. If only I remember what length these guys were. I think these are maybe like 30 millimeters. 30 or 35. I think we need something like 50 maybe. I need to take. It doesn't matter if they're like too long. Yeah, one less thing to do. Yeah, exactly. And now that I know what I need to buy next, it also like one less step for them to be finished. Because if I were like here with the rebar in hand and be like, okay, I need to start twisting, and then I would be like, wait, I don't have long enough bolts. I need to go to a hardware store to get longer one of these. That would suck. Compared to now, I know that I need. Now that I need longer ones, I just can go and get them at any time. So I guess the positive side is that we are well in advance for this machine. And all the work we've done so far, none of it has gone waste at least. So it's all good. But yeah, I was thinking this would take longer, but actually I'm quite fast with it, since I knew what I was needing to do. I just have to measure the bolts so that I remember correctly that these are like either 30 or 35. Regardless, we need like 50 or maybe even longer. But I think they have them, so They are like inexpensive, so I think this whole bag cost me like, I can actually check it, that there's a location in it too, so I'll block that one. So it cost me €1.86. So these are basically, well, not free, but they are basically, compared to all the expenses around here, I think these are basically free when it's like €1 or something. So no matter if we need to get longer ones, that doesn't really matter. We'll just get longer ones then. But yeah, then we'll have the thing of how do I work this machine, but that's for later to find out. I think you can twist these and get the handle thing on one of them. Actually, I think it's the other one. So I guess it goes here, and then you twist with it. We'll see when we get that far. Right now it doesn't look like we're gonna be there for some weeks, but we'll see. Wait, I shouldn't have closed if I have this thing here. I'm gonna lurk while I go to the store and stuff. Yeah, that sounds good. Get that package of yours. Thank you for the chats and for watching, and also thank you for lurking. That's equally important. But yeah, I'm again wondering where my father is. It's already like evening, like early evening. But I guess I could pack up the table and stuff. We'll see if it can fit here through the door. If that is a possibility. Guess I'll take these back to the van as they are no longer needed. But yeah, I never thought that they would be that thick. Because to me it looked like the board on that table wasn't that thick. So far it felt like maybe you could get the other end of the bolt like sticking a little bit, but when you know the amount of force that you need to use for the rebar bending, you really need to have them locked tight, so I need longer ones, no doubt. Let's put the tools back. And I think I have a measuring tape. I again try to twist myself so that you're not looking at the sign, not even by accident. So I can measure one of these bolts. Yeah, it's 3, so it's 30 exact, so 30 millimeters is these bolts. So I think we need at least 50. But if we get more of those plates as well, we might as well go for longer than that. I think I'll put it in. Because I have like a shopping list and I have a separate shopping list for hardware stores, so I put it in there. Let's say 55 long. So if there's 55 or if there's 60, it doesn't really matter, but at least something like that. I wonder if I could, I don't think it's safe to even try, because I'm wondering about this earth compressor, if I could move it by myself, but I think what would happen is I would take like this here from the car. I would just lean with it, and it would like make a huge dent dent on it, but I guess I could still, like, if at all possible, I could maybe look at it to see how it could work. 'Cause to me it looks like it works the same as the one I had, the barrel-shaped one. The one thing I'm also like worried and slightly curious about is, why is there this, I'll tilt you guys a bit forward, why is there this rubber band with it? Is this something that you need to switch often, or is it there to, in case it breaks, or what's the story with this? But yeah, to me it looks like the gas valve is currently on, so let's close that since we're not going to be using it for some time now. And then there's the, in Finnish it's called rypy, which is like how much gas you're giving the engine. When you're starting it, you need to give it some. But otherwise it looks like there's the same on and off switch, so that's off. So yeah, it looks like the same kind of machine as the previous one. I'm actually curious how full of gas is it, so we could check that as well. So this is again my summer car with checking the gas and stuff. So yeah, this looks to be full to the brim, so that's good. Just have to make sure that we also fill it before we return it. I do have some still left on the canister here, but not an awful lot. I think this lever might be for if you want to spray water or not, because that's an option when you're doing the compressing. Is you can have it also spray water underneath to compress it better. I think in some materials it makes sense. I don't think we need it. I'm reading the notes. So this is like asking for feedback. I don't think any of the previous ones we had. I don't think it had this sort of feedback form with it, but this one apparently does. But yeah, I'm not sure if we'll be doing any compressing today with this one, because it's already quite late, but we'll see. I think it depends on many aspects, because again, like when my father arrives, I don't know if he starts working with the Avant machine, what's there for me to do apart from maybe using this. So for that it might be that I will be working with this guy, because I know that like the hole my father has dug earlier, like during weekend, that needs to be compressed. So I will show you guys what I'm talking about if there's some people recently arriving that has just gotten here. So this one here, both these like trenches here would need to be, and also the bottom of that pit there would need to be compressed. What I'm looking at right now, to me it looks like that thing is not even enough to be compressed with a machine like that, but we'll see, because there's like huge tire tracks in there, because I think it has been like the clay there has been, or the ground there has been softer when my father was digging it, so it looks like there's quite a lot of like tire marks there. So it might be that there needs to be some leveling still before we get that compressor out, but we'll see. But yeah, it's been 7.5 hours soon. I'm debating whether or not I wait for my father, or maybe I could call him, asking where he is, if he's coming, because it could be that he's like driving here. But yeah, this is what we dug today, so massive progress. But actually I have to say, I'm rather proud with how straight it is, because it needs to be between those two white poles, which you can see from here. So it needs to be between this stick here. Can I show it with? Is it this one maybe? So between these sticks, this one here, and then there's this mark. This one here is where the other stick would be, and between these two white thing is there. So I think it's somewhat straight, so it's not too bad. But I have to say that if we now put in the compressor thingy and try to drive the bottom of this one, I think the ground will collapse from the sides quite violently. So I guess we'll need to discuss with my father if we need to somehow make it less steep from the sides. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. My chat phone has 30% battery remaining. Actually, I could test how easy it is to shovel with this bag with me, because I'm expecting it to be too much trouble for what it's worth. Because I could go on like that the bottom of the pit and try and get it leveled with the shovel. I could also like try and get some of the stones out or whatever, just to test whether or not it is possible to shovel while having this bag with me and you guys on my chest. Because I feel like it will be too much, like it would slow me down too much. Not that I'm like fast shoveling anyways, but having to avoid smacking you guys. Because there's no mirror right now anyway here. I don't think I can show you what it looks like having all this gear on me, but it is a bit bit of stuff. So let's take a shovel and to test. I guess we could go to the bottom of the pit, because I think that's harder to, well, I don't know if it's hard to fix with the Avant machine, but it could be harder than what I've dug up. But it also could be that it's hard with the shovel too, because it looks like it's quite dense clay at the bottom there. I don't know how much can you see of this. Maybe if I tilt you forwards a bit. There's apparently rocks and stone here too. The problem with this is that if there's like too much like uneven stuff, then the compression machine cannot like traverse it, because it can only go into like small angles. So if there's like stairs, it cannot go over those. So that's why you would need to make the ground more even for it to then compress. Yeah, it's a bit wavy. Like I think everything shakes for you guys a bit. Could check the VOD. I guess it's 7.5 hours mark, so I can check the VOD for what it looks like to you guys. It could also be that you're hardly seeing what I'm doing, because it depends on where my body is aligned, and I'm mostly working with my hands doing this. So But yeah, I guess it's still easier to level this with an Avant machine than with the shovel, but I'm still curious what it looks like shoveling. Like, can you see any of this? Can't believe you don't see this. But yeah, we're in the pit now, guys. But yeah, so the bottom here needs to be compressed with the machine, so it would need to be somewhat even for that to happen. And then after it's been compressed, because it does sink a bit, because it already sinks a bit under my foot, so just underneath my weight. But then again, I am heavier than the machine, because I think the compressor machine was like 96 kilograms, so I am heavier than that is. But you know, it has the power of shaking. But yeah, after this thing has been compressed with the machine, we will then put in a filter cloth, and then we'll put in some gravel. And that's to help naturally get the water, the rainwater, into the ground. But yeah, you can see that some of the walls here, I will again see if you're tilted. Yeah, you think you can see. Some of the walls here have like collapsed a bit, because there's like this fresh looking sand around the pit. But still like relatively little compared to how steep the walls are. So it's not too bad. There's also again these larger rocks, as they seem to be everywhere. So we can maybe carry this boy at the back of the plot. There's also like maybe a children's, I don't know, I hope it's a children's like a shed, or what would you call it, cabin. I wonder if this is too heavy for me to even try to yeet that boy. No way, no way. I think the shovel will give out before the stone will go. Maybe. Or will it? It is. The shovel should be of good quality, because it's a Fiskars, so it's a Finnish one. But still could be that it's not intended for this heavy use. But yeah, here you can see the piles, which mostly came from when my father dug out that hole. So those piles are mostly from that. Some of it is from when they excavated, dug the larger area from where the house will be in. So those are the piles for those. But yeah, I'm running out of content. I can't believe this has happened with the amount of work we have to do. But yeah, here you can see the small piles I tried to put in here to help with how the Avant kept sinking in. in a few holes, so let's take this stone out. Wait, it seems to be all stones. Oh dear. This patch I put in seems to be mostly stone. And I guess that's the other one. I think this is even worse. This one here. Because it's mostly stone again. Can't believe this. Oh dear. Yeet. Yeet. There it goes. Because I don't think like the smaller stones are an issue if they are not sharp. If they're sharp, then that of course is an issue, but let's hope they're not. They don't look like they are, but like not enough to pierce a tire from the Avant. I guess that's the only like a bigger issue we could have. But yeah, I guess we can take the shovel back. You can see from the VODs then what it looks like to be shoveling in first person. It doesn't like prevent me that much, but I guess it's mostly like if I have to like, for example with the pipes I would need to go down. I guess then it would be in the way. So I'm still thinking for the rainwater pipe placing we would have you guys on a tripod. I'm debating whether or not I will have the wireless microphone or whether or not we have the Osmo Action microphone, so from the camera. But we'll see. We'll see which one I go for when we get there. There's one more stone there. Oh dear. Tin tin tin. But yeah, I guess we can put in the corner stick. It should be somewhere here. There should be the previous hole it was in. Unless it's here now, I think it was this one. Whether or not it stays there, I doubt it. But we'll see. It shouldn't be too far from the actual spot. But yeah, I can't believe the bolts I got were too short. But yeah, now we can actually test whether or not this can be taken inside. Because I don't think it really matters if we can't. It can be outdoors as long as it doesn't like rust through and through. But let's see if I can lift it. It's harder to lift with you guys. I blame you guys. There's already spider webs on it. This could be from like the time we bought it, so we might have not just checked yesterday. I'm assuming these are not from within the car, so I think these are old. Because I think the one we got this from said that they had it like underneath a fridge, so they were using it underneath a fridge somewhere. But yeah, let's see if it fits through the door. It kind of does, but I would need to realign my strategy here. So I would need to go like this. There's actually ample space between it, so This should not even be that hard. Maybe when we have it bolted on, then that could maybe be an issue for how easy it is to get in and out from Paukku. But if it doesn't have the bending tool on top, it's easy to move. So then there won't be an issue until we attach that. Whew. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe I should end stream, because I don't know how long we'll be working when my father arrives, since it's already like 5. So I guess we could continue tomorrow with fresh energy. Hopefully with my father here as well. So starting of the day would be immediately him here as well. I don't think there's anyone I know streaming, so fortunately there's no raiding to be done. I don't think. I have to check, because I've done it before that I say that okay, there's no one streaming, I don't think, and then when I check there's somebody, but we'll see. We'll see this time for sure. Yeah, there actually isn't. There's nobody. Can't believe this. So I guess we'll just call it a day. I'm actually debating what should the start time be for tomorrow. We started at around 9 today, like our time, so like I'm trying to see how many hours we've streamed, but I think it's almost 8. So yeah, it was just a bit after 9 I think we were starting today. So I think we'll start around the same time tomorrow, I hope. I think I will be awake, but we'll see if my father is. I think he should also be awake in the morning. So I think we'll start around 8, so you can check how long we've been streaming and just, minus. You have to minus the around 8 hours from what the time is right now, so then you'd get an 9 a.m. for us. So I think we'll go for that around 9. I think I will update the Discord as well when I know for sure, but at this time I can't say for sure, since like I mentioned earlier, I need to confirm with my father, but I would assume there's nothing making us not start at 9 tomorrow. So I think that's what we'll be aiming for. But yeah, thank you guys for all the comments, for being here. It's been a interesting 8 hours of both practicing Avant machine and maybe getting a bit better. I will actually have to check myself, because there were some comments that I've already got better like during the day, which I know is quite a lot, but I guess like these are not like overly complicated machines, so it would make sense to get better within some hours already, so like getting used to the machine a bit. But I was hoping that during the stream you would be able to see like my father driving it, because he's like a professional almost, like he knows it so much better than I do. So I was hoping we'd get it to stream already, but I think we'll get some Avant stream from tomorrow then, because I know there's plenty of work to do continuing tomorrow. Maybe we'll even get some pipes out, because that's when you know that there's actual progress made, when the pipes come out. But yeah, thank you for lurking, thank you for watching, thank you for the chatters. There's been a lot of different chatters here today. It's all been really nice. Can't wait for some more construction work with you guys. Bye bye.